Welcome to the second hearing of the Committee's inquiry into Budget Estimates 2023-2024. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we are meeting today, and I pay my respects to Elders past, present, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Kate Fairman and I am Chair of this committee. I welcome Minister Haylen and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolio of transport. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness to inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures today. Welcome and thank you all for making the time to give evidence. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister Haylen, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. I also would like to remind Mr Murray and Ms Huang that you do not need to be sworn as you've been sworn at an earlier budget estimates hearing before this committee. For all other witnesses, I'll ask you to please state your name and position, title and swear either an oath or an affirmation. How about we start with you, Ms Marks, is it?
Mayers, thank you.
Mayers, sorry.
Can I grab that? Thank you. Trudy Mayers, Deputy Secretary for Greater Sydney, Transport for New South Wales. Thank you. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. We'll go over to you, Mr Collins. Oh, okay. Thank you.
My name is Howard Paul Collins. I'm the Coordinator General for Transport for New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Mr Regan, we'll go around the table.
Peter Regan, Chief Executive, Sydney Metro. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Good morning. Matthew Longman, Chief Executive from Sydney Trains. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Susan Carroll, Chief of Staff at Transport for New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, and I believe we need to go back to Ms Collin on the end.
Good morning, my name is Benedict Collins, CEO of a transport asset holding entity. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15am to 5:30pm. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15am to 1pm with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon, we'll hear from Departmental witnesses from 2pm to 5:30pm with a 15-minute break at 3:30pm. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45, 12:45 and 5:15. Having said all of that, we'll go straight into things. We'll begin with questions from the opposition. Ms Natalie Ward.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you everybody today. Minister, welcome. Congratulations.
Good morning.
Thank you for your officials coming along today and for all their hard work. Minister, why did your Chief of Staff resign on Friday?
Well, firstly, my Chief of
Sorry,
Staff...
can't hear you. Could if you just pull the microphone forward
the microphone
a little bit
towards you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you hear
I'll
me
say it
now?
again. Yeah, Minister, why did your Chief of Staff resign on Friday?
Well, firstly, I want to thank my Chief of Staff, Scott Gartrell, for his service to my office and to the government. He is a dedicated and absolute professional, and he was always going to be at my office, in my office for a limited period of time.
Thank you. Why did he resign?
So let me just complete my answer, and I was going to say that he decided that it was the right time to leave my office. He offered his resignation and I accepted it.
On Friday?
Yes, that's
He
correct.
didn't give notice of that earlier, didn't say I'm thinking of going, just suddenly on Friday said time to go.
Well, as I said, my Chief of Staff was always intending to be in my office for a limited period of time. He offered his resignation to me and I accepted it last
What were the
week.
reasons he gave?
Look, he has other interests and things to pursue in life. I understand he's feeding some goats at the moment. So, look, he offered his resignation.
Is he getting a payout?
Point of order, Chair.
He offered his resignation.
Thank you.
And I accepted.
Okay, a point of order has been taken by Dr. Kane. We'll
I'll
hear
move on.
that.
I'll move on.
I think that everyone in the room understands the base political tactics that will be engaged in by the opposition today, but I would ask the Chair to remind the Honourable Ms Ward that she has to afford the Minister the chance to answer the question in accordance with the resolution about
I did so.
Yeah,
treatment
so
of
thank you. I've heard the point of order. I won't uphold this one, and I will just say from the outset that remind the member to allow the Minister to answer the question, but I also won't tolerate point of order after point of order after point of order by government members to waste or use up time. So let's, if we have a system where the member asking the question is able to hear from the Minister and the witness, I think we should be doing fine. So
Thank
let's
you,
start
Chair.
with that principle.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, thank you, Chair. Were you wasting my time?
I'm just asking if you can...
No, I'm speaking to the microphone. You don't need, you can stop running cover.
Order,
We're here to ask
order.
questions. Minister, did Mr Gartrell get a payout?
Look, I don't think that's the case, but I'm happy to take that on notice.
You don't know, or you don't think so, or you're not sure?
As I've said, I'm happy to take that on notice.
If he's resigned, he wouldn't be entitled to a payout, would he?
As I've said, I'm happy to take that on notice.
You don't know?
I've answered your question.
All right. So we're not sure if he's got a payout, but we're sure that he's left and we're not sure why. That's
not-
correct?
That's not the case. I answered your earlier question. He
Okay.
offered... Sorry. He answered it. He offered his resignation and I
Sure.
accepted it.
Thank you. Minister, do you agree that with the Premier that ministers are responsible for the conduct of their offices?
Look, my name's on the door as the Minister for Transport, and I take those responsibilities incredibly seriously. As a former minister, I'm sure you'd appreciate the importance of that role. And every day, I am focused on the big issues that people across this state care about, and that includes the delivery of the essential public transport services that they need. People want to be able to know that their train, bus, ferry, light rail is going to turn up on time,
Thank
be
you.
able to get to work, get home in time to pick up their kids.
Thank you. Can I ask
safely.
about your office?
That is what I'm focused on,
Great.
and that's what my role is all about.
Great. I'll move on. Minister, do you agree that when senior executives speak to a minister's chief of staff, that the department considers that the minister is briefed if the chief of staff is briefed?
Well, I sign off on determinations in my office. It is my responsibility to sign briefs. That is my approach. But look, yes, there are processes across offices where information is passed. That's, as you would know, as a former minister.
It's not about me, Minister, it's about you. Just really simple questions, really very straightforward.
And I'm answering them.
Yep.
And I'm answering them, and to
Please do.
say that those processes take place every day,
Yep.
and it's really important that
So
there
you
is
agree?
there is an important flow of information between the department
Yep.
and a minister's office.
Yep.
And yes, those communications involve public servants.
So
they
when-
involve ministerial staff,
you.
including my chief of staff.
Great. Okay. So when a senior executive from your department speaks to your ministerial chief of staff, the understanding is that they are conveying that to you, that they consider that you are
sorry.
briefed.
They are conveying that to my chief of staff.
Mhm.
That does not necessarily mean that that has been conveyed directly to me.
Okay, so if they are speaking with your Chief of Staff, they can't consider that you're briefed. Is that what you're saying?
Well, as you would know,
not about me.
how an office works.
It's not about me, I'm
is that
asking
there
you.
are lots of communications each and every day, and what I'm focused on is the events that I need to be at, the engagement I need to have with the public transport workforce, with my public servants, with the elements of my role that are of concern to passengers each and every day. That's what I'm focused on.
Okay, so let's get to the specifics of that, if we can, Minister. I've got limited time.
Can I just complete my answer?
Well, no, I've got limited time, and I did let you go. Thank you for that. That's very helpful. But I was quite specific in the question. I asked that you address the question that I've asked. And
I'm
that
entitled
is,
to answer the question as I see fit, and I was providing information. I'm trying to assist the committee.
So you're saying that as a minister in the government, unless someone speaks directly to you, you can't be accountable or responsible for what occurs. Is that what you're saying?
I didn't say that.
Well, what are you saying?
I answered your earlier question that there are a range of ways to communicate information. If there's a determination that I make, I sign a brief. That's the processes of government.
So I'm not asking about briefs. I'm asking about when someone speaks with your Chief of Staff, you said that you can't consider that that's conveyed to you. So I'm saying, unless it's directly communicated to you, you are saying that you can't be accountable or responsible for what occurs. Is that what you're saying?
I didn't say that.
Well, I'm trying to understand for the fulsome
And
opportunity for you to answer.
As you would
which
know,
is it?
as you would know, as a
No, it's
former,
not about
as you
me.
would know, as a former minister,
When
and
my
as-
Chief of Staff,
Order,
when my
order.
Chief of
If we
Staff
could
was
just
briefed,
hear
I was
the
briefed.
minister, if we could, Ms. Ward, just allow the minister to be heard.
Thank you, Chair. Look, as I think any reasonable person would understand, a minister's office is a fast-paced, busy place with lots of communications occurring each and every day, and some of those communications occur directly with the minister. Some of those communications occur with staff. That is the usual process of an office, and when a determination is made, I sign a brief. That's how the processes of government work.
Thank you. Minister, were you aware Kieran Ash was doing political work while you're employed in your office?
The public servant that you refer to did undertake a DLO role in my office, and as a result of some email communication that came to my attention last week, I have referred those emails of concern to the Department for investigation, and I was not aware of those emails until last week, and as soon as they came to my attention, they are of concern. I acknowledge that. They were referred for investigation by the public servant's employer. That's the appropriate course of action.
Thank you. You've outlined that. Thank you. We've heard that, and that's clear for the record. Were you aware that Kieran Ash was doing political work while employed in your office?
Look, firstly, as soon as these emails came to my attention, I referred them for investigation. Now, that's the appropriate course of action because we're talking here about a public servant and they need to comply with their obligations,
Thank
obviously
you.
under
We know that. Thank you.
the
So-
DLO circular,
Thank you. So
but
you've-
also under their broader employment obligations.
Thank you. Okay, so twice you've said about the emails, but I'm not asking about the emails, so twice we've heard that. What I'm asking about is your awareness, and I remind you that you are under oath on this committee, so I'm asking
thanks
you
for
to
that.
be clear.
Thanks for that reminder.
No, I'm asking you to be clear. I'm giving you the
I am
opportunity. So my
answering your
question is
question.
this. Yep. So my question is that you agree that you're responsible for your office. You agree that you're under oath. I'm asking you, were you aware
Point of
Kieran
order,
Ash
Chair.
was doing political work?
Point of order, Chair.
A point of order's been taken.
The Honourable Natalie Ward has asked the exact same question.
I'm entitled to.
Three
You don't need to run cover. I'm entitled to
three
ask it 15 times.
You won't interrupt me, Miss Ward. It's inappropriate.
Order,
It's
order.
inappropriate and disorderly, and that's not how I think
Dr.
the chair will
Kane,
run.
if you could just make your point of order through
My
me.
point of order, Chair, is that Miss Ward has asked the same question, and she may
Yeah.
ask it as deliberatively as she likes.
Yeah.
She's still asking the same question. She's
I've
had an
heard-
answer
I've-
from the Minister.
I've heard the point of order. There is no point of order. Members are entitled to repeat the questions as the Minister is entitled to answer the question as she wishes and to repeat her answer. Continue, Ms Ward.
Thank you, Minister. I'm not asking about his emails. I'm asking about your knowledge. Were you aware that Kieran Ash was doing political work while employed in your office?
Look, my experience of the public servant's work that you refer to was that it was in line with his role. Now, we're talking about a relatively junior public servant, but he came to serve in my office as a DLO. He is from the National Policy and Intergovernmental Relations team within the department. He is a policy specialist within that area, and my engagement with him was around those issues, around cabinet processes and also around the processes for the infrastructure and transport ministers' meetings. That's our intergovernmental relations, obviously within the first couple of months of becoming, I'm just going to explain the nature of my engagement with the public servant. That's what you asked me about. I attended the infrastructure transport ministers meeting in Perth, and I needed to ensure that I was properly across the issues that I needed to advocate for on behalf of the people of New South Wales, that we were receiving the Commonwealth funding that we need to deliver the public transport that people are relying on and that we need to build for the future growth of our city and our state. I was briefed accordingly, and the bulk of my engagement with this public servant was on those matters.
When you say the bulk, did you have any conversations with him that were political?
Well, not that I... Well, look, first of all, talking to a politician isn't inherently political, and I appreciate that you're going to have one interpretation of political here. I understand that, but the work that I engaged with this relatively junior public servant on was policy-based and was in line with his responsibilities as a public servant advising government on the areas that he was working on. So the intergovernmental relations,
yes, you've said that, thank you.
Cabinet processes. He was...
Thank you.
My engagement with him was positive, and I would describe him as a policy workhorse.
But you see, I didn't ask about his outlook. I didn't ask whether he was positive. I'm going to ask you again. Can you categorically rule out that you were aware he was doing political work in your office?
My experience of this public servant's work was that it was in line with his responsibilities, but as I have said, emails of concern came to my attention last week, and I referred them for investigation to his...
I'm not asking about the emails. You've said that 4 times now. Thank you.
Employer.
He organised...
Well, you've asked the same question 4 times.
I'm entitled to ask them. This is
And
how
I'm
estimates
entitled
works,
to answer
Minister.
it as I said.
Minister, can I ask this of you? Minister, can I ask this of you? Did this public servant in fact prepare briefings for you in relation to cabinet meetings?
This public servant's responsibilities included briefing me about cabinet, yes.
So he would prepare recommendations to you in relation to cabinet briefs?
No, he was briefing me about what cabinet was considering.
And that would in fact include potentially
Public
recommendations?
servants provide briefs all the time.
He was a public servant briefing me about the cabinet process. That is wholly within the realm of the responsibilities of public servants. In fact, within the team, within transport, there is a cabinet team.
Minister, I'm going to ask you this once again. Can you categorically rule out, when you've got a DLO in your office inviting people to thank volunteers who campaigned for you to a barbecue, do you truly think it's credible to say that he was not doing political work or that you weren't aware of him doing political work when you're going to a barbecue with a volunteer who's a campaign organiser?
Firstly, the email that you are referring to in relation to the community
I'm not referring to an
barbecue-
email, I'm asking you your knowledge.
Well,
That's why you're here.
that event has come to my attention in this context via an email, and that email, along with all of the other emails, as requested under the SO52 standing order, has been made available to the department for investigation to determine this matter, which is about this public servant's employment.
So, Minister, if we were to ask your staff or senior members of your staff in your office what they saw, what they participated in, whether they were aware of Kieran Ash doing political work or work that was not appropriate under the Cabinet memorandum, what would they say?
Look, I'm answering questions here today, and I've made very clear that emails, including the one that refers to the community barbecue, have been referred for investigation.
So, on your oath, the first time you became aware of Mr Ash's behaviour was last week. Is that what you're telling this committee?
The emails that have brought this to our attention.
Not talking about the emails, I'm talking about your
referred
knowledge.
last week.
Minister, I'll ask it again.
In my experience, the work that this public servant was doing was in line with his role as a DLO.
And
that is my experience up until those emails came to my attention last week, which I referred to his employer for investigation, as is appropriate. Now, we've got to remember here that we are talking about a small number of internal emails that may have blurred the lines between this public servant's role as a DLO and their personal political views. And I acknowledge his well-known personal political views. Now, those lines may have been blurred. These emails have been referred to his employer for investigation. That is the appropriate course of action. I am not going to prejudge that investigation.
Ms Haylen, Ms Haylen, I'm
Ms.
not
Ward,
asking about the
public-
investigation.
Ms.
I'm
Ward, that
asking
public
questions of
servant-
you and your knowledge, and I'm asking you to
That
provide
public
fulsome
servant
responses.
that public servant is entitled to due process.
I'm going to redirect.
That process is underway.
Chair, I'm going to redirect because I have limited time. Ms Haylen, I ask that you answer the question that's put to you.
Oh, same question
We'll
again.
be
Jeez.
repeating it.
Come on,
If
Natalie.
not, I don't need running commentary.
Get
So,
creative.
how could a
Get
volunteer
creative.
event...
Something else.
How could a volunteer event, Minister, only come to your attention by the email?
Your question asks about whether or not this event occurred. Yes, the event occurred. It was a community barbecue. I think about 100 people were there. My role was to thank those community members, to make a speech and to have a sausage sizzle. As all members of Parliament would know, we attend many of these types of community events.
Minister,
I
when did
came
you-
to the event, I gave a
Thank
speech,
you.
I
I'm not
thanked
asking about the
community
event.
members.
Minister,
I'm
not asking about the event.
I didn't
I'm not
give it
interested
much
in the
Point of order,
barbecue.
Chair.
Actually, you
Point
did
of
ask
order.
about the
I'm
event.
going to
Point of
redirect.
order.
A point of order's been taken, which I assume is about the member allowing the minister to answer the question. Having said that, if the minister is talking beyond what the member is seeking, the member is also entitled to continue asking questions. So there has to be a little bit of give and take here. I think the minister was finished with her response, Ms Ward.
Thank you. Minister, for the record, when did you become aware that Mr Ash's behaviour was not appropriate?
Oh my God, same question.
A number of emails were brought to my attention last week that were of concern. As soon as those emails were brought to my attention, I sought advice.
Were you aware?
And I sought advice, and I subsequently referred those emails.
Were you
for
aware? It's a very
investigation-
simple question.
For investigation to that public servant's employer. That is
Were
the
you aware?
appropriate course of action.
You can rule it in or out right now. Were you aware?
As I have answered I've answered your previous questions.
You haven't, that's the problem.
Yes, I have. I've said.
That's the problem, you haven't. Were Mr Ash's behaviours ever brought to your attention prior to last week?
My engagement with the public servant that you refer to was my experience of his work was that it was within his responsibilities as a public servant in my office.
Were Mr Ash's behaviours ever raised with you prior to last week?
As I've said, my experience of this public servant.
Not asking about your experience, I'm asking if it was raised with you.
And conduct
You're not answering the question, are you?
Yes, I am. Is in
Were they raised
line
with you?
with his responsibilities as a public servant.
Okay, we'll just move to questions from the cross bench now. Minister, in relation to the volunteer barbecue, your understanding was who organised it for you?
I don't recall who organised it. I suspect a range of volunteers and staff organised the event. In my engagement with it was, as you would know, that you turn up to these events and you're there to thank people. I didn't get to thank everybody that was at the event, but I turned up, gave a speech,
was there
and had a sausage
discussion?
sizzle.
Was there discussion and emails in your office about the event?
Well, the emails that you refer to, some of those have been brought to my attention, and I acknowledge that they have been raised through the SO52 process.
When you're saying they
And-
were brought to your attention, you hadn't seen those emails before they were brought to your attention?
That's correct.
To what extent, Minister, were you involved in any requests for DLOs for your office? What was your involvement in that?
So all of the arrangements in my office in terms of both personal staff and the secondment of public servants, DLOs, to my office is managed by my Chief of Staff. My employment function is delegated to my Chief of Staff, as would be a usual practice in most ministerial offices.
So I understand there's been, how many DLOs have you got at the moment, or have you had since your appointment as Minister?
I currently have 4 DLOs in my office. Of course, all DLO appointments are temporary and come in and out as required for the office. I don't have in front of me, the particulars of how many DLOs were in my office at particular times, but I'm happy to provide that if the committee requires.
And so do you sign off on the DLOs joining your office?
No, those processes are managed by my Chief of Staff.
And so at no point did you request or promise Kieran Ash a job in your office during the election campaign?
No, the management and secondment, so the arrangements between my office and the department has been managed by my Chief of Staff.
And you had met Kieran Ash before he commenced in the position of DLO?
Yes, the public servant that you refer to is known to me and I'm sure known to many people here. He previously worked in this building, so yes.
And what about the other DLOs? Did you know them before they started work in your office?
Some of the DLOs were known to me and to my office. The vast majority...
Through political party work?
Not necessarily, no. But as you would know, we all move in similar professional and political circles. Some of them were known to me.
So when you say some, you've got 4 currently working for you. So when you say some, there was how many that you know through the Labor Party circles?
Look, again, I would reiterate that those arrangements were made by my office.
But how many, Minister?
But again, they were made by my office, but I guess a handful of them were known to me prior to them serving in my office, but the vast majority of those DLOs that have come in and out of my office were not known to me. I would say that they are all excellent public servants, and I'm very grateful for the work that they have done and continue to do to help our government implement our policies.
Okay, thank you. I want to move on in terms of the time I have to a different issue. Minister, are you comfortable with the fact that there are senior directors within Sydney Metro who are running their own recruitment companies and then employing people from those recruitment companies into Sydney Metro at more than $2,000 a day, largely?
Look, firstly, I'd say that I assume you're referring to some recent reports about these issues, and yes...
Well, if there's others, please let me know, but yes, those recent reports.
They are of concern to me, and I have asked Metro to not only engage with us actively about these matters, but I would say that it is government policy to reduce reliance on consultants. That's incredibly important because we value the work of the public service, and we want to ensure that when we are moving through projects like this, and I do acknowledge that these projects like Metro have a employment profile that goes up and down depending on the period of construction. That would always have, some contract workers. However, we want to make sure that, for example, if a role exists over the life of a project, that role is held by a public servant, because obviously we get the value of that in the long term. I would say, I just wanted to provide though the action that I have taken in relation to the use of consultants, because I acknowledge it is of concern. I've asked Sydney Metro to look at the use of their consultants because we want to make sure it's an effective use of resources. We've put in place some additional protections, some additional checks and balances while an overall review of contract engagement is underway, and that includes any professional services contract or labour hire engagement or variation between 50,000 and 250,000 will need an additional executive sign-off. And any engagement or variation worth more than $250,000 will need the endorsement of the CEO as well. So,
Thank you, Minister.
There's some additional protections.
Mr. Regan, most of that was already in place, wasn't it? I mean, the question really is, how was this able to thrive for so long at Sydney Metro with senior directors that are employed as contractors with their own recruitment companies employed within Sydney Metro getting tens of millions of dollars worth of contracts as directors of Sydney Metro? At any stage, were you concerned about this practice?
Well, if I could just start by saying, to be very clear, there were no employees of Sydney Metro who were recruiting staff through their own companies.
The issue is, you know very well, I'm not talking about employees of Sydney Metro. That's the issue, isn't it?
Well, no, to be very clear,
the people who are under investigation, I understand, we'll get to that later, actually aren't full-time employees of Sydney Metro, are they?
No, they are contractors supplied.
That's
through
the issue,
companies,
Mr. Regan.
And they have not been involved in making decisions to award contracts to either their own companies or to other companies. Those decisions are taken by employees.
How do you ensure that those senior directors, for example, don't have access to certain files where they gain information about their competitors, for example, who are bidding and then underbid them? How do you make sure that Paul Rogers, Barry McGrattan and James Hayward don't have access to those files?
Yep, so the processes around procurement are operated separately to the work that those contractors are performing elsewhere in the business. And there are probity rules in place so that they do not have the ability to either make those decisions or to receive information on those. To your earlier question, we have put in place additional controls while we undertake a very detailed review to ensure that all the contractor arrangements that we have in place are appropriate, especially those that are historic contracts, legacy contracts. We have been working over the last 2 years to move Sydney Metro's workforce resources to a different model, as there has been a greater degree of long-term certainty as the business of Sydney Metro has grown.
Thank you. I can get some of this off you this afternoon as well. In terms of that inquiry or investigation you were referring to, so formal investigation has been set up internally, established internally. Has it in relation to the allegations that have been aired in the Sydney Morning Herald as well as the Public Accountability and Works Committee? Maybe, Mr. Murray, are you aware of this?
I'm aware of all the work that has been done that's just been covered by Mr. Regan in terms of covering off the new processes. We also declare all of the public services contractors. We are conducting similar areas of improvement through the transport ranks as well in terms of project delivery, which I'm happy to detail later.
Are
if
you
that's
aware
of
of any
assistance.
investigation into those allegations that's being undertaken at the moment?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Mr. Regan, is there one?
Well, of course, I can't comment on the specifics of individual investigations or whether things are being investigated. One of the very important matters here is that when items are brought to our attention, we are required to protect the privacy of the person who makes such an accusation. So clearly, I can't comment on the specifics, but I am required, and if I become aware of any information that there is impropriety or corrupt conduct or even a perception of corrupt conduct, I am required to take action under law, and I do that, and that includes, where appropriate, referral to ICAC.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Regan. We'll go to questions from Mr. Mark Banasiak.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome, Minister.
Thanks.
When and how was the decision made to pursue an appeal in the class action Sydney Light Rail court case?
Look, I appreciate the members' interest in this issue, and these are some of the significant challenges that we've inherited across public transport, in particular in relation to light rail. I'm happy to hand to the Secretary for further information about that.
I'm more interested in your involvement in terms of making the decision to actually appeal the case. So if you're saying
Mr.
you don't have any involvement in that?
Perhaps I could add, Mr. Banasiak, that the department was briefed by its insurer, who has the ultimate carriage in this case. A number of discussions were held about the insurer's position and the position legally as it relates to Transport for New South Wales. We concur with the insurer's approach and the viability of an appeal in this case, and these matters are now back before the court.
So, Minister, what involvement did you have in the decision, or was the decision solely weighed up with the department?
These decisions are dealt with in the department. It's an ongoing legal matter. I think.
So you had no sign off as to whether the department took your government to court again and wasted taxpayers' dollars?
These matters are dealt with by the department. There's an ongoing legal matter. I would say, though, this is one of the many messes that we have inherited from the former government, and I appreciate your interest in the matter.
How much did the first court case cost taxpayers?
I'd refer your question to the Secretary for further information.
Mr. Murray, do you have that?
I don't have that information to hand.
Can you take that on notice?
I'm happy to take that on notice. I would just reiterate that in this matter, the carriage of the matter is in the hands of the insurer in concurrence with Transport for New South Wales.
Okay. While you're taking on notice, can I just intimate that I won't accept an answer back saying, go ask Treasury. Someone in Transport for New South Wales, I've done this before, someone in Transport for New South Wales must know how much it cost the taxpayers. Minister, were you briefed at all on the decision to appeal?
Not directly that I recall, but I'm happy to come back to you and ensure that that's completely accurate. I have received briefings about a range of issues that we have to deal with, in particular regarding light rail. So, of course, the member will recall the cracking of the light rail trams in the inner west and the subsequent impacts. Obviously, those same types of trams are also across the network. So I have been briefed on a range of those issues, but as the Secretary has made clear, the earlier matter that you refer to is before the courts and being handled by the insurers.
Okay, so help me understand, Mr. Murray. So the insurer says, we don't want to pay out potential claims, so we want you to go back to court. What risk assessment did they present to you as part of this decision to appeal?
Mr. Banasiak, I'm sure that you could accept that we cannot play out any of the legal strategies or discussions even in this hearing.
Well, surely there would have been a risk assessment as to whether you're going to win or lose and whether it's a viable option to go back to court again. Yeah, you have these obligations under the model litigant policy in terms of not taking up frivolous court cases that you don't think you can win, or not taking up court cases or pursuing court cases where the issue is about a figure that you may have to pay out. So I'm curious as to what drove this decision from the insurer to go back to court again, waste another 2 years, waste more taxpayers' money on a case that you might, highly likely may lose.
I absolutely understand your question, and I know that you'll accept that I'm not going to stipulate as to what legal advice was given to the insurer.
Can you stipulate whether a risk assessment was done?
Absolutely, a risk assessment was done, and a discussion about elements of the appeal was covered off in terms of the insurer's assessment, and the eligibility to take forward an appeal was considered and put before the department.
Did the department consider the further emotional and financial stress that you place on the small business holders that won the court case after 5 years?
There are a number of matters at law that are under consideration in terms of the appeal, as well as the high-profile nature and, of course, all of the litigants involved. I'm not going to canvass any more about the strategies or the discussions.
This is not about strategy. Did you consider that impact when you were weighing up the decision to go to court or not?
All elements were weighed up by the insurer and Transport for New South Wales, including the significant cost to the taxpayer as well as the impact on the litigants.
Minister, can you see how this looks? Your government, when they weren't in government, were very critical of the previous government about their handling of this matter. The shadow minister at the time was Chris Minns, the now Premier. You had Minister Daly, you had Minister Honey, all out there kicking the former government for their treatment of small business owners. And one of the first things that happens when you come in is an appeal for a decision that you lost, and obviously quite rightly lost, to go and kick those small business owners again. Can you understand how they'd be feeling right now? What do you say to those small business owners?
Firstly, as you would appreciate, Mark, I can't comment on the legal matter. It's before the courts, but I would absolutely recognise the difficulty and long, protracted issues that these small business owners have been dealing with, and I acknowledge the impact on them personally, their families, and financially.
Surely somewhere within Transport there's someone that can build a bridge and get over it. Can I?
I should stipulate that efforts were made at mediation in this matter. The plaintiffs also changed their legal representation multiple times, which has extended the process, but efforts were made to settle in these discussions, and in the end this has been the appropriate action taken forward.
With all due respect, barristers yelling across the table saying we're going to win no matter what isn't my idea of mediation. I might move on to Ferry wharves for a minute, Minister. In March 2023, following the election, your government announced that they would be reviewing all current and future infrastructure projects to ensure they represented worthwhile investments. And at that time, the Ferry wharves had only received final approval from federal government when New South Wales government was in caretaker mode. Can you confirm that this project was actually thoroughly reviewed in order in terms of you guys giving it the go-ahead?
I can absolutely confirm that this was one of the many mismanaged projects that we inherited from the former government. As I'm sure you're aware, Mark, this project was first estimated at a cost of $18 million. And the cost has...
I spent 4 years outlining it to your department, how many fleas it had on it. Mr. Collins would know that. What was the actual date that your government officially decided to proceed with this project?
Look, I'm very happy to come back to you with the specifics of that. I would say that I share your concerns here, and it's one of the reasons why I engaged on this project and indeed many other projects that, as I said, were mismanaged by the former government. Within weeks of taking office, I was informed that the costs had blown out on this project again, so by another $13 million. So the total cost of the project went from, at that time, $65 million to $78 million. But as we've discussed, and I know that we've discussed and that we've made clear in the media, that the cost to actually cancel the project at that point was $46 million. Now, to put it simply, it was too late to cancel the project. That would also have an impact on some hundreds of jobs as well. I did ask whether we could reuse any of the components, for example, the steel piles, whether we could prevent wasting that money. It was clear to me that that was not a possibility, and so that project is proceeding.
Do you have confidence in your department in being able to give you frank advice when clearly they weren't able to give the former government frank advice that this was a dog of a project?
Look,
It's been a dog of a project
I think
since
you
it
and I,
was-
I think you and I, Mark, would agree that there were bad decisions made about this project.
Yeah, are you
but
confident
as soon as
that those decisions
but
won't be
as-
repeated?
But I have confidence in the public servants at this table and the advice they provide to me. I am every day asking questions about projects like this and ensuring that we're getting value for taxpayer investment. And in relation to this project, I've made very clear to the department that I want to ensure that not only is it delivered within budget, but also
Well,
that
that's
it's
not going to work.
Order.
also that it's done, that construction is done sensitively, involving the environment around it, and ultimately that there is a good outcome for recreational users at the wharf, that it engages people to be able to drop off at the wharf. Fishing from the wharf will be permitted. So we want to get, it's my intention to ensure that we get best value, but acknowledge that there have been problems.
I'm
with
conscious,
this
of,
project.
I'm conscious
yep,
of the
yep.
opposition, so I will pick this up.
Yes,
No worries.
thank
Thank
you, Minister. We'll go questions from the opposition again. Ms Ward.
Thank you. Minister, do you categorically rule out being aware of Mr Ash's behaviour prior to last week?
I've answered this question previously, and I'll answer it again in the same way, and that is to say that my experience of the public servant's work was that it was in line with his role.
I'm going to
and as
redirect.
I have said,
I'm
as
asking
soon
about.
as
I'm going to redirect.
conduct
Minister.
that he made in relation to emails that was of concern, I referred those emails for investigation.
Thank you. You've said that, and the committee is aware of that evidence, but we'd like to understand your evidence about your awareness. So I'll ask you again, do you categorically rule out being aware of Mr Ash's behaviour prior to last week?
My engagement with this public servant was that his activity was within his role as a public servant on secondment. I want to make very clear here that I understand, as I'm sure do you, the difference, the distinction between a ministerial staffer, a personal staff member, and a public servant on secondment. I am aware, as I'm sure you are, of the obligations under
Thank
the
you.
DLO
That wasn't my question, though.
circular.
If I'm going to redirect, I have limited time, so thank you for that. Was Mr Ash's behaviour raised with your office prior to last week?
All I can provide to you is my experience of this public servant, and I have answered that question to say that my engagement with him was within his responsibilities as a DLO seconded to my office, with, of course, again acknowledging that the emails of concern have
Thank
been
you.
referred for investigation.
Yep, we've heard that. To your Labor mate to investigate your appointment of a
Oh,
Labor
come
mate. Mr Collins, can I ask you, did you ever raise concerns about Kieran Ash with the Minister's office?
Thank you for the question. My office, the Office of the Secretary, raised concerns about the initial request and subsequently to the extension. Brought obviously the first request, I think I was 3 days into the job. A couple of individuals were requested by the Minister's office. I was given some information about the individual's political background, which was useful. A number of occasions, and certainly in July when the extension was made, concerns were raised, and I think people have sight of emails which I said I would speak to the Chief of Staff. I thought it was appropriate, as he was in effect the employing manager, to just make sure that the individual did keep to those rules which he signed for in terms of being a DLO.
You had concerns about the work that he was doing, that it was not within the confines of the DLO role, didn't you?
Initially, personally, I didn't have concerns, but my office staff did raise them on a couple of occasions. Obviously, they have more detailed dealings with those individuals, and I assured the Chief of Staff of my office that I would speak to the Chief of Staff of the Minister's office, and I remember having that conversation. It was really about advice and making sure that this person did keep to the rules.
Thank you. And that was prior to last week, wasn't it, Mr. Collins?
Absolutely. I think I have on record certainly occasion in July when that was spoken about.
Thank you. Can I ask Ms. Carroll, did you raise concerns with Ms. Haylen's office about Mr. Ash's behaviour?
I had a conversation with the Minister's Chief of Staff in May. We had some early indication.
Sorry, did you say May? If you could just pull the microphone, thank you. Did you say May you raised it with the Minister's office?
In May, it was part of a broader conversation with the Minister's Chief of Staff on other matters relating to DLOs. It was a general information had been put to me, so I raised with the Minister's Chief of Staff and sought assurance that he would review the tasking to ensure compliance with the apolitical role of our DLOs.
Thank you. So, Minister, I'll ask you again. You've had concerns raised by the Acting Secretary. You've had concerns raised by Ms. Carroll. Do you still say to this committee that you cannot categorically rule out knowing about Mr. Ash's behaviour? Is that your evidence?
Well, I absolutely respect the public servants at this table, and they're doing exactly what I would expect of them, and that is to provide frank and fearless advice.
I'm asking about your
government
understanding, Minister, and you've refused to answer. So I'm going to redirect you once again and give you another opportunity.
So what I am doing is answering the question.
I'm not asking about the public servants.
If you would allow me to do that, I'm happy to assist
Please
the committee.
do.
Happy to assist the committee. I want to make clear that these public servants are doing their job.
I know that, but I'm asking you.
And
Order.
I'm answering your question.
If the member, these are serious questions with obviously quite a lot of impact on the minister. If we could please allow her to get her words out and responses out to your questions, that would be very much appreciated, Ms. Ward.
Thank you. Thank you. I apologise. Minister, questions were raised with your Chief of Staff. Are you seriously telling this committee under oath that they were not raised with you, you didn't discuss it, you had no awareness at all until last week about the political activities of this political operator, the person that had run your campaign in Balmain, the person that you handpicked from the department? Are you seriously telling us you're not aware that he was undertaking political work until last week? Is that your evidence?
I have answered this question multiple times now, and as I have said previously, my engagement with this public servant was within my expectations of his role as a DLO. I respect the public servants for doing their job, which is to ensure that policies are being followed, that they are providing frank and fearless advice. That's exactly what I would expect of them. And I would say that those processes, have been taken into consideration by the office, and when the concerns were raised with me last week, I referred them for investigation. Now, I would also say that the public servant's evidence here today was not conveyed to me at the time.
So you were not aware, is the evidence that you were giving to this committee today under oath until last week, of the political behaviour of Mr. Ash? Is that what you're telling us?
I've answered your question, and that is that my engagement with this public servant, in my experience, was that he was doing his job as a DLO.
He organised the barbecue for volunteers.
But I appreciate that these public servants are providing their advice, and that's exactly what I expect them to do and continue to do.
Minister, you posed in a photo with Anthony Albanese after the election with Kieran Ash. You posted love hearts, emoji love hearts on his LinkedIn when he joined your office. Why were you celebrating when he joined your office with emoji love hearts?
Were you really going to talk about social media posts?
Well, yeah, we are, because this is public money, Minister. You may not choose to understand this or appreciate that you need to be fulsome in your evidence.
Media posts?
We actually do, Minister, because what we'd like to do, and I know where you're going, but my question is to you about a very serious matter about misuse of taxpayer funds. This is not a joke.
Yeah.
This is very serious, and that's why we're asking these questions. We would like to understand how you can tell this committee.
My social media is about engaging with the community, about public transport.
So love
and
hearts for
yes,
Kieran Ash.
Engaging with public servants that serve this government. It's not about photos of fresh produce, for example.
Minister, your Chief of Staff knew, your Deputy Chief of Staff knew, the Department knew, the Premier's office knew, and you are saying you did not. Is that your evidence?
A point of order has been taken by Dr. Kane again.
I would just note that I have lost a little bit of count, but I think we're well into double figures of the exact same question being asked, which I know is within, certain rights, or latitude of the chair, except that it's really becoming badgering now. The Minister has answered the question on multiple occasions, and I'd ask that you ask the...
Thank you. Yeah, I'll uphold the point of order at this time, just to remind the member to treat witness with respect, and of course they are able to answer the question any way they see fit, and perhaps direct the member to
Minister, the evidence
go on a new
before this.
direction.
Thank you. The Minister, the evidence before this committee today is that the Department knew, your Chief of Staff knew, your Deputy Chief of Staff knew, the Premier's office knew, and you are seriously telling this committee that you did not know Kieran Ash was undertaking political work.
I've answered that question, but I would also say that it is appropriate to seek clarification. It's appropriate for public servants to seek clarification from the Chief of Staff, and that assurance was given. Now, I reject your characterisation that somehow everyone knew. I reject that characterisation of his work. As I have said, my engagement with this public servant was in line with his role as a DLO.
So you've got the Acting Secretary Howard Collins raising concerns, you've got Kieran emailing the Premier's office, your Chief of Staff signed documentation and was aware, your Deputy Chief of Staff was aware, and you are seriously saying that all these people knew what Kieran was doing and you did not.
Natalie. This is it. This is the whole thing.
I reject the characterisation that you are making of the DLO's work, and I reject the assertion that somehow there is some grand conspiracy here. I reject that assertion. What I respect is public servants doing their job. They did their job.
Do you respect the Ministerial Code of Conduct and the requirement for you to comply with it?
Oh, this is rich.
Absolutely.
And have you complied with it?
Yes.
Did Mr Ash advise you on the independent bus and train review, or was that a different advisor?
I'm sorry, would you repeat your question?
Did Mr Ash, Kieran Ash, advise you on the independent bus and train review, or was that a different advisor?
Look, I can't recall a range of people have been involved in dealing with a range of issues that our government has confronted, including the massive maintenance backlog across our train network. It's one of the reasons why we commissioned the independent Sydney Trains Review, because passengers have lost confidence in public transport, and in the month of March alone, the train network ground to a halt multiple times, including on election day.
Thank you.
So,
It's a
of
fair
course,
question,
in
though.
coming into office, we commissioned independent reviews to assist us to meet those challenges, because people want to know
Thank you.
that they can get home on time to pick up their children.
Over 30 reviews, I think, actually being undertaken by your government at the moment, but I'll move on. Did Mr Ash advise you, or did another advisor advise you on the independent bus and train review?
Firstly, the independent train review
I'm not asking
is
about the
being
review.
undertaken by Carolyn Walsh, the
Thank
chair
you.
of the
I'm
National
aware of the
Transport
review, Minister.
Commission,
Please answer the question.
along with a panel of independent
I know what the point of order
experts.
is going to be, so just let the Minister answer the question you've just asked. Continue.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I have engaged with multiple public servants and staff about this review, because it is absolutely critical work of our government to understand how we can improve the reliability of our public transport network, and in particular the Sydney Trains network, because we know if it is not functioning well, our city doesn't function well.
Thank you, Minister. We are aware of those things and aware of the review, so thank you for that. We were just interested in which advisor was advising you on them, but you can't seem to recall. Is that a correct characterisation of your evidence? You just don't know who advised you on it?
Is there a question?
Yeah. Do you know who advised you on the independent bus and train review?
And I have answered that question, and I have said...
Which advisor, Kieran Ash or another?
The independent Sydney Trains review is undertaken by a panel of experts,
Not the review, Minister, your office.
And I have been advised on that review as it takes place. I've already received the interim report and released it. Subsequently received further advice from the independent Sydney review, the independent Sydney Trains review.
Thank you.
And I am being advised by both public servants and my minister's office as is appropriate.
Thank you.
Because every single day I am focused on the issues that matter to the passengers that rely on our public transport system. We're talking about a Sydney train system that carries over 1 million passengers each and every day.
Chair, I'm going to redirect now because I have limited time.
I am
appreciate
focused
that,
on
Minister,
ensuring
but you are
that
not.
it works.
Thank you. Why then was Mr Ash, as a public servant, listed as a key contact for the Labor caucus concerning the bus and rail review on behalf of your office?
Look, firstly, in relation to the allocation of tasks or responsibilities across the office, those are managed by my Chief of Staff. I think it's understandable that with huge challenges in front of us, and yes, you've alluded to the train mess that you left us, that's one of the challenges that we confront. But those allocations of responsibilities are dealt with by my office as is appropriate. I don't run the administration of my office.
So you don't know who's advising you on each of these policy areas. You don't know what's going on in your office. You don't know that he was the key contact for the Labor caucus on behalf of you on bus and rail review. Pretty big issues. It's everyone else's fault but yours, isn't it, Minister?
As you would know, Natalie, as a former minister, there is an extraordinary amount of work that goes on in a minister's office. It is a fast-paced environment dealing with many issues, short-term, long-term, issues of the day, ensuring that our public transport network is operating, and we know that there are challenges that we confront on that each and every day. Now, it is completely unreasonable for you to expect me to be across every single email or detail of the administration of my office.
But
no minister, no CEO, no boss would be aware of that. Processes are in place to ensure that those things are managed. And in my office, the administration, including the allocation of tasks, responsibilities, the management of the daily workflow and processes was dealt with by my Chief of Staff.
Yeah, I do know how a ministerial office works, and what we do expect you to do, Minister, is be accountable for the use of taxpayers' money in your office. That's what people do expect.
Is there a question?
You can't seem to tell us who is advising you or what's going on in your office or how these taxpayer dollars are being used. That's correct, isn't it? You just don't know.
What is your question?
Do you know what advisors were advising you in your office on each policy area? Or do you not?
I have answered that question.
Well, you haven't.
Minister, can I ask you this? Did you request Kieran Ash be assigned to your office?
No, those arrangements, as I've outlined previously, the arrangements of both personal staff and public servants seconded as DLOs, those arrangements were managed by my Chief of Staff. That is my employment function.
Did you have any conversation with your Chief of Staff in relation to this?
My employment function is delegated to my Chief of Staff.
Did you have any conversations with Mr Gartrell about Mr Ash being engaged in your office?
No, he managed those arrangements.
But did you have any conversation with him?
Not that I recall, no.
But you may have?
Not that I recall.
You may have?
Not that I recall.
But you're not denying that you may have had a conversation.
As I've said, Damien, these arrangements were managed by my Chief of Staff. I think we also need to remember that the transition of government is a very busy, fast-paced time where, unlike the United States of America, for example, we don't have a transition period. We are required, as you would appreciate, Damien, that you were a minister, that you are required to set up your office almost overnight. Now, those arrangements, including the liaison between the department and my office, was managed by my Chief of Staff. That's appropriate and completely, I'm sure understandable to you and to the committee.
They are understandable. You'd appreciate that there is a process for the engagement of DLOs, and a specific request may be made for the engagement of a specific DLO. Are you aware that might well have been in Mr. Gartrell's mind?
I've made public comment in relation to these issues, and I'm happy to reiterate that for the committee now, and that is to say that I acknowledge that the practice of requesting particular DLOs may have contributed to a blurring of the lines here, and that's one of the reasons why I have absolutely said that practice will not continue in my office. I am taking this opportunity to reset my office. I acknowledge that we could have done things better, but we were setting up an office rapidly. I think I was impatient to get on with the job, and my Chief of Staff was putting that office together quickly to make sure that we were dealing with the challenges that, as a new minister, you are immediately responsible for. And we know that there were many big problems across the transport portfolio. In every single mode of public transport, we have a challenge, and that's what I was focused on at that time.
Thank
and
you.
that is what I am still focused on each and every day.
Thank you. Do you accept that 3 DLOs were requested from your office specifically with known labour lengths? Do you accept that?
As
It's
I've
not a
said,
crime.
those
That's correct.
arrangements were managed by my former Chief of Staff, and as I have answered to previous questions, some of those DLOs were known to me or to my office, and I have acknowledged...
You're his boss, Minister.
I have acknowledged that
You're his boss. The
requesting
answer's to you.
particular I have acknowledged that requesting particular DLOs, while not against the rules, may have contributed to a blurring of the lines, and
So
it's
who's
not
the
a
minister here? Is
practice.
it
Order.
Scott Gartrell or you?
Order.
Who is the minister? Who's
Ms.
running
Ward,
this?
okay, you'll get your time later. Crossbench questions, Mr. Mark Banasiak.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just pick up where we left off, Minister. So you say that we had to pay out $46 million. That was the payout for the contract if we abandon it. But we have Randwick Council passing a motion on the 28th of March asking you not to proceed with construction, and construction didn't begin until July. So there's a 4-month window there where we could have actually maybe reduced our payout cost. What would have been the payout cost if we had actually acted promptly in March when you came to power and stopped this project?
Look, I completely appreciate your concerns here and acknowledge the motion from Randwick Council and the engagement of local community in this issue.
You didn't respond to
and
it.
it has been long running. My office was engaged in relation to this issue very early on in the new days of the government, and I was advised that the cost had already escalated at that time. I think in my previous answer I made clear that cost had already gone up by $13 million. I want to assure the committee and you, Mark, that we asked all the questions that the community would expect us to ask, and the advice that I was provided made clear that it was simply too late to cancel the project, given, well, the cost.
You cancelled other projects that were just as deep in the hole because you didn't see them as worthwhile. You've admitted that this is a bad project. In June you talked about it being a 333% increase in cost. Are you familiar with the term sunk cost fallacy, Minister?
$46
Are you
million.
aware of that term?
This was the advice that I was provided, Mark, and I want to make clear that we interrogated it completely.
Are you aware of the term, though, Minister? Where an individual or organisation keeps ploughing ahead even though the benefit of actually continuing isn't there either. Because we now have a $78 million ferry wharf with no public ferry service.
I acknowledge that. I acknowledge that, and
It's the epitome of white elephants.
Look, I acknowledge that. Ultimately, decisions, sometimes decisions are 50-50. And this one, the evidence in front of me was cancel it for $46 million and cost an estimated 162 jobs, or proceed with the project and get the best value that we possibly can out of it. And I want to make clear that, look, I acknowledge all your concerns and the community concerns, but my ambition here is to ensure that that the cost does not further escalate, that we get a wharf that enables recreational users to access it, to drop off and pick up, that fishers are able to use it. I would also say that we are engaging with National Parks and Wildlife Services and indeed First Nations landowners to ensure that this investment can deliver benefits for the community. So we are doing our best to ensure that we get value for the taxpayer for this project, but I acknowledge that sometimes when you inherit these challenges, they are difficult problems to confront.
In 2021. You knew these challenges in 2021. Michael Daly was very aware of these challenges in 2021. You've had ample time to establish that this was a dot of the project. The Treasurer was in estimates for 4 years, sitting here listening to me highlight how much of a dot of a project it was. And then you've got your federal counterpart in March, where am I looking at here? June this year, talking about how good a project it is and how it's nature positive. I don't know how ripping up environmentally protected seagrass is nature positive. You can't honestly sit here and tell me that you're making the best out of a bad decision when, to me, it looks like you're complicit in this bipartisan agreement to pursue a DOD project that's costing us $78 million and not delivering anything. It's not delivering a public ferry service. Okay, some people might be able to put up a boat against it. The designs show limited access for recreational fishing. You're going through a recreational fishing haven that cost us $20 million to buy commercial fishermen out. Like, how do you respond to that, Minister? To me, it seems like there's bipartisan agreement to pursue this project.
I completely understand where you're coming from, Mark, and I would say, I guess, in response to your question, that look, the difference here is that we weren't in government in 2021, and if we were, I suspect we would have been able to manage this project in a different way. But that's the nature. That's the nature of changes of government. And what I have done is, now that I've inherited this project in the state that I inherited it in, I've made clear to the department that the focus must be on delivering the remainder of the project without additional cost overruns, that we do it in an environmentally sensitive way, because I acknowledge the concerns in relation to seagrass and other sensitive wildlife in the area, that we respect and ensure that users are considered, that they can access this facility, and that Transport for New South Wales works with the National Parks and Wildlife Service and with First Nations landowners across the precinct to ensure that the investment delivers benefits for the community. That, in the end, we want to make sure that the community gets a value here.
Have you done any work to quantify the value that it will deliver in its current state?
I'm not aware of the specific pieces of work that might have been done. Secretary, do you have any further information on that?
Mr. Murray, do you have a dollar figure as to how a ferry wharf without a public service ferry, how much value that will deliver the community?
No, I'm happy to take that on notice in terms of the assessment there. I certainly have viewed the progress of the current constructions, as I know our Coordinator General has in the last week, and engaged with some of the stakeholders.
Minister, do you see the irony or hypocrisy when you talk about protected seagrass, when you have the two two of the biggest supporters of the project, then receiving grant funding. Well, prior to receiving grant funding, they're out there saying, oh, there's no issues with the seagrass. And then they receive grant funding from your department to run a research project on how they can protect and retain seagrass in that area. Do you see the irony or the hypocrisy in providing a grant to Professor Vergis and the Gamay Rangers to do this research when they're the ones that said, no, there's going to be no issues with protected seagrass, but now they're saying, well, give us money and we'll tell you how we can protect the seagrass that we're ripping up and destroying.
Look, I appreciate your views in relation to work done and engagement undertaken. I'd again refer to the Secretary for further
Mr. Collins,
information.
you're shaking your head as if you disagree. You don't see the irony in that?
You and I have had many a conversation about this, Mr. Benaziak. I appreciate your views, and I certainly remember my days of training about sunk costs. But I do believe, and having been there on Friday and having examined the site, having seen what has happened, that whilst in the short term it may feel that there was no choice for the Minister, which is the case, 46 million was going to be the price that we'd have to pay, making a good deal out of this. The seagrass and the fish are alive and well. In fact, we've covered up a pipeline which was installed in the 60s, which was ripped through the seagrass by previous building of a huge oil terminal, if you remember, is right next door.
Yeah.
And we've planted more seagrass than there was before.
Mr. Collins, do you stand by your department's decision to award a contract to McDonald Dowd 9 months before you even received federal approval? And the then Transport Secretary at the time said that that was highly unusual and wouldn't normally be done. If we hadn't signed the contract before we had federal approval, we probably could have saved this government $48 or $46 million. Would you agree?
There was significant delay by the federal government providing the information. We were promised it on several occasions. I think it was a 9 months delay, but I would say I do.
If you don't have that approval, you don't sign the contract. Even the former Transport Secretary admitted that was highly irregular.
This project was actually part of national parks. It wasn't something that we came up with. It was part of a project to improve that area. And I think the other thing, which I feel is a little bit disrespectful for those Aboriginal people who've supported this project, to call it a dog of a project. I really believe this is a project which, in the long term, if you want to come down and stand on the wharfs, there are two of them, will be a benefit. The government made the right call to continue and not waste 46 million.
Thank you, Mr. Collins, was it?
It is, yes.
Yes. Thank you. I just wanted to go back to Sydney Metro and just ask about the Mr. Regan. I understand a fraud and corruption investigation unit was established at Sydney Metro. When was that?
I can't recall exactly when. It's within the last couple of years.
Yeah.
But I'm happy to take on notice precisely.
So it's April 2022 in questions provided.
Yes, I think that would be about
notice
right.
To the
that's correct.
Public Accountability Committee. Why was it established in 2022? Why was the Fraud and Corruption Unit established? Who suggested it? Why was it established at that point in time?
So obviously we take our obligations very seriously and ensuring that not only do we operate commercially with high degrees of probity, but we have the ability to deal, as we're required to do under various legislation, with any complaints or concerns that any of our staff have. We have a broad-based department that covers legal and integrity areas, which includes internal audit, corporate investigations and fraud and corruption prevention. And we felt it is appropriate, given the growing scale of Sydney Metro, to have a dedicated focus on fraud and corruption prevention and training and the ability to investigate issues that may come up from time to time. Transport for New South Wales has something similar.
Thank you.
So we've put that in place simply to ensure that we have the appropriate integrity functions.
And so complaints received before that in relation to any allegations of potential corruption, what happened to those?
So do you mean Beforehand?
Yes.
Yeah, so if they hadn't been investigated within Sydney Metro, they would have been investigated at Transport for New South Wales or at ICAC if appropriate.
Okay. So with the fraud unit, how many investigations have been undertaken within Sydney Metro, formal investigations into allegations of whether it's maladministration, corruption, poor behaviour, whatever? How many investigations have been undertaken so far to date?
Could I take that on notice as to the number of investigations? I'm happy to come back with that. I just don't have that number with me.
So let's put it a different way. How many of the investigations that have been undertaken by the fraud unit have provided you with a report or a briefing note about the outcome?
Well, all of the investigations that are undertaken conclude with a report, and they determine whether or not the allegations were substantiated or not substantiated. You asked the question earlier, and I can confirm that there is no evidence that we have seen in terms of the investigations that have been undertaken or that we're aware of around contractor pricing information moving from one tenderer to another. So that has been investigated, and those allegations were not substantiated.
So that's one investigation that has taken place around the allegations. In some ways, I assume what you're talking about is the allegations of the directors who were professional service contractors.
Yes, I was referring to your previous
Is that what you
question,
mean?
correct, yes.
So that's been undertaken, and when did that complete? When did that investigation completed?
So there's been a number of investigations. I can't comment on the specific investigations themselves, but the issues that were raised and in the media were not new issues. They had already been investigated, and no evidence was found to support them.
Okay, so Sydney Metro has undertaken those investigations. Since that, these allegations, facts actually, have been covered by the Sydney Morning Herald, discussed extensively as well in the inquiry that the Public Accountability and Works Committee is being undertaken. Are you telling me, it might go to you, Mr Murray, or Minister even, that since those allegations have occurred, that nothing has happened within Sydney Metro to further investigate what I understand are more allegations that have arisen?
Well, if I could say, we are required to investigate any allegations that are made around behaviour. We do those on a protected basis, so we don't prejudice the
So is there another investigation ongoing now then?
You'd appreciate, I can't comment on the individual investigations. What I can confirm is that after those reports, we did want to ensure that we are fully comfortable that there are no examples where things historically, legacy issues are outside of policy, and so we continue to do that. We are doing a full review of all of the professional service contract investigations.
So can I just check in terms of one investigation that I understand is occurring as a result of the Upper House's call for papers, which we got a partial return from Transport for New South Wales on, and I certainly hope they'll return all of the documents that they need to. But at this point, I have an email that is from the 13th of September that is from the Senior Manager, Corruption Assessments and Investigations, that talks about a draft investigation scope. This is in September. And then another email that is from the Director, Workplace Conduct Investigations, that says that there are a number of engagements for pro consultants in 2021. I think 2 years would be sufficient to pull together a spreadsheet of that engagement. So that does sound like, just to be clear, that there is an investigation that has been a scope of an investigation. An investigation is currently underway into the tenders that the companies of, or the tenders of James Hayward, Paul Rogers and Barry McGrattan. It sounds like that that's what this investigation is, if they're looking into pro consultants.
If I could just confirm, and I'm sure you'll appreciate, I can't comment on the specifics of individual investigations and whether they are happening or not happening without potentially prejudicing those investigations. So the particular allegations made around the consultants you mentioned were investigated and no evidence was found to support those allegations. We have put in place an additional review and we continue to investigate as we're required to do any material that is brought to our knowledge that suggests inappropriate behaviour or contracting. So we do investigate, and when those investigations are completed, there is always a report. In some cases, we request Transport for New South Wales to undertake the investigation. In other cases, as required under Section 11 of the ICAC Act, we refer it to ICAC for consideration. So we do take it very seriously. I can't comment on the specifics of things that are either under investigation at the moment or that involve individuals, but certainly those allegations have been looked at more than once, and we have not found evidence to support them.
So, Minister, in terms of you being the Minister responsible for what is occurring at Sydney Metro, do you think it's acceptable that there are a number of, I think there's 8, people who are engaged as professional service contractors within Sydney Metro who are in senior positions who have their own companies who they then tender to Sydney Metro for millions of dollars worth of business and often get that business, win those tenders. Do you think this is acceptable?
Well, firstly, I think the CEO has answered that the matters that are of concern are being investigated and the process for that.
I'm not sure we got that actually
I
from
guess,
his
look,
evidence.
I would say my clear expectations are that Metro is transparent because taxpayers need to have confidence that they are getting value for money, and that that's one of the reasons why not only are we undertaking the independent Sydney Metro review, but also that I have directed Metro to assess its contracting and to tighten up its hiring practices. And I outlined earlier the measures that are in place in the interim period while that review is occurring. My expectations are that any issue that is raised, including those ones that have been reported on, that you are raising, that the CEO has addressed, are investigated, and that the appropriate referrals occur if necessary.
So thank you. So can I just check when you're referring to a review, Mr. Regan, is it the same review into the wide-ranging review into Sydney Metro, or are you saying there's a separate review into the way in which Sydney Metro works and deals with tenders, the way in which directors are employed? Is it a separate review to the...
Yes, it is a separate review. It is looking at...
Who's undertaking it?
So that is being undertaken internally within Sydney Metro. It is looking at, in multiple phases, all of the professional service contractors, their contracts. We're looking at the value for money and the longevity of those contracts, and reconsidering the need for contracts, particularly those that are longer term contracts or that have involved parties who've been contracting in different capacities to Metro for a long period of time. We take really seriously.
Thank you, that's fine. And if you could please just provide on notice who's undertaking in terms of the names of the people within the company. I think you'll understand, the agency, I think you'll understand that's important here. Who's undertaking that internal review?
Answer the review. I can answer that. The Executive Director, People and Culture, the Chief Financial and Commercial Officer, and myself.
Okay, thank you. Actually...
2 minutes.
Oh, we've got 2 minutes, yes. Questions from the opposition.
Minister, in relation to Mr. Gartrell, was it you who engaged him as your Chief of Staff?
Yes. I've known Mr. Gartrell for many years, including when we worked together in the now Prime Minister's office when he was the former Minister for Transport and Infrastructure.
Yeah. And you say that at the time that you engaged him, you had a conversation with him in relation to the longevity of that employment?
Yes. Mr. Gartrell is semi-retired. As he's shared with committees before, he has a range of other pursuits, including raising goats. I think it involves llamas as well, maybe alpacas. His intention was never to stay more than a couple of months, and definitely not beyond the end of the year. But look, I thank him for the work that he did. He offered his resignation, and I accepted it last week.
So his decision to resign was it as a result of the information he had received in respect of Mr. Kieran Ash and in respect of the work which Kieran Ash had been doing in your office?
Mr. Guttrell offered his resignation. I accepted that resignation.
Did you have a
last week.
conversation with him at the time as to the reason why he was resigning?
Yeah, I'm going to take a point of order. That last question was asked after the time.
No, so sorry, I'm doing the time. It's fine. We gave them they had a minute. It said a minute. No.
It's contrary to the resolution of the House.
No, excuse
Chair,
me, Anthony. No, I'm sorry, and I should have got the timer. I should have got them to put on another minute, but I didn't. But I was ready to at 10:45. No, we are doing according to the House resolution.
To hear opposition or.
It's only 10:45 now.
Exactly.
Right.
Now
That's
we're going to
right.
go to
At that
questions.
point, it's government question time.
Now.
The resolution does not
Running
permit.
a protection racket.
The 10:45 ticked over.
Yeah, it
before-
just
after
ticked
the
over
question.
as he was asking his question, which is usual. Anyway, we are coming back after the break. We'll go to the government now for questions. Let's just do that.
Can the Minister just answer the question that I did ask him?
We'll come back. No, I think look at this point we can come back after the break, and you'll get first round.
rules that apply to you.
Any questions from government members? Okay, we have an early 15 minutes, so we'll see you back at 11:15. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back. We'll proceed straight to questions from the opposition. Mr. Damien Tudor-Hope.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, you'll recall I asked you a question just before the break, and I'm sure you've had a chance of thinking about the answer to that question. What conversation did you have with Scott Gartrell when he offered you his resignation?
I accepted the resignation. And as I've shared with this committee before, I'm very thankful for Scott's work in government, and I recall that I made remarks to that effect.
Did you? Was there any other reason offered why he was resigning when he did?
As I've said, I received his resignation and accepted it.
But Minister, this defies credibility a bit. In a week where the decision-making in relation to the performance of what a DLO in your office was doing in relation to political material, your Chief of Staff resigns. Are you seriously telling us that in relation to that resignation, there was no discussion in respect of the issues relating to that DLO? You seriously selling us that?
I'm not going to recount details of a private conversation. What I have, and I'm happy to convey to you and to this committee, is that Mr. Gartrell offered his resignation and I accepted it. And I have also conveyed my appreciation of his work for both to me and to the government.
So the answer you are expecting us to receive today for the purposes of this committee is that the conversation relating to his resignation is a private conversation and did not contain anything in relation to Mr. Ash.
So you were listening?
I'm not going to elaborate further on a private conversation.
And that's the problem, isn't it, Minister? Because in fact what you have done here is Mr. Gartrell has become the scapegoat for the performance of this DLO.
Well, I reject your assertion there, and I have made very clear, both in my public comments and my comments and evidence to this committee today, that as soon as emails from the public servant that you raise were brought to my attention that are of concern, that may have blurred the boundary between his private political views and his role as a DLO, as soon as those emails came to light, I referred them to the department for investigation. That's the appropriate course of action.
When you referred them to the department, who did you refer them to?
My Chief of Staff wrote a letter to the Secretary.
The Secretary who was your Labor mate who you appointed?
Oh, come on.
I reject that assertion.
Well,
my name is on the door as the Minister for Transport. Josh Murray's name is on the door as the Secretary for Transport.
Would you accept that?
I appreciate you don't like that, Damien, but
Minister,
they are the facts.
Minister, would you accept it's a bad look for having your Secretary investigate an issue relating...
Order. Let the member continue.
That it's a bad look in relation to your Secretary, who was under a cloud in relation to the manner in which he was appointed, investigating the political activity of one of his staff members.
Firstly, I reject your characterisation, and I appreciate that's your view. However, the facts are, I'm the Minister, he is the Secretary. Secondly, it is absolutely appropriate that issues in relation to a public servant's employment obligations be investigated by their employer. Now, also, let's be very clear here, that investigation is not being undertaken by Mr. Murray, it's being undertaken by the Chief People Officer and the General Counsel, as would be appropriate. And I'm happy to pass to the Secretary for further details about that.
No, we know what that is. It's your Labor donor mate investigating your Labor
donor mate. Well, that's your grab for TV. I appreciate that, Natalie, but that's not the facts.
Kieran Ash make donations as well. Kieran Ash make
I can't hear
donations
anything.
as well.
You want to take up your time by doing that,
up,
that's fine. You keep going, Natalie.
Off you go. Isn't it?
Okay, order. We do have a point of order that's been taken, surprisingly, about that exchange.
Thank you, Chair. My point of order is this. Under the resolution of the House in relation to procedural fairness for witnesses. All witnesses, including this minister, must be treated with courtesy and
Sure.
respect. Making comments that cast aspersions on the minister's character instead of the proper process of simply asking questions is out of order, and it should be ruled so.
Yeah, thank you. Look,
To the point of order,
Mr.
the
Dio.
Shadow Minister should withdraw the assertion. It's not appropriate to use this forum to make those kind of characterisations
And you are
of another
deliberately
member of
wasting
the
our
House.
time. Can we move on, Chair?
Well, then you should probably think about, the way you're engaging in the inquiry.
Thank you. If you could just direct your points of order through the chair, I'll uphold the point of order in terms of treating witnesses with respect while acknowledging.
move on.
I think both
wasting
sides
time.
are able to handle things pretty well by the looks of it. So let's just keep
The
going
member
and see
should
how we
withdraw.
can.
The member should withdraw the
So,
comment.
just, Minister, I'll just finish with this, and I just want a yes or no answer if possible. Did you ask Mr Gartrell to resign?
No, I did not
Thank
ask
you.
Mr Gartrell to resign. He offered his resignation and I accepted it.
After a conversation with him.
He offered his resignation and I accepted it.
Thank you.
Will you assure this committee that Mr Gartrell will not get a payout given he's resigned?
I took that question on notice previously. You've asked me, I think, 3 times now. I've said I'll come back to the committee about that.
And just to be clear, Mr Murray was a donor to your campaign, a small donor, but he was a donor nonetheless. That's correct, isn't it? It's not offensive. That's a fact, isn't it?
What is your question?
It's not offensive. It's a fact that Mr Murray, your appointment, your choice for secretary, was a donor to your campaign. That's correct, isn't it?
Well, firstly, these issues have been canvassed widely
Yes or no?
by an inquiry and in the public in relation to his appointment. That process was undertaken by the Department of Premier and Cabinet in conjunction with my office, and the appointment was made by the Acting Secretary of the Premier's Department, Mr Peter Duncan.
But this is your first opportunity of answering questions, Minister. You'll appreciate that, won't you?
Well, if you'd like to ask me questions
Well, we
about
are.
the
We are.
process,
We
I know
are.
you're making a series of assertions, and I reject the way that you are
So you say
asserting
he's not
them.
a donor?
Well, these issues have been canvassed previously.
But yes or no? He was
and
a donor or he
the process has been interrogated by an inquiry, and I have answered questions about this both in the Parliament and in public forums, and I reiterate that process was a proper, robust process which was undertaken by the Department of
Ms.
Premier and
Haylen,
Cabinet, which is appropriate.
Thank you.
Now,
Ms.
I
Haylen.
appreciate you don't like the outcome, but that process was interrogated by
Minister,
an
I'll
inquiry.
redirect because
Public
you said that
servants
twice. I'll redirect the
gave up their
question.
time to provide evidence and made very clear
Thank
that
you.
that
You're wasting
process
time
was
now.
robust and
Yep, and you've said that. Thank you, Minister. So, Minister, did Mr Murray donate to your campaign?
These issues have been put on the public record previously. Yes, the inquiry received evidence from Mr Murray that he purchased a couple of tickets to a dinner some months before the election. If your questions are whether or
The
not that
answer is yes.
influenced me, if your question is whether
No,
it
that wasn't the
influenced me
question.
in my advice to Mr Duncan about Mr Murray, then the answer is no, and that is a ludicrous assertion.
The
I know where you're
Secretary-
going with this, Natalie. I know where you're going with this, and
Well,
these
Joe.
issues have
Well,
been
Joe.
dealt
That'll
with
be Minister,
ad
thanks.
nauseum,
Thank you.
and
She's
I
opened
have
the door.
answered these questions in the public
Thank you.
domain previously.
Were you aware Mr Murray attended your fundraising event, your fundraising dinner?
I am aware that, as this committee is aware, as we have answered both questions here in the Parliament, Mr Murray has given evidence
I'm
to
asking
confirm.
you, Minister, because you haven't attended previously. This is the opportunity to ask
Irony of
you.
you going conflict of
Order,
interest.
order. Just allow the minister to answer the question, and everything will be okay.
I might phrase it this way. I might phrase it
She
differently.
was responding. If you just maybe let
you.
the minister answer, continue.
These issues have been well canvassed. It is well known that Mr Murray purchased a couple of tickets to a dinner some months before the election. Those issues are not related to the appropriate, robust process that occurred for his appointment. They have been well canvassed before. I am more than happy to take questions today about transport matters because I believe that's what
Well, we have
people
lots of questions. We'd like the
actually
opportunity to
care
ask them.
about, and whether or not their train, bus, ferry, light rail is going to turn
Thank you.
up on time.
Minister, thank you for that diversion. So when did you become aware that questions were being asked about Mr Ash and his employment?
Back to this old chestnut.
I've answered these questions previously, and
All right, thank you.
I've
can
answered
give you
these
some other
questions
questions if you want,
previously.
though.
I'm
Chair,
happy
ask
to
you to draw
reiterate
members
I'm happy to
to order.
reiterate for the committee that my dealings with the public servant
Yep, you've said
were
that,
in
thank you.
line
Well,
with
if you ask
their
the
role as a
question-
DLO and
Order.
what a
I had little bit
DLO
of
should
latitude
do.
there, but
Thank you. Minister, I have a new line of questioning. I'd appreciate the opportunity to put them to you. So I have a new line of questioning. I'll preface it that way, without the commentary of those running interference. In May, concerns were raised by the Department of Transport to your office. That's correct, isn't it?
Well, public servants have answered your previous questions about that.
Just say yes.
And as I have said, I respect
say yes.
their advice, and I thank them for that, because that's what I would expect them to
Thank
do.
you. It's a yes/no answer. In May, the bureaucrats in the Public Service Transport for New South Wales raised concerns about your office. That's a yes. In the 1st or 2nd of September, a media
Sorry, I won't have
inquiry.
you. Sorry.
yeah, point of order's been taken.
They've given that evidence
Chair,
today.
my
Right,
I'll move
Ms.
on. I'll
Ward
move on.
will hear it.
My point of order is this, Chair, which is the honourable member's entitled to ask a question.
I'll move on.
Then the minister is entitled to answer it. We
Yes,
can't have a
we've been
situation
here.
where they're asking
Thank
the
you.
question
Yes, it is
and
Groundhog
answering it for
Day.
the
I'm
minister.
aware of what our point of order is, and you
Thank
know
you.
the response.
In
Let's
May,
keep-
concerns were
continue.
raised. We've established that today. It's not a trick, it's just a fact. In September, 2nd of September, a media inquiry went to Transport for New South Wales and your office concerning Mr Ash's employment. That's correct, isn't it?
So firstly, I would say public servants provided advice to my office in May, as has been canvassed, and my Chief of Staff responded to that advice. Now, in relation to further media reports, what is your question?
On the 2nd of September, there was a media inquiry directed to your office and to Transport for New South Wales in relation to Mr Ash's employment.
I don't have details or records of that inquiry, but I assume that resulted in some media reports that you're about to now refer to.
Correct?
So a media inquiry comes to your office about staff in your office and you're not aware of it. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm going to go back to my previous comments in relation to how a minister's office works. Now, I don't know how your minister's office worked,
I was aware
Natalie,
of media.
but mine
I
is
was all
a
over
very
media.
busy
That's all you care
place.
That's your job.
That's all
A
you care
very
about.
busy place.
Okay.
Look,
That's
I
fine.
understand the media
Point of order,
reports you
Chair.
are about to refer
Order.
to canvass the matters that public servants
Okay.
previously addressed.
Thank you. I'll move on. On the 3rd of September, an article concerning questions about Mr Ash's employment is published. You're aware of that, aren't you?
Sorry, a what was
Were
published?
you aware of an article concerning Mr Ash's employment being published on the 3rd of September?
By the Sydney Morning Herald, that one?
Yeah.
Yes.
So you were aware of that one?
Well,
The media
I
article
read
about Mr
the
Ash's
media.
employment.
I read
Right.
the media. Sometimes I don't,
So you
read all
weren't-
of it and necessarily like reading all of it. But yes, I recall that media report.
Thank you. 3rd of September. On the 11th of September, Mr Ash's secondment ends. That's correct, isn't it?
Those media reports that you refer to canvassed the same information that was provided by public servants
I'll
earlier
redirect.
in this hearing and that was dealt with by my office.
I'll redirect. That question
I
was
want
not
to
about the
be very
media.
clear. I want to be very clear that those reports reflect exactly what public servants have provided as evidence to this inquiry. I respect the work that they do and value it.
That's just not correct, is it, Minister?
So
Do you want to?
I
reconsider?
respect
Do you want to
the
reconsider that
work
evidence?
that public servants do
The Daily
and value it.
Thank you. The Daily Telegraph published on Sunday, the 3rd of September. That's correct, isn't it? That was in confidential before any Standing Order 52s were issued. That's correct, isn't it?
You're referring to a series
Point of order, Chair.
media reports.
I
I
will
don't
take
have the
this point
dates
of
of,
order,
them, nor do
Minister.
I have
Minister,
the
excuse
you
me,
are
Minister,
running
order.
cover now.
Ms Wood will
Chair.
take point of order.
This is the biggest
As
protection
a
racket.
matter of fairness, if the honourable member's going to refer to an article or a document and ask for the minister to comment, a copy
Yes.
of that
Well,
ought to
there
be
is no
tabled
point
and
of order.
provided
There
to
is
the
no
minister.
point of order. I've heard it. There is no point of order. You know, it's usual practice to do that, but it's not a point of order. You don't have the document there, Ms Wood?
The Minister has said that she was aware of the document.
Yeah. Okay, continue.
Thank you. So after that, 2 Standing Order 52s were passed in the Legislative Council. What steps did you take regarding the Standing Order 52s, those documents that were called for by the House?
Look, these matters have been well canvassed. I'm not going to give evidence on public reports that were in newspapers, nor the actions of the upper house. You would be better placed to comment in relation to that.
Well, but we are here at Budget Estimates, Minister. We are asking you, this is the opportunity for you to be clear and answer these questions in evidence under oath about what steps you and your office took. The Standing Order 52s, are you seriously telling this committee that you didn't know about a call for documents about employment in your office?
I didn't say that. What is your question?
Well, please tell us what steps you took when the Standing Order 52s were issued.
Well, my office undertook processes to meet the obligations as outlined by the standing order requirements of the upper house.
Thank you.
As did
But I'm
the
asking about your
departments.
steps.
Well, that's the processes of my office.
But I'm
Look,
asking about what...
my office responded to the call for papers.
Yes.
Which is why
Thank you.
there are thousands and
Thank you.
thousands of documents available as is required
Thank
by
you.
the standing order.
Can I redirect you, though, Minister, to what steps you took? A Standing Order 52 is passed by the House, comes to your office. What steps did you take?
Well, these questions don't make any sense. I have answered that we responded to the call for papers.
Did you take any steps at all? Did you take any steps at all regarding the Standing Order 52s or the media?
Well,
Any at all?
firstly, I've addressed the media issues. All of those issues have been already canvassed by this committee and they were published in the Sydney Morning Herald. Secondly, your questions don't make sense about upper house orders. We've complied with them.
Minister, did you personally go and attend on members of the Legislative Council to discuss the terms and the terms of the Standing Order 52s?
Well, that's the business of the upper house.
No, I'm asking about you.
I think you're best placed to
I'm asking you,
provide
Minister. It is
information
your job and your
about
office and your
SO52s.
documents about your staff.
Well, my staff have spent
Did you
time
go and lobby members of the Legislative Council?
collating thousands and thousands of documents. We are meeting our obligations as required under the upper house.
Did you go and attend on members of the Legislative Council in respect of the Standing Order 52s to try and get them reduced?
My office is complying with the call for papers to the upper house, as are the relevant departments. I respect those processes and we are complying with them. In fact, we have provided thousands and thousands of documents. What I would prefer public servants and my office to be doing is focusing on the things that matter to people each and every day, and that is delivering the public transport services that people need so that they can actually rely on a service to get them to work on time, get them home, pick up their kids, actually focus on the things that matter. Now, if you have questions about those issues, I'm very happy to answer them,
Minister,
as are the excellent public servants here that dedicate their lives to delivering those services.
But you see, Minister, that's exactly the point. You would not attend the public inquiry into...
Look, I appreciate
Can
you
I finish
have
my question,
no
please?
interest in the
Can I
transport
finish my
portfolio
question?
whatsoever.
Can I finish my question?
Clearly you have no
You
interest
don't know
in the
what's
actual
going on
issues.
in your office. So, Minister, you've said you don't know what's going on with the media inquiries. You've said you're not dealing with the Standing Order 52s.
I'm more
I
than
have
happy to
a
answer
question to
questions
ask.
about my portfolio. I have answered these other questions.
It seems you don't have an interest in following the code of
I
conduct.
have,
Can I finish?
absolutely
Can I
have an
finish?
interest in delivering for the passengers
Minister, you
of
don't
New
know
South
what's
Wales.
going on in your office. You can't order standing.
Well, I don't know if you knew what was going on in your office, Natalie, but I have an interest in ensuring that the passengers of New South Wales have a public transport service that they can rely on, because under your government they didn't.
At what point will you resign,
Okay,
Minister?
Ms.
When are you
Ward.
responsible?
Ms. Ward,
when
order.
will you take responsibility?
Ms. Ward, like I think you heard me quite a few times then, and it's not okay that you continue to ask questions when I am trying to call this room to order. So you have 35, 33, 32, 31,
I have a
30
point of order,
seconds
Chair.
left, and you have a point of order.
And
You are
Chair, my
wasting
point
my
of order
time
is-
and
Well,
running
is this
points
all
of
you
order
have?
deliberately.
Order.
Well,
Ms.
the Minister
Ward,
interrupted me,
order.
Chair.
Yes,
The Minister
but
interrupted me.
you heard the calls to order and didn't listen. Let's go with the point of
Chair, as a
order.
matter of fairness, the Minister needs to be provided with the opportunity to answer the question.
Yes, I'm
without the
well
honourable member
aware
talking
of.
over her.
Yes,
And I ask you to call
I'm
the
well aware,
honourable
and
member to
clearly, yes, clearly it is not good for anybody to be talking.
You
over
requested
each
Kieran
other.
Ash, you
That's
empowered
the
him, and then you
time.
cut
Ms.
him
Ward,
loose. That's right,
order.
isn't it, Minister?
Ms. Ward,
You
order.
can't answer any questions here because you don't know what's going on in your
Okay.
office.
All right,
We would love for you to
so
run
shall we
council.
have
You're too busy
order?
appointing your
Ms.
mates.
Ward,
She
honestly,
needs to call to
this
order.
is all right. We good? You got what
she's
you
got it
needed to
great.
get,
Interrupting.
Ms. Ward?
They're
You're all
interrupting.
fine? Have you done your
no
performance?
substance. No
Okay.
substance.
The
All
running
let's-
commentary from
Well,
the
if
member
she
is
gets to do what I
extraordinary.
do,
Let's,
no substance
Dr.
at all.
Kane.
It's so
Dr.
disappointing.
Kane, you're also actually becoming somebody.
That's
Yes.
it. That's
All right. Okay. Let's ask some questions now about actual transport issues. I'll kick off. We'll go back to Sydney Metro if we can. So, Minister, I'm just after what your views are on the issues that I've raised this morning in terms of Sydney Metro and the fact that there are quite a few people employed within Sydney Metro, many for years actually in PSC roles, who have their own companies, who are then winning tenders to employ dozens of people sometimes within Sydney Metro. That's not okay, is it?
I want to make very clear that people need to have confidence in the investment of taxpayer money in
So
Sydney
how
Metro.
have you,
And-
as
and-
Minister, made it clear?
So I have directed the CEO of Sydney Metro to investigate the use of contractors, what I view as an over-reliance on contractors. As I acknowledged previously, these are projects that have a life cycle.
Thank you,
and
Minister.
that will rely on some short-term staffing arrangements.
That's right, because this is what
But-
you said the
Yep.
first time I asked the
Yes.
question. But I want to actually break it down a bit. There's contractors, and then there's the situation that we have senior people in senior management position, in director positions, who are operating their own companies. Upon investigation, it would seem that these companies are kind of established to do just this. So they get the gig with Sydney Metro and then proceed to win tenders, skim off the top of these tenders. I mean, that situation is absolutely outrageous, isn't it?
If there is a practice where
there is
these arrangements are not appropriate or above board, I would expect that they be.
When is it appropriate and above board, what I just explained?
Well, firstly, I would say the CEO has made clear that any issues that come to his attention or are referred by others are investigated, have been investigated, and reports are provided. I'm happy to hand over to Peter to
That's okay.
convey that.
We can
but
do
my
that
expectation is that any of those issues would be referred for investigation. But most importantly, that taxpayers should have confidence in the transparency of what is an expenditure of billions of dollars. And also my government's expectations that we reduce our reliance on consultants.
Isn't it? So it's also about making sure that there's value for money, right? that there's not all of these contracts out there for perhaps many millions of dollars more than what the government should be paying for them. Are you satisfied with hundreds of contractors within Sydney Metro being paid far more than what you're paid to do your job?
Look, I appreciate there are a number of specialist roles that are required to build these projects, but the government's policy is that there has been an over-reliance on consultants, and that's why we have directed that this review occur and why there are the additional protections in place while it occurs. My expectation is that there is transparency and that the public should have confidence. That's my expectation.
So is your expectation as well that people who are in senior positions within Sydney Metro should not have companies that are tendering and profiting from Sydney Metro contracts?
Look, I'm happy to pass to the CEO to provide the detail of
asking
that.
for
But
your
yes,
opinion, Minister,
well, yes,
in terms of this extraordinary cost blowout, extraordinary conflict of interest, people within Sydney Metro being in these positions as PSCs for 6 years while they are tendering and winning, bidding and winning tenders for millions of dollars worth of business, that people within Sydney Metro have raised multiple concerns about this. You're in the position now as Minister with billions of dollars of cost blowouts in Sydney Metro. Possibly there's something to look at here, and possibly that these companies, these individuals should not be able to do what they're doing. Surely that's the basics, isn't it?
Well, I absolutely acknowledge your concerns, and that people should have...
Are they your concerns?
I acknowledge your concerns, and if instances like that are occurring, well, they should be investigated, and the CEO has made clear that they are being investigated. But if there are further issues or allegations that need to be brought to my attention, I would welcome the member.
You don't think there needs to be any kind of policy or change or direction from you as Minister to say this does not cut it, this does not pass the pub test. We have people in these positions, again, you're aware of what they are, aren't you? Earning $500,000 or $600,000 a year, contracting out other individuals to also earn $500,000, $600,000 a year to do project management, interface management, third-party agreement negotiations. I mean, we're all in the wrong business sitting, well, some of us anyway, sitting around this table. I mean, it's absolutely extraordinary. It doesn't pass the pub test.
Look, I would say, as I said before, that sometimes these roles are specialist roles, but I've also said that our government's expectation is that, for example, if there is a role that lasts the duration of a project, our expectation is that those roles be undertaken by public servants, because ultimately we want to increase the skill base and create quality government jobs, and we're talking about longevity here. That's what should be occurring. Now, I want the public to have confidence, and that's one of the reasons why we have asked that this review of the use of consultants occur, but also why, on coming to government, we initiated the independent Sydney Metro review undertaken by respected professionals in the transport infrastructure sector, Mr. Mike Murdoch and Ms. Amanda Yates.
Is it usual within agencies for senior directors to have companies be directors of companies, no kind of murky links here and there that you've got to chase too much, be in senior positions and put in bids for government tenders within their own agency? Is that standard practice?
Not that I'm aware of, and I appreciate your concerns here. I'm happy to pass to the Secretary for further information.
It's not just my concerns the way you're framing that, Minister. If I just need to object to that. It's not my concern. Good, I certainly hope so.
If those practices are occurring, I absolutely share your concerns. I want to hand I hand to the Secretary for further information?
And I'm after your view in terms of setting direction and setting policy to stop what really is blatant rorting by these individuals in terms of everything I've seen in these papers and what's been reported to the media and what people are talking to me about. It's blatant rorting, and the only person that can really stop it is probably you.
Well, I acknowledge I acknowledge the interjection, which is saying we inherited a project, which is why we initiated the Sydney Metro review, which is really important. I would also say if there are concerns that have been brought to your attention that you would like to bring directly to my attention, I would absolutely welcome that. I want the public to have confidence in what is
I've brought the concerns
country's
to
biggest,
your attention,
the biggest
Minister, and
investment.
I'm asking you if there is going to be a policy change or direction. I brought them to your attention here in budget estimates.
Thank
the
you.
question is,
Thank you.
These are directors, right, who are engaged as professional services contractors, engaged by Sydney Metro on $500,000, $600,000 a year, then setting up companies, employing people through those companies, skimming 15% off the top of those, 12 people, 14 people, 20 people, all on $500,000, $600,000 a year. Do you think that's okay? And if not, how are you going to fix it?
Well, again, if those practices are occurring, they are of serious
are.
concern, because that would absolutely undermine the public's confidence and the transparency that we need when we are
That's
talking
right.
about the expenditure of billions of dollars. But I do want to hand to
Chair.
the Secretary for further information.
Thank you,
because
Mr Murray.
these are
Hopefully
serious
you've got
allegations
the
and I wanna
direction
make
or vision to put a stop to this practice. Is that
Chair, thank
hopefully
you.
what you'll say?
This is a matter that has been discussed with myself and the CEO in my time in the role. We are conscious of the pressure that the current infrastructure pipeline has on all of these specialist roles. This professional services contractors issue, and it is an issue within the industry, is not unique to government delivery.
Mr Murray, the specific issue, you know what I'm referring to here. I'm aware that there's all these employment difficulties in the infrastructure pipeline, hence the need for PSCs. Yes, I think there's way too many of them, but the specific issue I'm referring to that you're all avoiding is the fact that Sydney Metro has these senior people, senior directors, and I've said it 3 times now. Why are they able to be in those positions as PSCs for years and years, set up their own companies, and then hire people within Sydney Metro? How is that okay? How is that going to be fixed? Mr Murray, Minister, please.
Let me assure you that specific issue that you've just raised and repeatedly given the impetus to is something that Mr Regan and I have been discussing. We are concerned about it. We are concerned that the pressure on the pipeline has grown in this area of skills shortages, and it's one of the reasons why state and federal governments are currently stepping back the infrastructure pipelines to a more manageable level.
It's got nothing to do with my question. Okay, we'll go to, thank you, Mr Benaziac.
Thank you, Chair. I might just finish some questions on Camo Ferry for the moment. Minister, the former Secretary agreed that awarding multi-million-dollar contracts before federal approvals was not proper process. Do you agree with the former Secretary's decision or his comments regarding that? That's not proper process to award multi-million-dollar contracts before approvals are given?
Look, I'd have to look into those comments and the specifics of them, but obviously, you'd want to ensure that there are funding streams available and that those are locked in before you sign further contracts. However, I would say that we are currently in an infrastructure review with our federal counterparts. Sometimes they change their minds and settings. I'm not excusing the actions of the former government, but I would just provide some context to my answer to you.
So what things are you going to put in place to ensure that we don't get ourselves in this pickle again where we issue multi-million-dollar contracts for projects that don't stack up and don't have federal approval?
Look, I can't change the past,
nor am I responsible. Nor am I. Project into the
I
future.
Appreciate that. Nor am I responsible for the decisions of the former government.
What are you putting in place?
But what I am doing in relation to this project is working closely with the department to ensure that the rest of the delivery of the project doesn't incur additional cost overruns.
I'm more concerned
that we
about
are
other
delivering
projects
it
going into the future, Minister. I accept now that we're going to flog this dead horse. Other projects going in the future, multi-million-dollar contracts, are we going to sign them before we have approvals?
I would say that there are currently conversations underway with the Commonwealth Government about what projects they are seeking to fund and not. Well, no, I'm absolutely engaged with our Commonwealth partners because I acknowledge that if we're going to deliver the transport infrastructure that people need, be it a wharf, a metro line, a road, a bridge, we need to work with our Commonwealth partners efficiently. And I acknowledge that we want to make sure
Can I just
that
move
there
on to
is
another topic because you haven't really
sorry,
answered whether you don't commit to proper process. Can I talk about Glebe Cycleway? Have you provided funding to build this permanent cycleway on Bridge Road, Glebe, in the current budget?
All projects that are currently funded and underway in the active transport space are being honoured and progressed by the government.
Okay. It was a Labor election commitment to consult better or more broadly prior to any permanent cycleway being constructed on the Bridge Road in Glebe. You're aware of that election commitment?
I'd have to check that particular language for you, but obviously it's our desire to ensure that we continue to engage with stakeholders, be they community members, businesses, when any infrastructure is built, whether it's a cycleway, a wharf or a metro line.
Have you met with the community members in Glebe that are concerned about this cycleway at all? Or has your department met with them?
I understand that the department has had communications with the community members that are concerned about this. I haven't met with them personally, but I understand the department has. So perhaps the Secretary might be able to provide some further information about that consultation.
So the project team is updating community information for October and November and is making sure that we are feeding that back into the process. We'll be sending that out to all the registered stakeholders in that zone.
Have you had any personal correspondence with concerned residents, Mr. Murray?
I have. I received a number of letters from people involved in that project seeking further information and which are being responded to by our active transport team.
Would it be fair to say that some of that consultation or some of that correspondence indicated concerns about former officials of Transport for New South Wales and RMS having significant ownership in companies that received contracts for tenders in this project?
As I said, I've received a number of pieces of varied correspondence in that matter. I've referred those on to get responses to the people who've written to me about the Bridge Road cycleway. I would say that many of those letters have not been particularly friendly in terms of the way in which we engage. So there clearly is an issue in the way that the stakeholder relations have been managed with these stakeholders in the past, and that's what I've asked for information on.
I'll be more direct. Are you aware of CCHD Proprietary Limited being engaged by your department to do work on this project, given that they also are made up of former Transport for New South Wales and RMS officials?
I know these matters.
There doesn't seem a proper tender process being followed.
I'm not aware of the companies that you mentioned. I know that matters relating to the project tendering have been asked to be looked at.
So those people didn't write in a letter to you outlining these concerns about CCHD Proprietary Limited?
As I said, I've received a number of letters. I can't quote back to you exactly who's been mentioned in those letters. I know that
you want to take it on notice and see whether you have been made aware of CCHD Proprietary Limited, just to be completely honest and frank with this committee?
Rather than that, what I'd say to you is all the letters that I've received have been referred on to be fully looked at and a proper response referred back to the letter writers.
Do you think it's proper, when we talk about proper process, do you think it's proper process or good process to advertise a tender 3 days out from a state election while you're in a caretaker mode? Do you think that's good process?
Mr. Benasiak, I couldn't comment on that. I'm not aware of the timing of that detail.
Generally speaking, Mr. Murray, I'm not asking you to comment on specifics, but do you think it's good process to advertise a tender for a project 3 days before a state election during a caretaker mode, noting that one of the parties that's vying for government has said that they want to consult better on that project?
Since you've asked me the direct question, I don't believe that that is in keeping with the caretaker provision, but I'd have to seek advice about the procurement.
Have you brought the Minister to attention on any of these issues that have been corresponded to you through these community members?
No,
Minister,
I haven't.
are you aware of CCHD Proprietary Limited?
No.
No? You're not aware that they comprise of former Transport and RMS officials?
I'm not aware of those issues. I'm more than happy to seek some further information in relation to it. I would just say that these projects are ones that this government inherited from the former government. acknowledging that the cycleway on Bridge Road is a critical link on our cycleway network.
Which doesn't connect to any other cycleway on either end. I'd like to save you the embarrassment. It's not really a critical link at this point, because it doesn't link up with any other cycling infrastructure on either end. So unless the design's going to change under your government,
this government, look, putting the other issues that you've raised aside, and I will endeavour to get back to you about that, but I would say that our government is committed to improving cycling and walking connections across our city and across our state, not just in the inner city, but across regional areas as well. And I want to make sure that those investments are made and done correctly, because we know that actually everybody wins, Mark, when we get more people out of their cars onto public transport and onto safe, connected cycleways.
Are you committed to improving processes within your department? Because it's not just me that have outlined concerns about processes within your department, like obviously I have, in terms of awarding contracts without proper approvals. The Chair has raised concerns about, officials, running side businesses. I've just then raised questions about awarding, advertising tenders during a caretaker period. Like, what are you putting in place to control your department?
Well, look, I will
seems to be out of control.
I'm absolutely open to looking at issues that obviously may warrant investigation, and I appreciate these issues being brought to my attention and to the department's attention through the budget estimates process. I would say that we have a large range of challenges in transport that I have inherited, and that's why we have instituted a series of reviews to understand those and to examine them and to put in place remedies and actions to deal with them. But I appreciate that this is the forum where you can bring forward these issues, and I'm happy to take them on and address them.
When will we see those remedies put in place?
Mr Benaziac, I understand that Transport for New South Wales has offered to connect the two disparate parts of the project, as you've described them, with some additional trenching works. In regards to your concerns about the manner in which they're procured, I can absolutely give you an assurance that as that information is provided back to me, it will be explored.
Thank you. I've only got about 5 seconds, so I'll pass back to the Chair.
All right, thank you. Questions from the opposition? Mr Tudor.
Thank you. As much as you don't like these questions, Minister...
I'm here to answer your questions, Damien.
Thank you. Minister, would you agree that when the report is in fact delivered to your office in respect of the manner in which DLOs were appointed and what their tasks were, will you make that public, that report?
I'm sorry, you're asking about the investigation that the department's undertaking?
At your request.
Yes, so that report is that investigation is a matter for the department. It's regarding the employment matters of a public servant, so I'd defer to the Secretary about that process.
Well, no, I'm asking you, will you make it public?
Well, I'd take that on. I'd have to take advice on that, therefore I'd take it on notice, because we're talking about the employment arrangements of a public servant. They're obviously entitled to due process, and also I think probably some level of privacy. But again, I'd refer that to the Secretary, and happy to take it on notice.
Thank you. And you have told us, in fact, that you were aware of a media article on or about the 3rd of September, and I think there was another media article on the 13th of October, one in the Daily Telegraph, I think the Honourable Natalie Wardry referred to, and the other one in the Sydney Morning Herald on the 13th of October, and I think you would agree that you were aware of both those articles, were you not?
Well, I'm not going to give evidence about public reports. They're in the public domain.
Yeah. So, in fact, I think you made a concession that
I read the news. I read the newspapers.
Some of it good, some of it bad.
As we all do.
Indeed. So, why did you take until last week to ask for an inquiry to be done when there were clearly issues which were being raised, certainly with your department back in May, but in fact publicly in September, and then again on the 13th of October, and you waited till last week to instigate an inquiry?
Well, firstly...
In circumstances where I think you were aware of the issue.
Well, look, again, to be absolutely clear, my dealings with this DLO that I recall were all within their relevant work as a DLO. So that was my engagement with this public servant that was working in my office as seconded under their arrangements. The media reports that you refer to canvassed issues that were provided evidence to in this inquiry earlier, and those issues were addressed. And so I reject the assertion that somehow I haven't taken action, because I have taken action when emails of concern, and I acknowledge they are of concern, came to my attention that may have breached this public servant's employee obligations. I referred them for investigation. That's the appropriate course of action.
Minister, I know that's your answer, but the credibility question just arises. Like, you're the minister, there's an allegation being made in two media outlets, and the first that you actually do anything about it is when you become aware of an email, and you rely instinctively just, well, my experience is that he's doing his job, but there is certainly media which suggests that he may have in fact been breaching his obligations in respect of acting apolitically as is required by the agreement that he signed. And yet you waited until you actually saw an email. Why wouldn't you have asked the Transport Secretary immediately to investigate, to make sure in your own mind, because this could give rise to a potential breach of the Ministerial Code of Conduct? Surely you would be concerned about that.
Well, I reject your characterisation and interpretation of events here, Damien. I've answered these questions, and I have acted appropriately to ensure that if there has been a breach of this public servant's employment obligations, then that will be dealt with in the appropriate way through an investigation by his employer. That's the appropriate way to deal with these matters, and I have acted. I appreciate you don't like my answer, but I have acted, and that is my answer. Well, that's your interpretation, Damien. I appreciate that, but I have answered your question, and I have taken action. Look, I don't want to be dismissive about this, so I'm not being coy or cute here. I have taken action and referred, it's not an insignificant issue to refer a public servant for investigation by their employer, and I don't want to prejudge that investigation. That person is entitled to due process, and I've answered your question in relation to that.
I have one quick question on that, if I may, and then I'll move to something else. On what day were you told about the emails?
The emails were brought to my attention early last week.
What day?
Early last week. I can't remember exactly whether it was Monday or Tuesday, but early last week.
And by who?
By staff in my office.
Who specifically?
Staff in my office.
The
staff
title?
in my office, including my chief of staff.
So your chief of staff told you on Monday or Tuesday last week?
The emails in question were brought to my attention by staff in my office, and I took action to refer them for investigation. Sorry,
just one member of staff?
No, sorry. Can I finish my answer, please? As I said earlier, I sought advice in relation to those emails and subsequently referred them for investigation. That's the appropriate course of action. I appreciate you don't like the answer, but that's
you can see how that's a bit vague, though, can't you, Minister?
No, it's not vague at all.
Well, hang on, I haven't finished the question.
No, I reject your characterisation.
I haven't finished the question.
No, you're making commentary about my answers, and I am answering them. It's not vague at all. I am providing you with the information you were requesting.
Thank you. On that, providing the information, so you said you got advice, and then you referred it. What was the advice?
That advice is privileged, but I followed the advice and referred those emails.
What privilege applies to that advice?
Well, I think it's I'm entirely entitled to seek advice confidentially. I think that's reasonable. I'm sure as a minister you would have done the same and taken action. That's what I have done.
So you're certain that the advice is in the privilege section of the documents that will be produced?
No, I sought advice about the action that I should take.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you. In relation to the review, Mr Murray's review of this incident, you've said you won't resign if Mr Murray makes negative findings against you. What's the purpose of the review being undertaken then?
Well, firstly, I referred these emails that are of concern that may have breached this public servant's employment obligations, and I referred them to the department for inquiry, for investigation. And the Chief People Officer and legal counsel within the department will undertake that investigation and provide a resolution, provide an outcome that's appropriate, and it will be undertaken by the department. It's an employment matter. It's not Mr Murray's review, it's the public servant's employer's review in relation to their employment obligations. It's an employment matter.
Thank you. We've got that clear, and that's just Mr Ash.
Sorry, what's your question?
No, that's fine. And so, do you stand by do you stand by that process? Are you confident about the robustness and probity of that process?
Is your question implying that the Department of Transport is not going to meet their obligations in relation to their employees, some 30,000 employees that are public servants that serve the people of New South Wales?
You can see how there's concerns though, can't you, Minister, that you're asking someone to investigate?
I think your question is absolutely appalling.
You may well
Your question is implying
that's not
that
the question,
public
Minister.
servants...
Very clearly, you can see there are questions raised and some community concerns have been raised that perhaps this should go to the Public Service Commissioner, who is the appropriate independent person appointed to investigate these things. You can see how those concerns would be raised.
I have absolute confidence in the public servants that undertake their duties and will investigate this matter appropriately. It is an employment matter, and yes, it will be investigated appropriately.
But you won't resign no matter what the outcome? If there are findings that you knew about this, you won't resign?
Well, let's be very clear here. This investigation is not into my office. It is into whether or not a relatively junior public servant in a relatively small number of emails may have breached their employment obligations. That is being investigated by their employer as is appropriate. Now, I can confirm that the Secretary of Transport has also consulted with the PSC and sought advice on the matter. And I'm happy to hand to the Secretary to further add information to your question. Well, if you're actually interested, rather than just making
I've been
statements...
asking all day. I think I am demonstrated I'm very interested. The public
else.
is interested.
Absolutely
Thank you. But it's really, that's just a fishing exercise. Okay, well, we'll just see where that rolls. Ms Carroll, can I direct some questions to you, if I may? Are you aware, have you got any knowledge of the Ministerial Office ever requesting specific people to work on particular policies in the actual department other than the Ministerial Office?
Can you repeat the question for me?
Certainly. Are you aware of the Ministerial Office making a request for specific people in the department to be working on policy?
Requests were made by the Minister's Chief of Staff in relation to transport staff, not on matters of policy.
Sorry, could you say that again? Not on?
Not specifically on matters of policy.
Could you elaborate on what you mean by that? What, if you don't mean matters of policy, what do you mean?
The Minister's Chief of Staff did have discussions with Transport in relation to certain work being undertaken at Transport.
And what were the questions? Who was asked? What were they asked to do? What specifically?
The work was in relation to the transition office at Transport, and those conversations were raised with the former secretary.
Raised with the former secretary in relation, did he request specific public servants work on these issues?
With respect to the transition office, yes.
And And he requested specific public servants
Correct.
to do specific work.
Correct.
And what did he ask? So they are public service positions, correct?
There was a request made of the former secretary for a transition office to be established and for that transition office to be led by a particular transport executive.
Who was the particular transport executive requested by the Ministerial Office?
It was one of our executive directors.
May I ask you to provide that to the committee? You can do so privately. Thank you. So that request came through and you were aware of that at the time? Did you raise concerns about that?
We had a discussion when the matter was raised with the former secretary in relation to this and advice was taken on that.
And who provided the advice?
Legal advice was provided.
Why did you have to obtain legal advice?
The matter that was raised with the former secretary related to the appointment of an officer to establish that transition office. The former secretary was alive to considerations relating to the employer functions.
So to clarify that, to be clear, the Ministerial Office Chief of Staff requested the public service to appoint specific public servants to make those appointments within the GSE, within the department, to that
correct.
So-called transition office.
Correct.
There were concerns raised by the acting secretary at the time.
Not by the acting secretary.
Oh, sorry, by you. Sorry.
There was a discussion with the former secretary in relation to the request that had been put to Transport, and advice was taken.
Such that legal advice was, in your view, prudent and necessary at that time, given questions around that. That's correct.
That was a matter that was discussed with the former secretary.
Thank you.
And that course was taken.
Can I confirm that the Ministerial Office gave that direction?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Minister Haylen, were you aware of this?
Look, firstly, I'd say that I want to, again, say that here is a public servant doing exactly what their role is, and that is to provide advice, and I thank them for that and value that advice. My understanding is that subsequently a recruitment process was run to head the transition office. That advice was sought on establishing that office, and a recruitment process was run. That's the appropriate course of action. And again, I think it illustrates the value of robust
Thank you.
And frank advice from a public servant to ensure that proper processes are followed. And in this case, that is exactly what occurred.
Thank you.
A proper recruitment process was run, an appointment was made, and the transition office is a critical function within the Department of Transport, so that as our government, we can deal with the mess that we inherited across each and every. Well, I would like to actually talk about some public transport issues and the transition office that you raised. I'm giving context here. The establishment of a transition office was critical because, and remains critical because, it is the place where each of these independent reviews that are coming forward to government are then centrally dealt with and responded to. So it's actually a critical way, for us to deal with the mess that we were left.
Minister, government members will be able to ask questions, and I throw to the member to continue asking questions.
Thank you, Chair. We'll return to this in the afternoon, but just to be clear, so your Chief of Staff requested the public service to put certain people in the public service.
I've just made very clear that a proper process was run, a recruitment process, to ensure that the critical functions of the transition office were in place and continue to assist government to deal with the mess that was left.
Thank you. You said that. Can I go back to Ms Carroll, please? I have 3 minutes left. Ms Carroll, can I just be clear about that? You were asked by the Ministerial Office to appoint certain people to public service positions within the department. That's your evidence, isn't it?
The Minister's Chief of Staff raised with the former Secretary that request, and there was a conversation in relation to that request, and legal advice was taken with respect to that request.
Was the advice or the advice which or the request from the Chief of Staff, did that involve Kieran Ash?
No. Well, not to our knowledge.
Point of order, Chair. My point of order is just this. As I understand it, there was some discussion about this legal advice being privileged, and I think these questions are...
We haven't asked for the legal advice. You're just wasting our time. We've got 2 minutes.
Canvassing what the nature of the legal advice was.
Yeah,
identity isn't privileged.
I heard the point of order, and I don't uphold it. I think everybody is aware, including the witnesses, what they can and can't say in this regard, being experienced senior public servants. I'll go back to...
But we're not seeking to identify.
Minister,
Sure, just continue.
In relation to the appointment of Josh Murray, and I'm sorry it's come, and your Transport Secretary, it's taken us this long to get to that issue. Did you have any discussions at all with Scott Cartchell before he appeared at the PAC committee? You didn't appear, but he did appear.
Look, I don't recall specific conversations that I had with my former Chief of Staff about it. I would say that during the appointment process, he kept me up to date, but my involvement with that process was in 2 instances. At the beginning of the process, when Mr. Peter Duncan, the then Acting Secretary of the Premier's Department, came to meet with me and my Chief of Staff about the process that was going to be undertaken. And then again at the end, when Mr. Peter Duncan contacted me with the final candidates for my consideration and feedback. That was my engagement with the process. And as I've said earlier, this process has been well canvassed, and both in the public, in the Parliament, and through the inquiry process. And I am confident in the process that was run, as are the numerous public servants that provided evidence to the inquiry.
Are you saying to us that he never told you he was going to appear before the committee? He just rocked up.
No, I knew he was going to appear before the committee.
And did you have any discussion with him about that?
Not to my recollection. He was preparing his evidence, and he appeared at the request of the committee.
Okay. All right. On that note, we go to questions from the crossbench. Ms. Abigail Boyd.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon to you, Minister.
Hi, Abigail.
I've been listening, and I heard you say that you were only aware of these emails. They came to your attention last week in relation to the Kieran Ash matter, and you then referred it for investigation. Is your evidence here today that you saw no need to investigate this issue prior to last week?
The emails that have been referred, and I want to make clear too that all of the emails under the SO52 order are available to the department for the investigation. So those emails did raise concern, and when I say raise concern, they may constitute a breach of that public servant's employment obligations, a breach of his role as a DLO under the circular. And as a result of that, I sought advice and subsequently asked that the department investigate whether or not there had been a breach or not. That is an employment matter.
Okay, what about the first set of documents that came back from the first SO52? That was the SO52 that we passed in the House on September 13. It came back in early October and clearly showed that this DLO had duties beyond their normal scope. Why weren't those emails sufficient for you to launch an investigation?
Well, I don't agree with your characterisation. And again, I would reiterate that my dealings with this public servant were within his role as a DLO. They were to do with cabinet processes. They were to do with his expertise around intergovernmental relations.
The
And I would
emails
say
showed, though, in that first SO52, the emails showed that Howard Collins was concerned. From that very first SO52, we had very clear evidence, and you and I had a discussion about this.
Well, I would
we discussed that I was willing to support, and the Greens were going to support that second SO52 on the basis that we were sufficiently concerned by what had come out of the first one. Why were you not sufficiently concerned to get ahead of the game and start the investigation then?
Well, firstly, I would say that Mr. Collins has responded to those questions here about those concerns, and they were addressed by the Chief of Staff. And those matters were handled in my office by my Chief of Staff, who holds my employment functions as is appropriate, and the daily administration of my office was managed by him. Look, I respect that public servants were doing their job.
Yeah.
And
It appears Mr. Collins was correct in his concerns.
Look, no, I think he can answer for himself and has provided evidence to the inquiry. But Mr. Collins didn't raise those things with me. He raised them with my Chief of Staff, and they were dealt with at the time.
Mr. Ash's
they were dealt with it at the time.
Was extended until, I think, April next year. There was an extension request, and that was approved. Why was he let go on the 10th of September?
Well,
7 days after the Daily Telegraph article.
All DLO appointments are temporary, and officers get the resources that they need at the time. And
were you not involved in that staffing decision? Were you made aware at all that he was going to be let go and sent back to Transport on the 10th or 11th of September, just a week after the Daily Telegraph article with these revelations in it?
Well, as I provided evidence earlier to say that these roles are temporary, they're done on the basis of the requirements of the office at the time, and employment arrangements, be they for personal political staff or for public servants seconded for the department, were dealt with by my Chief of Staff.
I have to say,
my employment function is delegated to my Chief of Staff, as most ministers would do. That's a reasonable arrangement.
But if there was a staff member who was connected to me in a Daily Telegraph article as potentially being employed in a role that was not appropriate or doing things that was not appropriate for their role, I would be taking that very seriously, and I would be speaking with whoever is responsible for staffing in my office to get to the bottom of it. Did you do that, Minister?
Well, I have taken this very seriously. When emails of concern came to my attention, I have referred them for investigation. However, I would say that the daily operation of my office, including those employment functions, was managed by my Chief of Staff,
This
as
was an issue
is
of
appropriate.
huge political risk. How would you not have called in everybody to have a discussion about what you're going to do next? Are you saying you didn't do that?
Well, firstly, as I've outlined, the operation of my office, the daily tasks, the administration, the employment arrangements are dealt with by my Chief of Staff. I'm focused on the issues in relation to public transport services, making sure that people have the services that they need.
Can I ask you which events you attended on the 2nd of June this year?
I don't have my diary in front of me, I'm sorry.
Can you tell me why your ministerial diary has not been disclosed for that period between March and June? Is it April and June? Between April and June. We've got a ministerial disclosure for before that. We've got one for after that. But when it comes to the period April to June 23, there is no publicly available ministerial diary disclosure. Why is that?
All of my diaries have been declared, so I'm happy to come back to you about that matter, but all of my diaries have been declared.
As of today, you are not listed on the website for Ministers' diary disclosures. Why do you think that is? Was it taken down, Minister? Was it ever there?
I noticed that.
No, I think it's in the previous block. That's my understanding.
So you think that it's part of...
It's in the section before.
There is one of them there from January to March 23. So are you saying that that's actually the March to June and we don't have a
Look,
January to March one?
all of my diaries have been declared. I think there might be some administrative confusion,
Okay.
but I'm very happy to get back to you about that.
If you could come back, that would be great. So from the emails that have come back from this second SO52, there's an email from Kieran Ash where he says that he's attending 2 events with you. He says, so he writes this to someone, I won't name them, but apparently in your office, saying, could you please flick me the minister's folder details for tomorrow? So he wrote this on the 1st of June. I'm accompanying her to a couple of events, so just need to get across the details. Do you remember what events Kieran Ash attended with you on that day?
Look, I don't have my diary in front of me, but I do want to make clear that that DLOs have a much wider function than just pushing paper around, and they can, in fact, I'll read from the department circular, which says DLOs are primarily assigned to perform agency contact roles supporting the relationship and communication between the agency and the Minister's office.
Yep.
DLOs may also be assigned to perform specialist advisory roles. And as I've previously outlined, my engagement with this public servant was in relation to their roles such as intergovernmental relations. And I also, just to provide this information for the committee as it's important. Now, the Transport DLO Handbook specifically says that a DLO's key responsibilities, 2.1, says attend meetings with members of Parliament and other ministerial officers, external stakeholders and government agencies as required. So that a public servant seconded to my office was attending meetings with me is exactly the kind of role and obligations that they have. Attending events is not outside the rules.
So about 5 different people have now sent me. You're right, it was appearing, I don't know where your earlier ones are, but the June disclosures are under the January to March tab. There's no disclosure at all for the 2nd of June and for those events. Why would that be?
I don't have my diary in front of me and I'm happy to get back to you about that.
I understand your point that a DLO may accompany you to provide advice in relation to a particular matter in relation to, in your case, transport. But in this case, Mr. Ash is saying he needs to get across the details. Sounds very much like he's taking information rather than giving advice. Can you honestly not remember what those events were? 2 events, 2nd of June with your DLO?
Look, again, my diary is not in front of me. Secondly, it is absolutely legitimate for a DLO to attend an event with a minister or indeed with stakeholders, talk to members of Parliament, engage in those roles. As I've made clear. Sorry?
Did Kieran Ash go to Perth with you?
No.
Did he accompany you
No.
to Perth? Did he go to Perth for any?
No.
Did any of your
Oh,
DLOs?
sorry, I don't have the diary in front of me now. It's about the ministers' meeting in Perth. No, the public servant that you are referring to did not go to
That happened on
Perth.
the 2nd of June. I don't know what
Did
happened
not
on
go
the
to
2nd of
Perth.
June.
But as I've provided evidence to this committee previously, the public servants in question substantive role was in the National Policy and Intergovernmental Relations team, and one of their core functions is to advise government on intergovernmental relations, and that is exactly what the Infrastructure and Transport Ministers' meeting in Perth is, with the Honourable Catherine King and Territory and State Transport and Infrastructure
Dealers,
Ministers.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, we'll move to questions from Mr. Mark Benazia.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, your party supported all 10 recommendations from the inquiry into land acquisitions in major public transport projects. 9 out of those 10 recommendations related directly to New South Wales Government taking action. When will we see your government implementing those recommendations?
I don't have that report in front of me.
Perhaps on
Mark.
notice, can you come back and tell us a timeline for that schedule of work?
I'm very happy to come back to you on that.
Thank you. Maybe this might be to Mr. Murray on notice. For the last 5 years, can you provide details as to how much we've spent on, I guess, legal fees or legal costs relating to land acquisition projects specifically?
I'm happy to take that on notice, and also if I could come back to you on a previous answer around the caretaker conventions that
Yes.
you asked me about. I should stipulate and correct the record that the caretaker convention does not prevent the government of the day taking action that it is already committed to. It does require it not to make major decisions or ones that are politically contentious. So that would be a matter for the government of the day to ascertain.
Okay, thank you. Minister, can I switch to maritime? How much staff does Transport for New South Wales have dedicated towards maritime FTE?
I don't have those figures in front of me. I'm happy to provide them to you.
I'll notice. Mr. Murray, you don't have those figures to hand?
I don't, but I'm sure I can get those to you very quickly during the hearing.
Excellent, thank you. If we could have that by the afternoon break, that would be really helpful. Minister, by my calculations, the Boating Now program revenue has achieved in excess of $300 million from taxpayers' money, yet only $98 million of that has ever been expended. So we're only expending 33% of the monies collected from that fund over its lifetime. Do you feel that that's a satisfactory use of funds, given that it's directly coming from recreational boat users' licences and fees, and it's meant to be supporting infrastructure for those people, and we're only spending 33% of it? Do you think that's an adequate level of expenditure?
Look, I'd have to go into the particular figures, but I would say that we have inherited another issue here from the former government in terms of the mismanagement of the Waterways Fund. The fact is that the current annual deficit that is forecast is $17.2 million by financial year 25. Now, the former government used this fund for stimulus spending. It transferred a bunch of Crown land assets into the responsibility of maritime without the appropriate financial support for the maintenance of those assets and continuation of management of them. We also have the Boating Now Fund grant program that is currently under review. So I don't have the exact figure that you refer to in front of me, but I would acknowledge that there are issues for our government to deal with in relation to this fund.
Okay, so just rewind us. I just want to clarify. So the revenue from the boating licences average around 55 million. I'm saying that my calculations about 300 million collected. You're saying the fund is $17 million in debt.
By year 25.
By year 25.
That's correct. That is largely a result of unsustainable spending by the former government and blowouts on a number of cost projects.
And spending on projects that weren't supposed to be spent on out of that fund.
Yeah, and look, I would say that your expectations are right, and so are the expectations of boat users, that their funds that their licence fees that they provide need to be spent in a responsible and sustainable way, and that's why we'll be looking into these issues. There needs to be a long-term sustainable pipeline of spending to maintain the wharves and other maritime projects, as well as build future projects that are needed. At the moment, that is the financial situation that we find ourselves in relation to the Waterways Fund.
Okay. How much money does your department receive from private moorings? I believe there's around 23,000 moorings in New South Wales. And so how much do we receive on average, and where does that money go? Does that go into the Waterways Fund as well?
I'm happy to take that on notice unless someone can provide that
people
to us
on the
at this
side.
time. Does anyone have that?
Yeah, I can give you
Mr. Collins?
Give you a bit of a rundown. You asked some questions which I can answer for you, which my colleague took on notice. There are about 300 transport maritime employees, 124 vessels.
300 FTE employees?
About 300 transport maritime employees. That I can give you whether that's equivalent full-time or breakdown if you want further detail.
When you use the term transport / maritime, are you saying that their duties are split between doing maritime
No,
work and other transport work?
It's a colloquial term. Maritime employees, which work for Transport for New South Wales. I'm reading for the text here. It says 300 Transport Maritime employees. There's a fleet of 124 vessels. We have, as you know, boating education officers, which go out and deal with a lot of education of our boating community.
If you did on notice, just give me a better breakdown of those 300 FTEs. So how many are boating safety officers? How many are in the marine infrastructure delivery office?
Boating safety officers, which do the patrols. MIDO
Yes.
as the infrastructure delivery team. Yeah, I can certainly give you more of a breakdown on that.
And whether there's any vacancies across those 300 positions?
There are, obviously, with an organisation of that size, sometimes there are vacancies, but it's a very popular job, and certainly we get a lot of high quality people who work in the industry, and certainly the delivery of some of those programs. Boating now rounds 1 to 4. 4 is out actually at the moment, as the Minister said, for applications for grants for those projects, and obviously we work very closely with the boating industry and community in that area.
When you say they're out, are you saying the funds have been released?
No, it says now the Boating Now program is currently underway. Application for grants in the unfunded round 4 will be considered post this review, so very soon.
Which is about round 4 was the maintenance program, wasn't it?
Yeah. So
which was $2 million. And my understanding, only 9 councils applied for funding, which didn't exceed around 375,000 in terms of attributed funds, which they haven't been given yet. So am I incorrect in?
We're working through those issues. I think one of the challenges we have at the moment is obviously there is a high demand for all skilled employees, particularly in marine maintenance and wharfing. And of course, you're fully aware that we have inherited a huge amount of infrastructure from Crown Lands, which we're working through at the moment, which is important. This government is prioritising on the safety of those Crown Lands, which Maritime now have the responsibility for. But there's a huge amount of work we do in a very small team, and I can tell you that even...
do you need more in your team to deliver this money quickly? Because one of the complaints I receive from fishing associations and councils is they submit the application, they don't hear anything for 12 to 18 months, they don't get any funds for around that same time. So by the time they've put a projected estimated cost or got a quote, and 2 years' time they get the money, and obviously it's all blown out in terms of costs.
One of the priorities for this government is to ensure that those timescales are improved significantly, and that we continue to engage. But I would say this team, we'd always love more staff, but this team does an amazing job from Eden to Tweed's Head. They do a professional job. And what has been good in the last year, we've seen the number of fatalities, boating fatalities reduce significantly.
I'm more talking about the grants now, perhaps on notice. Can you tell me what the average time from approving a grant to releasing monies is? And given that you want to improve that, what is your goal in terms of getting that down? What is the level that, in terms of time, that you want to get to in terms of that processing and delivery of monies?
Always happy, as you know, Mr. Brennan-Asiak, to discuss these matters. I know further items have been discussed outside of this particular
Are you happy to take
meeting.
that on notice?
Absolutely.
In the 9 seconds, right? Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll pass back to the chair.
Okay, great. All right, we'll go to split the remaining time. So questions from the opposition.
Yeah, thank you.
Wow, that's... No, we're not stopping yet. We'll keep going. Whoever's doing that.
Minister, have you travelled on the North West Rail Metro?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
3 times.
And when was the first, do you recall?
I think not long after it opened.
Well, why was one of your staff suggesting you travel on it for the first time earlier this year?
I had previously never travelled on it all the way to Tallawong.
So do you know what the BCR for that project was?
No, I don't have that in front of me. I'm happy to take that on notice.
That's okay. So, did you know what the budget for that project was?
Again, I don't have that in front of me, but again, I can provide that to you. Well, I assume, Mr. Tudor, hope you probably know it.
I have some idea.
I thought so, yes.
And you'd, of course, know what the discount rate which would have been applied to that project would have been?
I think these questions are best directed to the CEO of Sydney Metro.
Well,
Peter, if you wanted to add further.
We can explore that later on. I want to ask the same sort of questions in respect of the southwest component of that project. Do you have any idea what the BCR was for Sydney Metro Southwest?
I don't have the BCR to hand, but what I can say is that this is an important project that we're engaging with in detail, not only using the independent Sydney Metro review,
and in fact, I
but
think
also
a train ran on this morning, did it not, or last night, or it was a train that went from Tallawong to Sydney?
We're meeting some exciting milestones in the testing and commissioning phase. Yes.
So, Minister, do you know what the estimated completion date for that project is? What date?
We are in the testing and commissioning phase. 2,000 of the 11,000 hours have been completed, so still a long way to go. We are anticipating that a passenger service will commence mid next year, but obviously we want to ensure that all the relevant testing, commissioning has taken place, that it is a safe and reliable service before we press go, because the Sydney Independent Metro Review made very clear that we want to learn the lessons from the Northwest, and making sure that a service is fully ready for operation is absolutely critical. And we'll be doing that on the city section.
I want to impress upon you the importance of those questions, because we're in fact considering Sydney Metro West, of course, and do you have a figure in relation to the BCR relating to that project?
I don't have that in front of me, and it's one of the reasons
and a discounted rate that you
would
apply to that
one
project?
of the reasons why the government has commissioned the Independent Sydney Metro Review, and I look forward to informing you and everybody else soon about the future of that project.
Thank you, Minister.
Okay, we'll go to questions now from the crossbench. Ms. Abigail Boyd, do you want any mark? No, just all you, Ms. Boyd. Yep.
Thank you. Minister, I've spent pretty much every transport estimates over the last 4 years asking about the Transport Access Program. As you'll know, there was an obligation for all states and territories to make all transport accessible, fully accessible between 22 and 32, depending on the mode of transport. And we are woefully behind, and I understand that you've inherited a lot of that. But what was the decision-making process behind the merging of the Transport Access Program with the Commuter Car Park Program?
The government has an ambition not only to improve accessibility for everybody to public transport, and as you rightly point out and have been an advocate for a long time, that includes meeting our obligations under the standards, and we have a long way to go on that front. But our ambition in combining those programs and adding an additional $300 million is to do more than just a lift or a ramp, but to make those stations and transport hubs the centrepiece of the community that people want to use and work for everybody. Mm-hmm. And we're looking at how we can do that, whether it be ensuring that there are bike storage areas, for example, or places to charge your phone, the way that we could integrate with other government services, but also look at the simple, small things that actually make people take the leap to try public transport and use it again, like ensuring that there is somewhere well lit and dry to wait when it rains. It's a holistic approach that says we want to lift the standard of these critical community interfaces with public transport.
And I fully endorse that objective, but unfortunately people with disability are constantly overlooked and were constantly overlooked by the previous government. They've raised concerns, advocates have raised concerns with me about this merging that we're going to end up with. For example, targets being met in the commuter car park program being sort of celebrated while we continue to have a lack of accessibility of train stations and bus stops, etc. Did you consult with any disability advocates before making that decision to merge the programs?
I have, in opposition, I met with a range of disability advocate groups about the issues that you are discussing, which is about not only the challenges that they face in accessing public transport, including point-to-point, for example, but also issues around legibility and engagement.
But did you consult with them on this particular merger of funding?
Not in the specifics of that, but I do want to make clear that we will be providing information about the shape of that program soon, and we have an advisory council to government on these issues, and I'm happy to confirm that I will ensure that they are consulted in the development of that program. They are critical stakeholders in the expenditure of significant government money, but for a very important purpose.
Thank you, Minister. You'll be pleased to know we're out of time. Government questions? No. All right. Thank you very much for appearing.
I did have something further to add to a previous question, and that was in relation to Natalie's question that my former Chief of Staff will have any remaining entitlements paid out like any resignation, but will not receive a further payout.
Thank you, and we will see the public servants at 2 o'clock. Is that what it is? Yes. See you then. Thank you. Welcome back to our afternoon session. We have new witnesses who will be joining us for this session. I'd like to remind Ms Drover, Mr Host and Ms Webb that you don't need to be sworn as you have been sworn at an earlier budget estimates hearing. Hopefully you haven't been sworn at before this committee. Mr Wing, I understand you haven't, so if you could come to the microphone please and state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
Thank you, Chair. Anthony Wing, New South Wales Point-to-Point Transport Commissioner. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Perfect. Okay, we'll go straight to questions again if we're ready. Questions, I assume, from Ms Natalie Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Thanks, everybody, for coming this afternoon and for your hard work. Can I clarify to anybody appropriately, did Transport for New South Wales officials participate in practice sessions with the Minister prior to this session?
As per the protocol, we did have some budget estimates practice sessions or rehearsal of items as is the custom each year.
Understand, thank you. Mr Murray, documents provided to Parliament show that you receive a daily media report, which is also the usual custom, as part of the normal course of business for the agency. That's usual, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yep. Can I confirm you do still receive them?
I receive multiple of those a day, yes, as they come
Any
through.
of those? Thank you. On the 13th of October, this has already been traversed today, the Sydney Morning Herald reported a story entitled, and I quote, Transport Minister Joe Haylen embroiled in new staffing row. Quote, since 13 October, what steps did you take following that media article?
Thank you very much for the question, the opportunity to discuss this.
Mr Murray, could you just pull the microphone a little bit closer to you,
course.
please? Thank you.
Thank you. Is that better?
That's better.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the question. In regards to the media reports in that October timeframe, I understand the officer that we've been talking about earlier this morning.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. I'm just going to clarify there. Did you say end of October?
No, I was quoting you at the timeframe you provided. 13th of October.
Yes, thank you.
I recall that there were two news stories at the time. One of them referred to files or background questions that were being raised about staff members in Parliament House, and the other one related to the call for papers discussion that we've had earlier this morning. In regards to those, the staff member that we have discussed already today was back in Transport for New South Wales. And we had determined that a refresh of the DLO handbook would be an appropriate step because it hadn't been updated for some time. That was done over the course of the next few weeks, and it was reissued to DLO staff members across any of the transport offices. In regards to that, we also commenced a further EOI of DLO staff interest across the organisation. Now, I should say EOIs had been done on a semi-regular basis. At least 2 EOIs had already been conducted by the team.
Thank you.
But it was decided to go again and just see what other skill sets were available of people who may like to do a secondment in any of the Minister's offices.
It's quite a good role, isn't it? It's sort of almost not a reward, but it's considered to be a good role, an incentive role to senior positions to apply for a DLO position in a Minister's office.
The advice that I had from one of our senior leaders was that staff in their department saw it as a learning opportunity, and that being a temporary transfer, it was a good option to see if there were areas of interest.
Thank you. So the handbook was updated, but the handbook was updated following the election, wasn't it?
Not to my understanding. I think the handbook
Ms.
had
Carroll, can you confirm the handbook, the DLO handbook
No.
was updated after the election?
No, it wasn't immediately updated. The process, I think, began a little while after that, and it was issued in September.
So the response to the Kieran Ash media and the response to the call for papers was to update the handbook and reissue an expression of interest.
That's correct.
Any other action taken?
No, there was no other action taken. The department has also been, over that time period, producing a lot of documentation to meet Standing Order 52s. I should note also that in terms of us managing the DLOs that come out of Transport for New South Wales, we also have a 2-weekly check-in process with each of those staff members.
Great. So in what form and on what day did Minister Haylen refer the matter to you for investigation?
That was received by me on Wednesday night between the hours of 9:30 and 10 o'clock in an email from Mr Gartrell.
So Mr Gartrell emails you, says there's a problem, you need to look at this, can you investigate?
I had already had a discussion with the Minister's office earlier in the week.
Did you discuss it with the Minister?
Yes.
How?
Sorry?
How, by phone?
No, in person.
In person?
In person.
When was that, on the Wednesday?
No, that was earlier in the week. I believe
Monday,
it was
Tuesday?
Monday.
Monday. So you had a discussion with the Minister on Monday or Tuesday, raised the concerns, and you referred the investigation on the Wednesday night.
The discussion on the Monday was that there was a number of items that were being looked at by the office and that there may need to be a further discussion with me later in the week.
All right.
On Wednesday, Mr Gartrell called me with the detail of what had been looked at. As I say, both our department at Transport for New South Wales, the Minister's office, and either earlier that week or the previous week, Treasury had already been handing over documents which were being discussed in terms of what that was...
The call for papers.
Yeah, exactly, and how they were being produced.
Thank you. Just
So-
in relation to... Sorry, I'll come back to that,
Sure.
if I may. And I'm just mindful of time, I'm not trying to cut you off. In relation to the new handbook, will you provide that on notice to the committee, the DLO handbook?
No concerns. I think it may have been captured in the call for papers, but if not, no problem.
Produce that. And the email referring it to you for investigation, will you produce that on notice as well?
Yes, that's no problem.
And so so as at today, is it your understanding that the only issue concerning the duties or actions of department staff while employed in Ms Haylen's office are the concerns regarding Mr Ash?
So I have asked that question of the team at Transport for New South Wales. We are not aware of any other complaints or concerns against other staff members. The matters have been contained in these emails, are now being investigated, as has been discussed this morning, and we'll report on that.
Okay, and you're not aware of any other department staff acting improperly or while employed by Ms Haylen's office?
No.
Okay, and is the department aware of any other examples of other department staff acting improperly in breach?
No.
Okay. And can I ask Ms Carroll, are you aware of any other department staff acting improperly while employed in Ms Haylen's office?
I'm not.
Not aware of any other department staff acting improperly or breaching these rules? So no other DLOs, to your knowledge, have breached the memorandum?
No.
Okay. And Mr Collins, can I ask the same of you? You're not aware of any other improper
Not that I'm aware
DLO
of,
activities?
Correct.
Okay.
No other persons.
And is the department otherwise are you aware of any other department staff acting improperly?
Not aware of.
Thank you. So what are the terms of reference, Mr Murray, for the investigation?
The investigation is my responsibility under the Transport Administration Act and the employees of the Transport Service. To enact that investigation, I contacted immediately the Chief People Officer, who was a Deputy Secretary, and I asked the General Counsel to also assist and sit in on that discussion. I then provided the material that had been referred to be by Mr Gartrell in its entirety to those two individuals to have a look at, and asked that that be done, obviously, in the standard processes for transport under the Code of Conduct. At the same time, I alerted Simon Draper, the Secretary of the Premier's Department, and subsequently I also sought the advice of Katharina Lowe, the Public Services Commissioner, to ensure that any other lessons being learnt from this process could be followed up appropriately.
Okay, and who will sign off on those findings? You?
No, they will not be handled by me. I'm not the decision maker in this process. They will come through the disciplinary or otherwise processes of transport.
So who will sign off on the findings
The
of
Chief
the
People
investigation?
Officer. The Chief People Officer, who's a Deputy Secretary.
Who's that?
That is Tracy Taylor.
Thank you. Mr Collins, can I ask you, as Acting Secretary, how often did you engage with Minister Haylen?
Generally on a weekly basis. We had a
Weekly meeting?
weekly meeting with all the departmental heads of their, for example, Ms Mears and others, discussing operational performance, but anything connected with the Transport Office, and also met weekly before that with Scott Gattrell as the Chief of Staff.
So you'd have a pre-meeting with the Chief of Staff and then you go into the main
Generally,
meeting with the Minister, heads of the usual
7 o'clock
agenda.
in the morning on a Monday. We would get together, and then normally the meeting would be held on that day, on that morning.
Thank you. Documents reveal, Mr Collins, that you raised concerns with the Minister's office regarding Kieran Ash and his responsibilities and duties in the office. That's not in dispute, that was in the documents. What were your concerns?
This was, as I probably said earlier, I did not have initially any personal concerns or knowledge for me to be concerned with, but obviously I do liaise with my staff, and the Chief of Staff for the office raised her concerns along with a number of others. So I gave the assurance to the Chief of Staff I would talk to Scott Gattrell, the Chief of Staff of the Minister's office, which I did. And certainly I can recall doing that at least once, if not twice, just to ensure. And it was...
Thank you.
It was really about advice for someone who started in that office and making sure they kept to the DLO brief.
Thank you. And so what were the concerns that were raised?
I think it initially about perhaps things, for example, that they may have been getting involved in areas which were not directly transport matters, and also sort of general demeanour. This is a relatively young man in an office who's got this role. And Scott and I have probably seen the same sort of tenure. It was giving him some advice about making sure that he's, stuck to that and didn't perhaps get above his thought processes in that respect.
Thank you. Do you agree that these actions could potentially be a breach of the GSE Act?
I think certainly my conversations with Ms Carroll highlighted to me and confirmed that we must make sure these people, and they sign the document to ensure that they do keep within those parameters.
That's non-political and bipartisan?
Absolutely.
Thank you. You signed, the Minister's office requested that his appointment be extended, or his secondment be
Correct.
extended, and you signed off on that?
I did. Originally was for a shorter period of time, and then the request for a longer period of time. And I remember having a further conversation with the Chief of Staff, just talking through the reasons for that and making sure that the individual was sticking to the DLO brief.
Thank you. Mr Collins, did you raise these issues with Minister Haylen?
No, I did not. My main contact, particularly in terms of departmental matters, as I said earlier, that the Chief of Staff, Scott Gattrell, was in effect the employing manager. I thought it was appropriate to talk to him directly. I did not raise this with the Minister.
Was it your understanding that he would convey them to the Minister by your conversation, or that he would be the decision maker alone?
I believed he was the decision maker because obviously he has responsibility for the office and has been long experienced in this matter.
So when you considered you spoke to Scott Gattrell as Chief of Staff, did you consider that you were only speaking to him and that would not be conveyed to the Minister? Was that your understanding from your conversation, that he would deal with it and it wouldn't be going to her at all?
I think it's difficult for me to speculate, other than the fact that I thought I was talking to the appropriate person and the person who could speak directly with the individual. What matters were discussed between the Chief of Staff and the Minister, obviously, is for them to discuss.
But it wasn't your understanding, was it, that he would not convey anything? You didn't say this is confidential, this is not to be conveyed, this is between you and I, this is something that we will deal with. It was no express statement that it would not be taken to the Minister, is that correct?
I think my understanding of this was that, look, if I thought it was something which couldn't be dealt with, I would have raised it with the Minister. I didn't believe that it wasn't being dealt with. There were many other matters that we were dealing with at the time. So I thought, my decision and the advice, and obviously my Chief of Staff had already spoken to Scott in the past about this matter, I think in May of that year. So I was comfortable that I'd discharged my duties and made sure that they were doing the right thing.
When you speak to the Chief of Staff about operational matters, some disruption, for example, during a World Cup game, you would expect that your conversation with the Chief of Staff would be conveyed to the Minister effectively, wouldn't you?
And some of those, serious matters, obviously we had a few during my tenure, I would speak directly to the Minister.
You're very familiar with a number of those crises, aren't you, Mr.
Absolutely. There's never a dull day in transport, but I do think at that time it was the appropriate thing to do, and obviously it's up to the Chief of Staff of the Minister's office to share that with who he thought was appropriate.
So when you speak to Scott Gartrell about operational matters, you would expect that he would convey that to the Minister, but in this case there was some different conversation or some different expectation that alarmed you or informed you that he would not be conveying that to the Minister.
I'd only known Scott a short time, but he seemed highly professional. He's certainly a very experienced individual. I'd imagine he would discharge his responsibilities as well.
Thank you. Were you ever provided with advice from department staff objecting to Mr. Ash joining the office or cautioning against it?
No.
Thank you. Are you aware of, or did you, if the concerns raised by you to the Minister's Chief of Staff were in July, did the Minister first become aware last Friday? Are you concerned that you raised this in July and the Minister seems to have conveyed to this committee that she's only become aware of this last week?
Well, let's just share with you some timelines. I think on the 13th of July I was notified that I wasn't the candidate, and then my colleague next to me was a successful candidate, and I finished as the acting secretary on the 14th of August. So as far as I'm concerned, it was probably only a week or so after the advice I'd given to the Chief of Staff, Scott Gartrell, that things changed. And
did you have a handover to Mr. Murray?
We did, yeah. We actually spent a week together where we worked alongside each other. As
Sure,
we
there was
would
lots
do.
to cover. Did you cover off on this? Did you raise concerns with Mr. Murray?
We talked through a number of
some issues in the
items
office
about the role of DLOs, and that the Office of the Secretary had raised some concerns, and that I had spoken to the Chief of Staff about it.
Thank you. Can I just go back, though? Can I just be clear? I just remind you that your evidence here today is important to this committee's deliberations, and you're a very experienced public servant, Mr. Collins. Can I just be clear? Were you ever provided advice from department staff objecting to Mr. Ash or cautioning you about Mr. Ash joining the Ministerial office?
So that's a different question from the last one where I said no. So let me just answer that clearly. Obviously, as I've explained to you earlier, that we had a conversation, Ms. Carroll and myself, where there were concerns raised about Mr. Ash. No one said, do not appoint him or he's not suitable. What concerns were about perhaps his behaviour or him straying into areas which were not in the DLO. And therefore I thought it appropriate that this wasn't about the individual not doing the role. This is about giving him advice through the Chief of Staff, Scott Gartrell, to ensure that he adhered to those processes. He was quite an experienced person.
And you raised those concerns with Mr. Gartrell?
Yes, I did. I think certainly I've got on record an occasion in July, but there may have been other conversations earlier than that.
So perhaps earlier than July, but at least at July you raised those concerns directly?
I'm sure you have papers as well where an email was sent by my Chief of Staff to the team. I wasn't copied in on that, but it did reflect the conversation that the Chief of Staff had with me and the conversation I had subsequently with Scott Gartrell.
Thank you. Ms. Carroll, can I ask you whether concerns were raised within the department with you directly about Mr. Ash's appointment to the Ministerial office?
When the request was made to the Acting Secretary in April, the request was made for a couple of officers to be appointed. At the time, I was alive to possible risks relating to the officer. When the request was relayed to me, some context relating to his recent activity was drawn to my attention. I looked at that material. I shared that material with the Acting Secretary at the time. I was also alive to the fact that I had received notification a couple of days after the election from the office's direct line manager that the Minister's Chief of Staff would be requesting that officer be seconded into the office. It wasn't specified to be in a DLO role. The role specified was different, but I was alive to the fact that there had been conversation in late March. That request was not raised with myself or the former Secretary at the time. It was raised with the Acting Secretary in April. So those two considerations raised to my mind
So
a level of risk.
can I just clarify on that? Does on or about the 28th of March that request was made?
It wasn't a request, so it was...
With a heads up that they will be asking for
Indeed.
Kieran Ash to join. Thank you. I'll come back to that. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. We'll go to questions from the crossbench, starting with Mr. Mark Banasiak.
Thank you, Chair. I might just go back to the questions I was asking on the Glebe Cycleway, Mr. Murray. Just a general question. How long are successful tenders, how long do they stay up on your website for?
I'd have to take the specifics of the different projects on notice. They would be different time periods based on the scale of the project.
Right, so there's not a set time period that you have to keep them publicly available on your website?
No, but I would ask Ms. Drover, who's with us in the seats today, if she could
Happy for
provide
her to come
extra
up if she
detail.
can shed some light on this.
Sorry, just clarify the question again.
Sorry, Ms. Drover, can you bring your name, little name plate that we've given you as well, just for Hansard's purpose and probably some of us.
While you're getting that, the
Thanks.
question was how long do successful tenders stay up on your website for? Is there a set time period that you have to keep them publicly available before you delete them?
I'll have to check exact timeframes, but just to clarify, we put tenders on the e-tender website when it's an EOI, and then we announce the shortlist for tender process. I'm not sure that we actually put on there the successful tenderer, but I will take that away and confirm.
Yes. If you could, can you also then perhaps explain why tenders that were awarded to CCHD Proprietary Limited in the last 3 years have progressively started to disappear off the website as of Sunday night? Is there an explanation as to why that would occur? Even the one for the active cycleway that we're talking about now? Why that tender would disappear off the website mysteriously?
I'm not aware of the general issue you raise. I do have some information on the cycleway.
There was 15 tenders from what I could see that were awarded to CCHD Proprietary Limited in the last 3 years, and as of Monday morning only 10 of them were up, 5 had been removed, and one of the 5 that had been removed was the tender covering the work on the Bridge Road cycleway. It seems strange, if that work still hasn't been completed, that you would remove that from the website.
I'm happy to take that question on notice and see what information we can bring back.
Sure. Perhaps on notice, and to help you with limited detail, can you provide all the successful tenders that have been awarded to CCHD Proprietary Limited by Transport for New South Wales? And when I say limited detail, all I want is the name, the dollar amount, and a loose description of what it's for.
Yep, happy to provide that. Just one point of clarification. I understand, and this is information I've received this morning, that CCHD was a subcontractor to Celtic Civil, who was appointed for the concept and detailed design phase of that project.
So what was that main contractor's name? Just
Celtic Civil.
Celtic Civil.
So their engagement was not directly to Transport. it was via a subcontract to Celtic Civil.
So you have no oversight when a contractor subcontracts the work at all?
I don't have that information with me today, but happy to take on notice and see what information we can bring back.
Sure, thank you.
But in that particular instance, it was a subcontract, not a direct engagement.
Okay. When you're doing those tenders, when you're coming back with that detail, can you just break it down to how many times were they awarded without a full tender process, a competitive tender process, and versus, I guess, the other modes of awarding limited tender, I think is the phrase.
Yeah, there's a select tender process, but generally it's an open tender process for any material project.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Are you the person to ask about the cycleway in general? Or should I?
I have some limited information about the project.
Okay, so was there an independent road safety audit completed on the proposed design?
That is part of our normal design, concept design and design development process, so I anticipate that did occur, but I'm happy to take that on notice and confirm.
Okay, yeah, just on notice, can we just get the date that was done, who it was done by, whether there was any elements excluded from that independent safety audit, and the reasons why you would have excluded elements from that safety audit, and as part of that safety audit, whether there was any work done on nighttime road safety as well, as part of that. That would be good.
Yes.
Thank you. Can we just go to Camo Ferry Wharves again, Mr. Collins? The Minister was quite frank in saying that she wants to make the best out of a bad situation with this project and try and extract as much value out of it as possible. There's been conflicting evidence at this inquiry about whether there will be a public ferry service or whether there was ever an intent to be a public ferry service. So when the Minister says that she's trying to extract as much value out of this project as possible, does that include a public ferry service?
Thank you for your question. I think in past times there was a view that initially these two wharves wouldn't provide a public ferry service. I understand this government has asked us to explore the possibility of a long-term strategy which could provide some form of public ferry service. As you know, the Fisher family, up until 1974, provided a public transport ferry service between the two wharves. Obviously the wharf provides excellent boating facilities for people to use the wharf for other purposes, and I think by the number of fishermen I spoke to when I was there on Friday, quite excited about the fact that the wharves will provide excellent fishing opportunities for people to use the wharf.
So back to the ferry service, you said there's a long-term strategy to provide a ferry service.
What do we
mean by long-term?
Well, I understand we have been asked to look at a proposal to look at the opportunity of providing a future ferry service. That doesn't mean to say that that will be in place on day one of the wharves opening next year. But this government has asked us to have a look at what those possibilities could be. It could be, an Aboriginal immersion sort of ferry service, and I know my good friends in Tribal Warrior have done on the Sydney Harbour. It could be a number of other, as we do on the Gardamana service, provide sunset cruises and morning teas. It could be something similar to that nature. It's a pretty beautiful spot, which obviously the national parks are very keen to improve upon.
So, just to be clear, when we talk about a public ferry service, we're not necessarily talking about a regular one that you're exploring.
Well,
it could be a regular one. It could be
absolutely.
the Rainbow Warrior model. It could be.
I think the important thing is obviously the consultation with our number of groups, Aboriginal Land Council, local councils, because in June of this year, Randwick Council did support the construction of the wharf. I know you mentioned earlier that in March they were concerned about it, but in June I understand that they were supportive of the wharf. Now they understood the benefits. But I think we've this is a very open and early stage exploration of what services could be provided between. It takes, I think it took me 55 minutes to drive round from La Perouse to Kurnell. I think it will take about 10 minutes on a ferry service of the future. So for a lot of people, that might be a benefit.
Well, particularly if it was a regular ferry service, not just a sporadic.
Absolutely, and we want to explore what those options could be, and obviously understand what the costs and the operational criteria.
Do you have a timeline for that exploration?
No, we've initially started that investigation. I can certainly share later on notice if there are timelines involved, but I'm not aware of any personally.
Thank you. Just in the 30 seconds I've got left, the Behaving Ethically guide talks about when you're dealing with ministers that you provide frank and fearless advice. Given the concerns I outlined for the last 4 years on this project, Mr. Collins, and you might disagree with those concerns, but what frank and fearless advice did you provide to the previous government as to the concerns I was raising?
I think obviously this, as you know, this project has a long history, had a number of ministers during its tenure, and certainly other senior officials from both federal government and also state government. And certainly one of the advice, frank and fearless advice I gave was, whilst it may not seem suitable for spending such money on a ferry service, I think my frank and fearless advice was about the absolute significance of this connection between these two lands, particularly for Aboriginal people, and I was very passionate about ensuring that we didn't lose that connection, particularly for the Land Council of La Perouse and those people who were transported across from Kurnell forcibly. That was a significant factor in employing Gamay Rangers, Aboriginal people, to see those people working on those jobs. I think that was my frank and fearless advice. If we lost that, I think the community would be quite upset about it.
Okay, thank you. Good.
Thank you. Mr. Murray, is there any word on when the final report into the review of Metro West will be released?
I think
Can you
those
give us any word today?
I cannot. I believe those matters are before the government with a number of discussions ongoing.
Yes. Okay. And expecting it kind of any day potentially now, given media reports?
It's certainly not within my knowledge to give any kind of time frame around the issues under discussion.
Yeah, I just thought I'd try my luck. Mr. Regan, just on that, I understand that Macquarie was awarded nearly $30 million to assist in the establishment of a partnership, the financial structuring services of that Metro West partnership that media reports suggest will be scrapped. Firstly, is it your understanding that that the partnership will be scrapped?
So look, there's a couple of things there. Firstly, Macquarie were engaged to provide advice on quite a range of delivery models, not just public-private partnerships. We're required by government policy, by Treasury policy, to look at public-private partnerships for projects of this scale and complexity, and we've worked with New South Wales Treasury on that over the last couple of years. The role that Macquarie's been performing has looked at a range of options, which include PPP structures and a hybrid of that for Metro West. The Murdoch-Yates review, the independent review into Metro, is looking at the delivery models for Metro West, and that is part of what the Secretary has referred to as what the government is considering at the moment as to what the delivery model for the project will be. So that's under consideration by the government at the moment.
Okay, thank you. So can I get a sense of that if the work that Macquarie is doing is no longer required in terms of that 2-year contract? Again, because media reports suggest that the tender documents show that the work that they were doing, they're 12 months into a 2-year contract, and if they've done that work and it is no longer required, is there an out clause, or will Sydney Metro need to pay that full $30 million?
Sure. I can give you some clarity on that.
Great.
The work that Macquarie's been doing isn't just on that partnership, it's on delivery models. Once a decision is made on delivery model, we'll then...
And it's just for Metro West, just to be clear?
That is for Metro West, correct. Once a decision is made on the delivery model, we'll then work out how we will go through the balance of the procurement for that process and which advisors we'll be using. The Macquarie contract is structured with a series of options and payment arrangements that only reflect us paying for what we buy. And if elements of what were considered in those options are not taken forward, then we don't have to pay for that. So to be really clear, to date we've spent around $5 million in developing the delivery models under that contract, and there is no obligation to pay out that full amount if we don't proceed to use all the services.
Okay, all right. So the 30 million was in some ways depending on what the delivery model was chosen,
absolutely.
and then they would...
And it had a number of different options
Right.
for different bits of work and different permutations of what the delivery model outcomes would be. And so it's structured on that basis.
Okay, thank you. And what work, I suppose we're kind of needing detailed work at this stage, but has Sydney Metro done on identifying any additional stations for Metro West? What's the, it would be great if you could tell the committee what work has been done on identifying particular stations. And I know you've talked about the additional kind of time and the complications of additional stations, but if you could just talk the committee through that work.
Sure, Chair, and I'll try and do that in the context. Obviously, I gave evidence to
As
the
current.
parliamentary inquiry
That's
as well.
right.
So a lot of work was done historically, looking at different route options and station options. And we have continued to look at alternative options for the project, and I think in support of the work that the independent review was doing, have provided both historic information and also some further considerations, including different potential combinations for stations on the line. They're part of what the government is considering at the moment, and that's been part of the scope of the review. So I can't comment specifically on where they are, because that is what the government is considering at the moment as to sort of what the findings and the recommendations of that Metro review are. But certainly, as I mentioned to the parliamentary inquiry, we've been very conscious of ensuring that the tunnelling works on the project that have been taking place have not precluded the ability to insert stations in certain locations. And there would ultimately need to be a government decision if there were to be additional stations added. But certainly those options remain open.
So you would have, just to be clear, the agency would have done a fair bit of work on particular locations and options, such as, for example, Camellia has been floated, touted, as has Zetland. Have you provided quite detailed costings and options, for example, Camellia and Zetland?
So I guess what I could say is a lot of the work there's been done in two phases. So originally, when the business cases for Metro West were developed, there was a lot of work done then looking at different options. And then through the review into Metro West, we've looked again at some of those options as per the terms of reference that was set out for the Metro review to look at the scope of the project, the alignment and potential station locations. So we're continuing to do that and awaiting government decision on where they want us to focus.
And could you just kind of clarify for the committee as well, because there's multiple kind of reports about this in terms of additional expense of those additional stations. What has Sydney Metro costed the additional stations at? You can do an average if you like, but any indication?
Well, I think perhaps if I could talk in general terms, the costs associated with a station clearly depend whether it's an underground, surface or an above ground station. There's a property cost, there's the cost of excavating the station box if it's an underground station, and the costs of building the station and potentially what is built on top of and around the station and the other services facilities. Those costs can range depending on what they are. A station can be sort of in a range of $500 million to $1 billion.
Do you when you're costing these stations, do you have the budget range of stations and the ridiculous, beautiful architectural, prize-winning stations that it seems that we are getting in Sydney in terms of Sydney Metro? I was just looking at the one, I think, at Waterloo, is it?
Yes.
But are there options for the government to consider? Hey, I like beautiful design as much as the next person, but do you provide options to say, look, we're just going to do just an ordinary station here?
Yes, we do.
It doesn't have to win awards.
Yeah.
So that's provided.
Yes, we do. I think there's a number of things that impact the cost of the station. The size and the capacity of the station, but there's also considerations around the finishes of the station, the design.
Did you give the government a budget?
We give them a range.
A budget.
Correct. Yep, there's a range of outcomes.
How to complete.
Yep, there's a range of outcomes that are considered, and I think importantly, along with the station, it's also the precinct around the station itself and how the station interacts with the community and the precinct around it, both in terms of interchange with other kind of transport, but also the active transport and the walkability and the accessibility are all really important factors. So there are different examples of stations that have been built historically with different, I guess, degrees of specification on the aesthetic, and certainly there's opportunities to look at a range of options there.
All right, okay, thank you. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions about buses and Yugo Mobility's contract. Who should I direct that to?
Likely to be the Coordinator General who's been liaising with Yugo Mobility over the last few months.
Sure. All right, great. I am wanting to know whether, I understand that they needed 70 more drivers to meet the requirements of their contract with Transport for New South Wales. This is dated 9th of August. Wondering how that has gone and how many drivers they have now and whether they've met those conditions.
Yes, thank you for the question, and certainly I've spent a lot of time dealing with Yugo Mobility. We have a twice weekly meeting. I've attended a number of those meetings as well to ensure that they have now focused on the delivery of the bus services for the combined regions. I can share you the detail, but it is progressing. They have now, I will give you the number and I will come back to you before we finish with the actual number of vacancies, but it's around about 50. They have a lot of people in recruitment as well, following a number of incentives to encourage people to sign up for bonus payments for arriving, and also they've done a lot of recruitment campaigns along with ourselves trying to encourage more people to attend. And, Yugo Mobility at the moment on the 29th of October was 60, and we have 47 drivers in training. That goes down by 2 or 3 a week, the numbers of people who are actually vacancies appealing at that stage. We have changed some of their routes. We've given some of the work to transit systems. We've shared some of the other activities with other providers. And they're now starting to perform, not as I expect, but in a better direction. As I think the local leader paper said 2 weeks ago, that things have somewhat improved. They've flown in a couple of really good people from Singapore and a couple from Ireland who've really focused the attention on this.
Okay, thank you. I might come back to that. Questions from Ms. Ward?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. I have some questions for Mr. Regan. Metro, hello, how are you? Mr. Regan, just ask you about the, I won't name the person, Chair, but I will refer to the role. Mm-hmm. The Head of Communications role for Sydney Metro is being paid I think it's a TSSE band 2A level, which equates to a salary of over, let's say, over $250,000 at a minimum. That's correct, isn't it?
I believe that's right. I don't have the exact detail of the salary in front of me.
But it's actually probably, well, I know that it's more than that, but I'm just going to say over 250,000 at that level. Thank you. Is this typically what a DLO is remunerated at, or would you say that this is an exceptional circumstance?
So look, this particular circumstance was to fill a temporary was a request to provide someone to fill a temporary position in the Minister's office while a recruitment was undertaken. It is for a senior role, Director of Communications role. And I was asked to whether we had someone we could suggest for that role, which we did, and that person has been on that secondment fulfilling that role.
And Scott Gartrell specifically requested that person, didn't he?
No. No,
He did?
Scott Gartrell asked me if there was someone I could suggest from within Metro, if we had anyone available to fulfil a role like that.
I just want to give you the opportunity to revisit that and check if you need to. There may be a document that states it's at the Minister's office request.
Yes,
Would
to
you
be
like the opportunity to revisit
to be very clear, Mr.
request at the Minister's office.
Gartrell called me and asked me on a phone call whether there was a possibility that Metro might have someone available, and I said I would consider that, and I went back to Mr. Gartrell with a suggestion, and then he arranged it from there.
So the request for a comms person was not just for an ordinary DLO comms person, it was for the head of Sydney Metro Communications, wasn't it?
No, the request was for as to whether or not Sydney Metro would be able to provide someone for a limited period of time for the Director of Communications in the Minister's office.
And was it your suggestion that the head of communications for Sydney Metro go to the Minister's office then?
Oh, I suggested that that person may be appropriate.
All right, and that's as a minimum, and that was extended, that position as well.
That
so
has been extended for a short further period while that recruitment process is undertaken. But I think my understanding is that secondment will finish by the end of this year.
Thank you. Is that an ordinary arrangement for a DLO role for the head of comms to be in a DLO role?
Well, we followed the process that is in place to be followed.
Sure.
It's not.
I'm not asking that though. With respect.
No. I don't know what you mean.
Yeah,
I don't know what you mean. But is it ordinary? It's the only.
Well, the head of communications.
Well, it's the only
DLO.
DLO that Sydney Metro has placed in with the Minister's office in my time at Sydney Metro. So.
My question with respect, but I'll move on. Mr. Collins, can I ask you about your role?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Collins, when did you become aware that Mr. Murray was the successful candidate for the Secretary of Transport position?
I think it was early morning. It might have been the 13th or 14th, but I had a conversation with the acting Secretary for Premier and Cabinet, Peter Duncan, the previous evening. He said, I'll give you a call later. I assumed it was some form of communication regarding that matter. In fact, I didn't hear from him till first thing in the morning. He advised me that I wasn't the successful candidate. And then I think I said to him, look, it would be good if the team I was looking after, the executive team, if perhaps even 10 minutes before the public announcement, if you could let me know who that person was so I can share it with the team. He said, yes, I think that would be possible.
So sorry, sorry.
So that's what happened, and he shared that information. Funny enough, he shared that information before I actually got in the room, and some of my colleagues can remember this. Before I got in the room, it was on the public sort of email, so it was almost a second or so after I entered the room that the information was out in the public.
All right, thank you. And that was the first time you're aware that you wouldn't be, I'm sorry to go over this, but it's necessary for this purpose. I thought you would have been, I thought you would have been very good, Mr. Collins. But
I have no worries discussing this whatsoever.
Thank you. So that was the first time you were aware. Well. Thank you. And that was the first time you're aware you wouldn't be appointed.
Yeah, I'd applied for the role,
yep.
And
that's right. That's
I knew that was the first time on July.
Thank you. So what was your level of contact between the date of the announcement and the date of Mr. Murray starting in the role?
I do remember that I was given my colleague Josh Murray's phone number. I think I spoke to him probably 1 or 2 days after that. and we agreed prior to him starting that we'd get together and have a discussion.
So the week prior to him starting, what dates?
I'd have to check what that was. It might have been
Murray,
before
do you recall
that.
the dates?
Yes, the call, so I just checked the note. It was the 13th of July that the public announcement was made. Before the end of that week, Mr. Collins and I had, I think, a phone call, and then it was conveyed to me by Mr. Collins that he suggested I joined a leadership briefing that was happening on the Wednesday or the Thursday of the following week. I think it was the Wednesday at Macquarie Park, where he would be hosting a large gathering, and he suggested that I come along, and then he and I could spend some time from that day talking about his experience as the acting secretary and in his previous roles, so that we could start that process. And that I did. I joined that session exactly a week after my announcement.
So the announcement on the 13th, and then you said, I thought you had said that you'd worked together for a week prior.
That Mr. Murray didn't start till the 14th of August.
Yeah.
Yeah, a month afterwards.
So between, I think it was that first week that Mr. Murray started, the 14th of August or thereabouts.
You shared that week together.
And we, basically, I didn't return to my role until the following week.
Thank you. Did Mr. Murray receive documents and briefing notes, cabinet material prior to that, and that week handover?
I can answer that. I received, after a couple of weeks, nothing for the first couple of weeks.
As would be appropriate. There's no spin on that.
Yes, absolutely. It was mostly phone calls for the first couple of weeks, or maybe a sandwich with various members of the team. Obviously more regular contact with Mr. Collins than anyone else.
Okay.
And then towards the end of my notice period from my prior employer, I received a folder of, high-level handover of notes.
Okay. So it's 4 weeks, if I can just be clear on this, between the announcement and you starting.
Yes.
And you worked together a week prior. Can I just be clear on the dates of that week that you worked together?
No, that was when Mr. Murray started. So on that first day of employment.
14 August?
Yeah. I actually...
The week prior to the date he started?
No. The day he started.
Instead of me guessing and asking, why don't you tell me the dates of the week that you worked together?
Okay. Mr. Murray started, I believe, on the 14th.
Yep.
And
So 7 August.
instead of returning to my role immediately, I thought it would be good if we had a week handover.
Yep.
So we sat together.
7 August?
No, on the 14th of August. That's when Mr. Murray started. And that
So
week.
I thought you had said the week prior. I want to be clear on this. It's no trick. He started on the 14th, and for that week you worked together.
Correct.
And we went to the Rail Operations Centre, we went to the Traffic
Thank you.
Management Centre, and we had a number of sit-down meetings.
I'm sure you did. It's a lot to take in. Thank you. I'm sorry, I have limited time.
I'd just like to finish it. In the weeks before, we had a couple of meetings and a number of phone calls, and then I came into the office on the Friday before I started.
What date?
The Friday before I started on the Monday.
What date?
The 12th.
Yeah.
So the 12th was the Friday. You started on Monday the 14th?
Correct.
Okay. And the week prior to that, there's no innuendo, I'm just trying to be clear on the dates and the handover.
No problem. I'll get the
You received documents in that week?
I believe it was that week, that's right.
Of prior to the 12th?
Correct.
So 7th onwards?
During that week.
Okay. Mr. Collins, who told you that you were being appointed to the Coordinator General role?
I believe the formal appointment was made by Mr. Murray on the first few days, if I remember rightly, of him starting work.
Yes, but that's not what I asked. I said, who told you that you were getting appointed to the Coordinator General role?
Who told me? I think I was told formally by the Secretary.
I don't want you to think, I want you to be very clear, because you're under oath, Mr. Collins.
absolutely.
Who told you that you were going to be appointed to the Coordinator General role?
Mr. Murray told me I was going to be appointed to this, what is an extension of my current role as Chief Operating Officer. I still hold the majority of those responsibilities.
Thank you.
And
so
this was
there were no other.
additional
Thank you.
functions.
So there's no other conversations prior.
So it's not an appointment.
Thank you. But in relation to the role, there was no other conversations prior to your conversation with Mr. Murray telling you that you would be appointed or somehow have this coordinator role?
I was asked to look at the options of what this type of extending what I do at the moment, the Chief Operating Officer's role, and I had various conversations with a number of people, the Chief People Officer, people in the Minister's office, Scott Cottrell, about the possibility of that role. But the Coordinator General's role,
So-
officially told that I was actually doing that role, was by Mr. Murray.
Sure, but my question wasn't who officially told you, it was who told you, where did you first find out? So can I take you back to that? When did you first
Was
find
it-
out and from whom that you would be getting this role?
I don't think it was finding out about the role. The Chief Operating Officer role I was doing, there were a number of conversations prior to Mr. Murray starting about
Who with?
extending the role with Mr. Gartrell. I think I can remember one meeting directly with the Minister.
And Minister
But
Haylen?
also a discussion with the Chief People Officer about extending my roles and responsibilities.
So you spoke to Minister Haylen about this potential
Yeah, I don't
extension?
at the time. I think the name Coordinator General didn't exist. I think they were talking about extending my role as the Chief Operating Officer.
So you spoke to Minister Haylen about an extension of your role and the creation.
There were some
let's call it a
discussions
new
about-
role because there was not such an
About
existing
retaining, about retaining my skills
Yep.
in my current role.
Yep.
Of which I've had a little bit of experience in the
You
operational
certainly have.
world, and therefore, I think there were people were keen to ensure that I continued. I was very keen to continue. I was very
Great.
keen to work with Mr. Murray.
Thank you.
So that was very useful, and certainly that was truthfully, that's as far as I can remember.
Thank you. And at that time you were acting secretary.
I was continuing. I know I had limited life as an acting secretary because that discussion was after the fact that I
Yes,
was
but
advised
at the
that
time, the question is
Yes,
not
I
a
was
trick
still
question. It's very
acting
simple.
secretary.
You were acting secretary. You had a conversation with the minister. There will be this new role. It's not an existing role. There'll be this new
extension
role.
of my current role. Yes.
Extension, appointment. All right, so she spoke to you about a role extension in the public service. Is that correct?
Yeah, extending my current role in
Mm-hmm.
the public service.
Into the new.
Well,
There
it's been
wasn't an existing
read-
role of coordinator general.
Yeah,
so
although
we'll call
if
it
you
that.
look at it and you see what I do every day, I think 90% of it is what I did previously, which is looking after bus, light rail, ferries,
Yeah.
coordination of events, and obviously that's what I've been doing. But
But it's accurate to say, isn't it, Mr. Collins, there was not previously to that a role known as the Coordinator General role.
there
That's
was
correct, isn't it?
one. That's not accurate actually. There was one.
Ms Ward, sorry if I could just...
Some
Sorry,
time
not an
ago.
existing one at the moment,
Ms Ward,
but maybe
when
in history.
when I last worked in the transport portfolio, there was a Coordinator General, which was Ron Christie.
Thank you. Some
And I think
decade ago, though.
And I think
20 years
Mark
ago.
All right, so
Prendergast.
prior to you being in this role in the last decade, there hasn't been a Coordinator
Well, no,
General for all intents and purposes.
not-
It's a new role.
Not true. There was, I think, when I first joined transport from
Yeah,
being
thank
the
you,
chief executive
Mr. Howard. I'm
of
just talking
Tran-
about the existing roles. I'm not talking
Yeah,
about...
there
thank you.
was a coordinator general,
Thank
and
you.
that was
Okay.
Mark Prendergast.
Okay, thank you. So back in time, there was such a role, but
Yeah.
in the last 5 years, 10 years, there hasn't been such a role.
Yeah, Mark Prendergast
I won't
was
belabor it.
3 years.
Yeah.
Okay. And did that come with a pay rise? I won't ask
No.
what it is.
No pay rise.
No pay rise.
No.
No pay rise.
No pay rise. No pay rise for acting secretary.
There should be points of order now. Thank you. All right. And so, Mr. Murray, can I just ask you then, at what time did you approve the role on your first
Yes.
day or first day in the role, or when
Yes,
did
I
you
did.
approve the role?
I did, although it's something that Howard and I had discussed in those weeks prior. As I mentioned, the reason I mentioned the Ron Christie element is when I was considering this role and when I was going through the process, that was one of the elements that I looked back on, was structures in the transport portfolio in the past. And one of the elements that I certainly spoke to the interviewers and the minister about was my view that we needed to base changes around integration of services. At the same time, you had business, I think it's
Thank you.
Business Sydney
I might
calling
move on.
for
I'm
a-
sorry. I only have 4 minutes, Mr.
Okay.
Murray. I'm
There
interested
were
in the
other
history of
calls-
it, but I'll move on. Thank
There
you.
were other calls for, I
Okay.
appreciate that. There are other calls for a Coordinator General. I'd looked at that. It was the first.
Thank you. Perhaps you might provide that on notice.
Provide what, sorry?
Sorry, you're clear about the date, so it was your very first day.
Yes.
Thank you. Can I ask about, Mr. Collins, when did you receive the Bus Industry Task Force interim report?
I would have to take that on notice, but as you know, very shortly after the task force produced their findings, I was asked to chair the weekly meeting which reviews the progress of those findings. I could give you the date of when I received the report.
All right. Will you take that on notice? I'm
Yep,
sorry, I'm just in a
definitely.
rush. I don't have much time. Did you read that report?
I have, yeah, and looked at the recommendations and
Thank you.
certainly
And
a
can I
part
confirm
of those.
that, yep, at the time you were acting secretary when you received that?
I'll need to validate that, but
Okay,
certainly
so
I
you'll
was
come
aware.
back to us with the date you received it and your role at the time, potentially as acting secretary, potentially not. Mr. Murray, when did you first see the report?
I'm not sure when I saw the report, but I was aware in the discussions with Mr. Collins that the announcement would be coming on my first day, also on my first day in the job.
Thank you. Could you take on notice when you first saw the report?
I'll attempt to find out when I first saw it, yes.
Sorry, will you take it on notice and provide
Yes,
the
of
committee
course.
with the date on which you first saw
Of
the
course.
report? Thank you. What was the announcement?
On the day that I was starting in at the office for the first time, I knew that the Minister and the head of the task force were doing a press conference at Leichhardt Bus Depot to unveil the government's acceptance of the first recommendations.
Of the report?
Of the Bus Task Force first report.
And did Mr. Howard tell you that that would occur?
Mr. Collins did tell me
Sorry,
that would
Mr.
occur,
Collins, my apologies.
But I believe it was the office staff in the office of the Secretary who let me know that a number of people would be tied up on Monday when I was starting because there was this major announcement occurring.
Thank you. I might move to Metro. Mr. Murray, isn't it true that during the process that led to your appointment, you claimed that you had landed the Sydney Metro concept? Can I ask, that's correct, isn't it?
No, it's not correct.
Oh, okay. You didn't say that you'd landed
I have
Sydney
never
Metro?
said that I landed the Metro or anything similar to that.
Are you sure about that?
I'm aware of the reference. It was made by the recruiter in the other inquiry, and it was a form of words that she used. It was not any words that I've ever used.
Did you seek to correct that?
No.
You didn't seek to disavow anyone of that wrong understanding?
No. I didn't see that as my responsibility.
Well, they have accorded you with a qualification that you didn't have, and you didn't seek to correct the record to
No.
say that you hadn't landed Sydney Metro. You
No,
just thought
my-
you'd let that go through to the keeper, and
No.
they could be under that misunderstanding.
Ms. Watt, my understanding of how that word came about was under questioning from Mr. Tudorhope to the recruiter. I could be wrong, but that was how I was advised of it, and that she had made that comment, which then was discussed in the committee. It is not anything that I've ever said or written down. I did make reference in my background material to the fact that I had been working in the former government on the original
Yeah.
Metro ideation.
It's in your documents, Mr. Murray. It's in your interview documents, which were produced
I
to
have
the
never-
Legislative Council. So
I've
there
never
was.
said that I landed the Metro, because
Might
that
come
just
back to
is
that.
not correct.
Thank you.
You didn't tell anyone that wasn't correct, did you?
Chair?
Sorry, what
I was
was
just
that?
going to say...
If it's not a point of order, we'll just continue.
Well, it would have been a point of order, but it seems
Well, it's
to have
not.
lapsed.
If it's, yeah, the time's lapsed. Okay, let's, we'll see if you need to make the point again, but
I will,
now
yes.
it's
I'll avail myself of that opportunity.
crossbench time. Mr. Regan, just some more questions on Sydney Metro, if I may. The position of director interface and project delivery, does that make sense to you?
I think so.
That's a position, is it? Director interface?
There is an interface management team, that's correct.
Yes, and so the position, the role description director interface, who's in that position within Sydney Metro?
I'm not sure at the moment. I'll have to take that on notice.
I think it's this is one of the PSCs. I think it's James Hayward in this position. Is that correct?
Can I come back on that? I'm not sure that is the case, but I just want to check that.
Okay, or if you're able to come back, because I can't keep going on any of those questions until you do get back to me. If you can get back to me this afternoon, that would be appreciated. I wanted to turn to a position that is called Senior Project Manager Third-Party Agreements for Western Sydney Airport. Are you aware of these positions and recent contracts for that?
No, not the specifics.
So are you aware of what Sydney Metro Western Sydney Airport Senior Project Manager would do in terms of third-party agreements?
Broadly, Chair, yes.
So there is a contract that I understand has been extended recently. There's 3 people that were awarded these positions, so 3 separate people. One for... This is from somebody from Belgrove Advisory, one of those companies that I referred to earlier, which has sent the director of Belgrove Advisory, of course, is Barry McGrattan. One of the people were employed and their contract has just been extended for $250 an hour, $2,000 a day, $502,000 for 250 days. A second person was employed at $295 an hour, $2,360 a day, $592,360 a year, and the third person was employed, I think the same jobs, but $315 an hour, $2,520 per day, and $642,600. What type of probity would be undertaken for this contract here for hiring these 3 people?
Yep, so all of the contracts that are hired, all of the contractors, companies that supply services to us, the process is there is a process for selection of either through an open tender or a select tender process, and for those people to be hired. And to be very clear, contractors themselves and the companies that supply them do not have a role in the selection of or the ability to give work to their own companies. And I know that allegation has been made, and it's an allegation we take very seriously, but that is not the case. Contractors to Sydney Metro do not appoint other contractors.
So contractors broadly don't appoint other contractors?
That's correct. So when we hire professional service contractors, we're hiring a company to provide a service, and that service often includes the provision of staff from that company. They are employed by that company. They are not employed by us. Those people do not have the ability to award contracts to those companies or to any other companies. All decisions around awarding contracts are made by employees.
So I understand for, in terms of probity, for something like this, these 3 people I just mentioned, that, or the contractors, that there's no, it says on the procurement plan for this that a probity advisor is not required. The recommended threshold is $15 million in terms of probity, and it does say where the total value of the procurement is less than $15 million, engagement of a probity advisor may be considered where one or more of the following conditions apply. And then number C is to avoid a perception of bias or favouritism. And I just want to kind of push that a little bit, because surely when you have a company like Belgrove Advisory plus others applying where there are senior managers in place, surely that must be managed to avoid a perception of bias or favouritism. Yes, why aren't probity advisors involved in this?
So absolutely, and I totally agree with you. The reference to probity advisors is in relation to the use of external probity advisors, specialist probity advice firms, who tend to deal on larger transactions. You asked earlier today around the fraud and corruption prevention team that we have. We also have a probity and integrity team. So we have insourced some of the functions that historically were outsourced to probity advisors, so that we have an internal capability to provide probity advice. We also have systems set up to ensure separation of the people making decisions around appointments of contractors and companies to provide advice from the people who are the ones who are requesting the work. I will also answer that the people, the three individuals you mentioned before, those contracts, so that they are no longer working with Sydney Metro. The contracts you mentioned before, the interface managers, so that information is historic, but they are no longer in those roles.
So those contracts have not been extended?
So the contracts have either not been extended or alternative resources have been provided by those companies. I could come back and confirm that on notice, but just to be clear, that information is historic.
Okay, I'll come back to that because I think I have also information that it's been extended. I wanted to ask the changes that have been made. I note that you, again, in the call for papers to the Upper House, that you sent an email to Sydney Metro staff on the 11th of September after the media, I think, to reassure them of your professionalism and everything else I think you've said in the email. What changes were made to the schedule of delegations, or the delegation schedule? What changes specifically were made after those allegations?
Yeah, so I think certainly, and just to make sure you've got the proper context, I mean, I also was very concerned at the allegations that were being made, and wanted to ensure that we made a very strong statement that those kind of allegations that were being made were very, very serious indeed. Now, as it turns out, those particular allegations have been investigated and subject to investigation and found to be unsubstantiated, and we have provided the details of that investigation to the Independent Commission Against Corruption, who I understand have not taken any further action. So just to set the record on that one, we have not been able to substantiate the allegations that were made, and clearly, though, we have asked that if anyone does have any further information to support that, then we would really appreciate knowing that, because we think it's very, very serious what was alleged, and we haven't seen any evidence that it is actually substantiated. So
that was a while ago, just to be clear. You're talking about, when you're saying no evidence, that's in relation to an earlier investigation, is that correct?
That related to the same allegations, and so, but if there is more information more recently, then I haven't seen it, but I would certainly like to. If there is evidence.
Are you suggesting that when you're saying relates to an earlier investigation, it's the same allegations, that there's no current investigation?
The allegations in relation to professional service contractors awarding contracts to their own companies is what I'm referring to, yes.
Thank you. So, and just to be clear in terms of the changes, so it says here around who needs to endorse what.
Yes.
You've got endorsement by ED, People and Culture, and the CFCO, Chief Financial Control Officer, I think, is that
Chief
it?
Financial and Commercial Officer.
Commercial
correct.
Officer.
Yes.
Thank you. Over for values up to 250. And then you're included in that if it's over 250. What was it before?
So there's two separate things here. There are the existing financial delegations that remain in place, so where individual members at different levels in the organisation have different approval rights. This is an overlay, so we did not change the existing arrangements. We added an additional set of approvals that are required. So in order to be able to exercise that financial delegation, you have to first have approval from this new approval step. And that is to create a further separation between BAU and then to bring it to the CFCO and the Chief People Officer and myself for larger contracts for any variation or for any new contract. And that's done deliberately without changing the underlying delegation, which is the way that the internal system works, but to create an additional requirement with additional meetings where people have to submit their requests, their justifications, and it's to provide an extra cross-check and an extra certainty, particularly while we go through the review process that we're going through, because we were quite clearly concerned by the allegations that were being made, and wanted to make sure that not only did we test that everything was in place appropriately, that our systems were working, that actually we went through and did a proper review to look at those individual allegations. We have not been able to substantiate those allegations, but certainly if there is more information available, we always encourage our employees or anyone else to provide it to us, but we have been unable to substantiate those allegations.
Thank you. Mr. Benaziac?
Thank you, Chair.
Chair, I can just announce, I think the Melbourne Cup winner was without a fight.
Oh, and I've been just
All
holding on
over
so
it,
tightly
I know,
for that
I'm
info.
sure. Yeah, just breaking news.
Mr. Benaziac?
After
I
that,
don't know what that says about today.
we return to our regular programming. Mr. Murray, who within Maritime would be responsible for the day-to-day running of, I guess, the management of the Waterway Fund or the Boating Now funds?
The Executive Director of Maritime is Mark Hutchins.
Mark Hutchins. And is he still in that role?
Yes, he is.
Was he recently promoted into that role, or that's...
No, he's been there, sorry.
Yeah, he's been in that role for some time, and he has recently shuffled his team around as development opportunities, but he is the Executive Director.
Right. So, we heard some pretty startling news before lunch break that fund, which should have accrued at least 300 million, possibly closer to 440 million, has been mismanaged to the point where it has a deficit of 17 million by 2025, is the Minister's evidence. So I guess my question is, what level of oversight was Mark Hutchinson applying to the management of those funds to the point where it got down to, or got itself into that position?
Well, I think as we've said, we'll take the exact treatment of those funds and the progress of that account on notice. In terms of...
Are you questioning the Minister's answer? She seemed pretty confident. She even outlined some examples of, maladministration or misallocation of funds from that fund. She seemed pretty confident in her critique of it.
That would have to be a question for the Minister. I'm not aware of the ins and outs of that funds over that recent period. Ms Wang, did you have further information on that regard?
Perhaps I can provide some clarification there. I think the Minister was talking about the Boating Now program and not necessarily the Waterways Fund. To the best of my knowledge, the Waterways Fund is not in deficit.
Okay, but the Boating Now, the money that's accrued for the Boating Now program comes from boating registration fees, and I put to the Minister that every year that should accrue around 55 million, and that goes into the Waterways Fund. So what's the current financial position of the Waterways Fund?
Did you want year by year or just this financial year?
Well, let's start with this year.
Okay.
And then I'll see if my concerns are satisfactorily allayed.
Right. For the current financial year, we are forecasting a surplus of $348.3 million in the Waterways Fund, $192 million in FY24, and I can continue on. But at this point in time, the closing balance for the foreseeable future is not in deficit.
So when the Minister was talking about a deficit of 17 million, she was talking about the Boating Now
program and not the Waterways Fund in general. There's a number of funding sources that goes into the Waterways Fund.
Yes, but there's only one, my understanding is only one source that goes into the Boating Now program, which is the registration or licence fees for boats, which should accrue $55 million a year, which would put us up around that 300 million to 440 million. So my question remains, how has that been whittled down to have a deficit of 17 million?
Perhaps Mr. Collins could come in on some of this detail.
Yeah, forecasts for next 4-year revenue breakdown, boating fees actually only account for 47% of the revenue income. 4% comes from the Queenslanders paying for the sand bypass recovery. Mooring leases 8%, channel fees 8%.
So what's the total figure per annum on
For
average?
it's around about 100 and something million a year. I think for the forecast 24 to 27 is 561. That's the forecast. I'll share with you what I think.
How much of that goes into the boating now program?
We start off with an opening balance, I think, for year 23 of 400 million, so that's a surplus, 413 million. Revenue for year 23 was $123 million. Expenditure was almost 200 million, 194 million. Obviously, a lot of maintenance activities and new wharfs and all sorts of stuff. And the closing balance, as my colleague has indicated, is 348.3 million.
Are you talking about the Waterways Fund or the
This
boating,
is
or
this
the boating
is
now?
the Waterways Fund.
Okay,
This is what the Maritime Hypothecated Fund does. All the income, including boating fees, which is about 47%, comes into Mark Hutchins and the Maritime team, and they use that fund for funding obviously a lot of activity when it comes to expenditure, whether that's maritime activities or even other activities. But the closing balance this year was 348 million.
So but I'm specifically looking at the boating now component.
Which
I want to know how that's been whittled down to being $17 million in debt by 2025.
Well, let's double check that figure for the Boating Now Fund. We'll take that on notice and give you an accurate figure of what has been spent on those various activities. I don't believe, unless Ms Mayers is able to tell me from the days of her being responsible, I don't believe that the fourth hour has been budgeted so far this year.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Yeah, I think we'll need to clarify the Minister's comments, because the data I have on Boating Now is that of the 98 million allocated, 84.2 has been spent up to the end of last financial year through rounds 1, 2 and 3. 1 and 2 are closed. 3, there's outstanding projects that are in construction but not complete. And as you know, round 4 has not been allocated. So 86% of the 98 million has been spent for Boating Now.
Okay, so just on that, so particularly around round 4, on the 24th of July 2020, a media release was circulated announcing $28 million being allocated for that round 4 of the Boating Now program. Then in December 2020, Andrew Constance, when he was the minister, also announced that same $28 million for upgrading the boating facilities for round 4. Then on the 16th of December 2021, Rob Stokes made that same announcement. And then the 2nd of August 2022, Minister Elliott also made that announcement for $28 million. So you have essentially 3 ministers making the same announcement from July 2020 to August 2022 for that round, and you still haven't allocated the funds for that round. So, Mr. Collins, I come back to my comments about you not getting this money out quick enough. Would you agree that that's absurd, that you have 3 ministers making the same announcement? You might not be able to comment on that absurdity.
No, definitely not.
But do you think it's absurd that you had this money allocated, $28 million, since 2020, people have applied for it, and they still haven't received it?
Yeah, what I'll comment on that is what I've seen. I've been all the way down to Eden, I've been all the way up to Tweed, and I've seen immense, wharfs which were neglected for years, facilities which were left for years. Funding has Coffs Harbour, Tweed's Head,
Coffs Harbour's
Eden.
Coffs Harbour's another one we'll get to, because it's
even
managed by Transport.
even where I live in the Shire,
Sorry,
fantastic opportunities.
Eurobodalla Council is one of the councils that are whinging to people that they can't get this money quick enough.
And
so you're talking about Eden, that council is streaming out for the money that they applied for 3 years ago.
And
Like, how is that a satisfactory delivery of service?
And if you if you look at the number of projects, there are hundreds of individual projects either in progress now or have been completed. The MIDO team has been flat out on making sure that we can recover and bring back to, you and I share the same passion to ensure that these waterways...
How many are in the MIDO team?
I've got a total number for you, by the way, of 287.4, I think it is, people who are in the maritime team. There's another 14.74 or something around about that of people who actually sit in Ms Webb's area under boating safety. Again, I can probably give you the breakdown of the MIDO team, but it is a fairly small team, and they've been delivering.
So hard.
Yeah, they do work pretty hard, and I was out with the former leader of that team on Friday, examining the work they've been doing.
No wonder we're 4 years behind in delivery.
It's probably about 50 years of catching up.
Okay.
That's comforting.
All right. Looks like we're going to use the 4 minutes until 3:30. Ms Ward.
Thank you, Ms Carroll. A couple of questions to you, if I may. Can I just ask how many requests for staff across the whole of transport to come into the ministerial office or in senior roles in the department were made?
There were 4 requests made for departmental liaison officers.
And any other requests for people to carry out senior roles in transport?
The only other one that I'm aware of is with respect to the transition office. There were 2 requests made in that respect.
For 2 separate specific people?
The first person we were not, the details of that identity were not shared with us. The second one was the executive director within transport.
When you say the identity wasn't shared with you, how did they indicate? Was it the role?
The Minister's Chief of Staff raised with the former Secretary a request for the Transition Office to be created and a role to head up the Transition Office, and was advised that he would be providing the former Secretary with a name for that role.
So create this role. Can you please create this role within transport? Can you, and I'll let you know who I want to head it up. Is that a fair summary? Okay. And were they employment positions or moving positions? Was somebody being transferred, or will they employ this person there?
We didn't get into the details of that. The former Secretary raised the legal concerns, and that matter didn't go any further. With respect to the Executive Director, it was transferring the Executive Director into that role.
Okay. And in the 4 requests for DLOs, were they carried out?
Yes, they were.
All 4 of those?
Yes, they were.
Okay, into the Min office. That's my time. Thank you.
Mr Bernaziak, do you wish to spend the next 2 minutes asking questions, or do we go to a break 2 minutes early?
Oh, look, in the last 2 minutes, I know you've tried to take it on notice, Mr Collins, how many people are within MIDO. I'll put it to you, when groups from, or people from the Amateur Fishing Association were liaising with MIDO, they actually asked the then manager of the Boating Now program how many personnel reported to him, and the manager's answer was none. So can you explain, if MIDO is a very small team, except it's a very small team, how does a manager report to have no one reporting to him?
I think maybe I'd clarify that. There was a manager responsible for Boating Now. MIDO is the maritime infrastructure office, which delivers a lot of those infrastructure projects, and I will, before I leave today, and provide to you the number of people who are currently in MIDO, and Nicole Watts has taken up that responsibility in the last week or so. As Mr Murray suggested, we've had a change of personnel, and there are a number of people in that team, and I'll find that number for you and provide it for you.
That would be good. Perhaps on on notice as well, obviously there's been talk of an audit of that program or a review of that program. Can you, on notice, come back to us with how many councils have actually responded to that review? Because the correspondence I've had with several councils, they didn't indicate they even knew about it. So I'd be interested to know how many have actually received that call for review and how many have actually responded.
Yes, certainly. I think I said earlier that following your concerns about the timescales, that I would certainly look at that and provide information about how long those requests had taken and processed. I'll certainly do that. And again, as I said, outside of these meetings, obviously we can understand and work with you on any other concerns you have regarding the use and applications of a local council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Successfully talked ourselves for 3:30.
Thank you very much. Yes, we have. So we'll break now for afternoon tea until 3:45. Okay, welcome back to our final afternoon hearing. We'll kick straight in, I believe. Questions from the opposition. Ms. Natalie Wood.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, everybody, for coming back. Congratulations.
Just
to...
before you do, I'm
Yep.
sorry, I was asked
Yes,
just for everybody to move
Stop
their
that.
microphones a little bit closer. We are having trouble picking it up, I understand. Thank you. Continue.
Thank you very much. Mr Murray, Mr Murray, you're aware of the government's commitment regarding reducing by 15% senior executives in the public service?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. And how many people are there in senior executive roles in Transport for New South Wales?
We are currently doing the assessment with central agencies at the moment as to the targets around those. The original assessment that was done related to 2022 figures, and so there is a whole of government effort to look at what the mid-2023 benchmark was across government and then assess what that whole of sector target will be.
Thank you. How many presently senior executive roles are there? How many people are in senior executive roles?
1,300.
1,300
in senior executive, and there's another 2,100 in senior management.
Thank you. So what specific steps have you taken since coming to your role, and what criteria will you use to meet this commitment?
So we've been obviously looking at as I've mentioned in sessions before, looking at the operating model of transport. That's a piece of work that's been going for some time. We believe that unlocking the structures will help achieve greater efficiencies. There was a long-standing reform process that was taken in transport, and we are just ensuring that the efficiency of that matches the operations of today. And that's the key piece of work at the moment. That isn't yet ready to be launched in the organisation, but getting that structure right and the operating model of how the handoffs go between operations and support functions will enable us to effect some efficiencies through the organisation towards the government's target.
All right, so it doesn't really address the specific steps or criteria. When do you hope to achieve the reduction in staff headcount?
Well, the government's target is by, I believe it's the end of financial year 25. And that is something that's under consideration across the executive, and we're doing work on that operating model concurrently.
Concurrently with what?
We've been doing it over the last few weeks, concurrently with this inquiry and these discussions this week.
Okay. Will it involve redundancies?
We will go through, the government has a policy which is mobility first, and the consideration of how best senior public servants can be redeployed across agencies. That will take into account, obviously, attrition and other departures into different roles. I can, for example, advise that since June this year, 46 executives, that the number has been reduced by 46 in the executive ranks, 19 in the senior manager ranks, and about 400 in the overall ranks of the organisation.
Thank you. But you'd accept, wouldn't you, that redeployment doesn't reduce staff headcount, does it?
As I said, that's the first priority of government. That is the policy that was taken to the election, has been confirmed throughout the sector, and that's what we'll be working towards to make sure that we can get the most benefit from skills that may not be able to be housed in their current agencies.
Do you intend to keep your 13 direct reports?
That's a discussion that's part of the operating model. We are looking for efficiencies across the entire structure.
So by my understanding, you'd need to fire 2 deputy secretaries, but matter for you, operational matter, I suppose. But so what steps will you take to identify who those individuals will be?
Well, I understand both sides of politics went to the last election with similar commitments around reducing some of the weight of the senior public service. They are the commitments of the day, and we will find our way through to enable those during the time frame.
Thank you, but I'm not asking about election commitments with respect. I'm asking about your role as Secretary, and I'm asking about what steps you are taking. I understand there's reviews underway and all those high-level things, but I'd like to understand what steps you will take to identify or put in place criteria for those roles?
There are a range of processes within the public sector employment that affects a number of the people in the top ranks of the organisation. That is different from person to person, and it also relates on the roles that they're doing at the moment. That's why I can't give you an exact definition of how we will be taking that forward, but we are starting with the organisational design principles, and we are flowing that through to the size and scope of the Transport for New South Wales we will need going forward. Already a number of changes, Ms Ward, as you know, have been made, which include the Coordinator General and the CEO of Sydney Trains both being put around as members of the executive.
But again, that's not reducing staff headcount, is it?
No, but it unlocks the structure for us to be able to do more with other functions.
So the last Transport for New South Wales annual report, some of us do read it, had 111 executive directors listed. In relation to the 16 public servants you would need to sack to meet the Premier's promise, what steps have you taken and when do you plan to implement them?
This is all part of the same process. We're starting with the organisational design. That work is progressing. And I had a very good session with members of the executive last Friday where we talked about some of the principles that need to be embodied in that change.
All right, so we're talking principles and high level. Mr Murray, as you're probably aware, external reviews by the Minister had provided recommendations that new individuals report directly to the Secretary.
Correct.
Can we take from that they are safe from the reduction in headcount?
The structure will be administered as per the recommendations that have already been accepted. If you're talking about the Sydney Trains CEO and the Coordinator General roles, they are members of the executive for the structure going forward. That's correct.
So it would make sense to reduce headcount in the Minister's own reviews when they've said they need to promote those people, wouldn't it?
That's correct. Those roles are critical to the operating model going forward.
Thank you. In relation to the budget, can I ask Ms Wang? Thank you for coming today. Employee-related expenses are increasing by $200 million this year compared to last year. Why is that?
Without knowing the specifics, I'd like to take that on notice if that's okay. What I would say generally is, as you can appreciate, we've had a number of flood-related items in the last financial year, so that's caused some increase in additional labour-related costs. In addition, we also have our capital projects as well, and that will very much dependent on the capital projects' needs at any point in time. But I'm happy to take that on notice and come back to you on the specifics of what's driving that.
If you could take that on notice, that would be helpful. If you could perhaps also take on notice, do the forwards expect a year-on-year 15% increase on employee expenses by Transport for New South Wales? That would be helpful, thank you. Can I turn to Opal card? Whoever is
Yes, I can take
responsible for Opal
that
card.
as well.
Thank you, Mr Murray. Do you have one?
I do.
Great. The 2022-23 budget, before your time I accept, but I'll get to how this is relevant to you. The former government invested $568 million over 3 years on the Opal Next Gen ticketing system. Can you confirm if the full amount of funding is still in the budget this year?
Yes, it is. We still have that put aside for Opal Next Gen. We are going through processes at the moment to identify the next steps for the program. It has been through a number of internal reviews, and that some of that work is continuing, with the hope that early in 2024 we could be back in the market for the next stage of procurement.
So it's still in the budget. You're reviewing it or have reviewed it, but it's still in the budget and you intend to spend it.
That's right. We're still ensuring that that is the correct assessment for that major project. It obviously has a long piece still to go in terms of its design parameters. It has been out for the initial market testing, which has helped us form up the next path forward. And we would then hope to firm that up further internally and be back in the market early next year.
So has the funding been pushed back? Is that correct?
No, it hasn't. That's still the same assessment of funding.
Okay. So when do you expect to have the procurement complete for the new Opal ticketing system?
Well, what we have is the current supplier, which was on a long-term contract, and it has two-year extensions available to it. We anticipate using the first 2-year extension to enable the detailed design and deployment, which would have us with a viable product in 2026, is my understanding.
Is it it's not a trick question, it's a short turnaround time, isn't it, for a new ticketing system?
It is, and we'll be relying on the significant impacts of the internal team that we have of expertise, but also our market partners.
Yeah, because the contract runs out in less than 12 months, so it's a short turnaround time to procure it, test it, roll it out, implement it.
And that's why we'd be using that first 2-year extension to give us that extra time. We will need that first one, yes.
Okay. And so when will that go out to tender?
We'll be back in the market for the next part early in 24.
Early 2024?
Based on current projections,
in time
yes.
for supplementary budget estimates. All right, and what's the project budget for the upgrade?
It's, as you identified, it's around 550 million.
Thank you. Can I go to signalling staff? I don't know who deals with signalling staff, Mr. Collins?
I think it's probably Mr. Longland in this regard.
Thank
We
you.
have just had a graduation, so it's a good time to discuss this issue.
Good to know. Mr. Longland, signalling staff, there hasn't been a hiring freeze on signalling staff. I think it was indicated that there was a hiring freeze under the last government. That's not correct, is it?
Good afternoon. Thank you for the question. With reference to signallers, we are actively recruiting and training signallers. We've got 288 signallers currently on duty. They operate, as you know, 24/7 right across the rail network. We've got a commitment to train 60 additional signallers. So we've currently got 12 that have recently graduated. We've got another school coming out later this year. And then we've got further recruits that we will train into next year.
Thank you. But with respect, that was not my question. My question was very specific. There was not ever a hiring freeze on signallers.
Not that I'm aware of. Certainly not in my time since the middle of 2021 when I've been in this role. That's correct.
Yeah. There was a LinkedIn post put up by Minister Haylen saying this week a shortage of specialised signalling staff brought our lines to a halt. We're ramping up the hiring after years of no hiring and talking about a signalling hiring freeze. That's just not accurate, is it? There was never a recruitment freeze on signallers.
I can't comment specifically on the Minister's post. I haven't seen it, but in terms of the reference to a freeze, there's certainly been no freeze in my period that I've been leading Sydney Trains since June of 2021. I am aware that there was a period from around 2012, 2013 to around about 2017 when we didn't recruit or train signallers in that period. And now that, to the best of my understanding, wasn't about a deliberate freeze. It was about the transition of technology into what we call the Atrix system. So it's a technology system that signallers use, and the consolidation of signal boxes into the ROC, the Rail Operations Centre.
But if you were aware the Minister had put something that was not correct out publicly in any format, you would take steps, I would have thought, to alert her or to her office that was incorrect, would you not?
If I was aware, and certainly I'm not aware of the reference to a freeze.
I'll give you the quote for fairness. So on the 13th of August, Minister Haylen put on her LinkedIn, we're ramping up the hiring of signal operators, a highly specialist role that was subject to a hiring freeze under the last government. That's just not correct, is it?
Based on my time in the role, there's certainly not been any freeze on signaller recruitment. That's correct.
And you didn't tell the Minister or raise that with anyone? It's not a criticism of you, I'm just factually checking that wasn't raised with anyone to say that's not accurate?
Not by me, no.
Okay, but you'd make that clarification now going forward?
Certainly since June of 2021, there's been no restriction on the hiring of any operational roles.
Thank you.
Whether that's train crew, signallers or anyone else in the railway.
Thank you. Mr Murray, if that came to your attention, you would certainly alert the Minister to that misinformation, would you not?
I'm not aware of it, but happy to look into it.
Thank you. Can I go to trains?
Yes.
Again, thank you. New South Wales trains. When will the procurement process for new trains to replace the Tangara fleet commence?
Thank you for the question. So there's a project which I'm working on closely with Ms Drover from Infrastructure and Place in Transport. So it's work that we're doing hand in hand. The program is known as the Future Fleet Program. So that will commence with the replacement of the 55 8-car Tangara trains, which are now approaching around, they were mid-80s they were introduced, so probably almost 35 years old.
So when will it start?
The plan is to commence procurement in the next 12 to 18 months in terms of a process. Now that might be a multi-staged process in terms of working through the detail with proponents, but the intention is to bring those trains into service in the early 2030s.
The early 2030s. Will we have flying cars by then? That's not a criticism. So that's a fair way off for the procurement process to start. Is it a requirement for those trains to be fully built in New South Wales or in Australia?
The work we're doing at the moment, and the reason why this is taking a little longer is that we are not following an extension of any orders that are currently in place with any of the train manufacturers, like the Waterways or the NIFs or any of those trains.
I'm sorry, I've just got limited time, so I'm just going to draw you back to it. Is it a requirement for them to be fully built in New South Wales or in Australia?
We're working through the detail at the moment, but certainly the commitment of government is that there will be a locally made train. Now, whether that's 50%, 75%, 100%, that's the detail we need to work through in the coming months.
So the commitment is not for all components, it's for a part of it. That could be the rearview mirrors on it.
Look, my understanding is it's a significant commitment, and it would be looking at...
How much?
I would have thought minimum 50%, but that's the detail that we're working through.
So when will we know? So will that be in New South Wales or in Australia?
Locally produced, so whether
New
that's
South Wales.
in Western Sydney, Central Coast, whether it might be in the East Coast of Australia, that's the detail we need to work through.
So Tasmania?
Look, what's determined local, I think, probably the commitment was for a locally built train. Now, whether that's local to New South Wales or local to Australia, that's the detail that we need to work through. We're doing a lot of work with industry at the moment. Certainly there's been a number of forums. I've been to the Central Coast myself with Ms Drover to actually meet the supply chain, look at some of the facilities. The intention is
so it's not out of the question to have it outside of New South Wales, though, just to be absolutely clear. Are you looking at Queensland?
We haven't yet determined that detail.
But it's not confined to only New South Wales?
We are looking in New South Wales at the moment, but as to what goes to market and what is considered local, that detail is yet to be developed.
So we don't know how much, we don't know where, we know potentially 50% in Australia, at a guess.
A minimum of 50%.
You sure about that?
Yes.
Okay. So in order to deliver the new fleet, and after making it clear that the government hasn't put a figure out publicly, what's this expected to cost?
We haven't yet got that detail. We're working through a development phase at the moment. So the funding that's been allocated in the budget, I might ask Ms Drover wants to add any detail, is funding that will be for the team to do that work around looking at the design of the train, working with our staff around the sort of train that we think would best meet the needs of passengers, and then also looking at local industry around what industry could support in a sustainable way so that we can create industries that will roll into the future, not just for the Tangara replacement, but for the Millennium and ultimately the Oscar replacements, quite a few trains in that pipeline. We want to create a program of work that we can sustainably manufacture local rolling stock.
All right, well, I'll come to Ms Drover shortly, but in your experience for procurement of transport assets, what impact does local content have on the final cost?
I couldn't comment specifically. I do know that across other states in Australia, there's been a significant focus on local content, and Queensland, for instance, have recently procured their new train that's yet to be built, but that will be built in Maryborough. West Australia are building trains in Perth.
Yes, but my question was about cost. What is the implication for cost for the locally built component in your experience, having procured a number of these things and going forward to procuring a number of them? What is the quantum? Is it billions? Is it millions? Is it 50%?
I wouldn't want to speculate or generalise about what additional cost. It's really about whole of life. So it's the train build and then it's the train maintenance over the life of that train. So it's linked together.
All right, come back to that. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're going to move to the crossbench and who from the crossbench, Abigail?
You want to go first?
Are you
Ms.
ready?
Ward? Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you. And hello again to all of you. I wanted to come back to that transport access program. Do we have any more detail then on when we are going to get full accessibility of, trains, buses and ferries? I think are in the first, I can't remember now, in the first tranche of things, and then the second tranche covering everything else. When will that be done by? Do we know?
Thank you, Ms. Boyd. We did, in fact, have a good discussion about this in the break in terms of the progress being made, in particular recent stations to roll out of the program, but also the next stage of planning. Your earlier question, in fact, about disability groups, we do have a reference group that works very closely with Transport for New South Wales and is being engaged very tightly on the next round of planning. I know your question was about the integration of the car park fund, but certainly we are prioritising that liaison with the reference groups. I might ask Ms. Drover, who's still at the table with us, to talk more about the planning of that second phase program.
Thank you.
Yeah, so at the end of the current tranche of the TAP program, TAP 3, we'll have 57 stations that will be classified as not accessible. So we're now looking at the additional $300 million that was allocated in the recent budget as to where and how we will spend that additional $300 million. So there are criteria for which stations get funding. That criteria is actually on the Transport for New South Wales website. We look at a range of factors, the demographics of an area, where there are other accessible stations or alternative locations, and we also look at what other complementary works we might be doing at those stations. So all those factors go into allocate which are the next tranche of stations that we'll take forward with that $300 million. So I can't give you a definitive answer, and I do appreciate that we have not met the original requirement, but we are diligently trying to deliver as many stations as we can with the allocated funding.
New South Wales, along with the other states and territories, signed this agreement in 2001 for this 20-year time frame. I understand that a number of the other states and territories are also woefully behind meeting this target. The agreement was that we would end up with every single station being accessible and every single mode of transport being fully accessible. Do we have any idea what the deadline will be?
Ms. Boyd, I might take that.
Yes, please.
It was the subject of a recent discussion with all the states and territories that was held in Adelaide about how the next level audit of sustainable infrastructure and disability access can be rolled out. Certainly the states expressed their concerns at the size of the audit that would need to be undertaken under that current existing agreement, which the federal government agreed to take on notice. There is a meeting of transport ministers scheduled for Hobart in December where the item will again be raised on the agenda, and a discussion about how each state and territory can take that forward and give the federal government assurance that they're progressing at the right pace.
Some of the disability advocacy groups have been calling for an introduction of an independent body to monitor accessibility standards and compliance and enforce these timelines and mechanisms, because as much as everyone says that they're trying, people with disability do just continually end up at the bottom of the priority pile across all states and territories and federally. Do you have any intention in New South Wales of sort of changing the way we've been doing things and setting up an independent body to monitor this work?
We've not discussed the idea of an independent body, but certainly with that work that's destined for discussion with the federal government, we are well advanced in New South Wales in preparing our next report. We are sharing the methods of our compilation of that data with the other states, and certainly we're aligned in using that as a way to benchmark state-by-state performance in actually getting through the backlog.
When it comes to, as I say, people with disability tend to be at the bottom of the priority pile, and then within different types of groupings of people with disability, we tend to, unfortunately, people with intellectual disability tend to be overlooked even more than those with a physical disability. Are you aware of how changes to the public transport symbols can affect people with intellectual disabilities? So I understand that recently there was a change. So instead of just a picture of a train, we ended up with a T, and instead of a picture of a ferry, we end up with an F. And the feedback we've got from intellectual disability advocates is that is incredibly confusing and upsetting. Was any consultation done before those changes were made?
We have a highly expert wayfinding unit within our customer services branch at Transport for New South Wales. They have been consulted on those elements, and they obviously then again have their stakeholders that they take information from. I'd have to take further advice on how much community feedback was given. I know it's an issue that's been discussed in the bus task force in terms of ensuring that accessibility, legibility and proper wayfinding all goes hand in hand.
Can I ask a dumb question? What's wayfinding? What's that?
It's the overall signage protocols that are used and the advancements in the science behind that to ensure that people are very clearly linked from precinct to precinct and mode to mode.
Understand. When you mention in previous answers, and I think the Minister mentioned as well, that there's a disability reference group, does that consist of disability advocacy group representatives, or is it individuals representing?
I'm going to ask my colleague Ms Mayers to come in on this one.
Thank you, no problem. Thank you, Ms Boyd. So we have an Accessible Transport Advisory Committee. Representatives are from both disability and ageing organisations and individuals. We also consult with our own enabled network within transport, and we would work with them on programs, do site walks and visits, but also project specific. So it's a mixed group that we engage with. The wayfinding team would have access to that committee also.
Okay, and does that committee, for example, include a representative from People with Disability New South Wales or the Physical Disability Council, or does that
I'd need to take the composition of the committee on notice, but we can certainly provide that.
Did you consult with the Council for Intellectual Disability in relation to the, I've now learnt the new word, wayfinding changes?
Yeah, I'm not sure on that particular. Mr. Host may know. He doesn't know. We'll have to take that on notice also.
Yeah, I can, if I may. This was way back in 2014. The T's, B's, L's were introduced. So that was, and Deputy Director General Tony Braxton Smith, I think, was involved, and certainly there was a lot of consultation about colours, signing, and wayfinding.
So there hasn't been any more recent changes?
No, the only thing I can think has changed is some of the very sad-looking bus stops, which were put in the Olympics. Those what they call hockey sticks, if you know, the ones which curve round.
Yeah.
They have been changed out for what they call the B pole. And that may be the area which the task force has raised, where the symbol of the bus, which, to be honest, from about 50 metres you can't even see what it is, was changed for the B. And we're considering that as part of the sort of task force recommendations as to whether we provide additional wayfinding. Of course, a lot of work has been done in Sydney trains with hearing loops.
Yep.
Wonderful sunflower program, which Matt has been involved with to deal with people with learning disabilities.
Yep. And of course, M has been added to those motifs over the last few years.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Can I ask what kind of disability awareness training is given for transport staff?
I would have to take that on notice. As Ms Mayers has said, we have a network within the organisation, and we have obviously communication of significant engagement, but I'd have to get formal advice for you on exactly what's done from a formal basis.
That would be really useful. And again, if you could confirm whether there is specific training in terms of awareness for people with intellectual disability as well as physical disability.
Happy to do that.
If the Secretary's comfortable, I'm happy to add on the Sunflower Lanyard program, 90% of Sydney Trains and New South Wales Trains customer service staff have now been trained in assisting customers with non-visible needs.
Yeah.
So as you mentioned, obviously the physical needs are easier to spot. So the wearing of a lanyard, looking out for customers that might be in need. That might be assistance with navigating transport. It might be on border service, so train crew. It might be loud noises at a station, bright lights, those sorts of things. We've actually got that program nominated for a Premier's Award, which is being judged next week. So the team done an excellent job, and all of our staff are very much focused on the needs of customers, particularly needs that you may not see immediately.
Thank you. It sounds like progress is being made.
Hand over to Mr. Benazio.
Thank you, Chair, Acting Chair. Mr. Collins, I might just pick up where I left with the voting now grounds, and particularly round 4, which I'm particularly concerned about. Now, Port Macquarie Hastings Council applied for a grant on the 12th of the 10th of 2022 for $246,725,000 plus their own code contribution of $82,245. They still haven't received confirmation as to whether they're successful with that grant. And I note that under the guidelines, projects will need to be delivered and final grant claims received by December 2024, or the grant agreement may be terminated. Would you agree it's going to be very difficult to meet that deadline if you haven't even told them whether they're successful or not? And many of these councils have forward work schedules for multiple years, and I know that the Eurobodalla Shire Council is in a similar vote, and they've actually informed us that it's not in their work schedules for the next 3 years. So they will be unsuccessful, won't they?
Thank you for the question, and I'll answer the first part, and as I promised, give you a couple of numbers you asked for previously. Obviously, in the last 12 months alone, we've delivered 36 projects as part of that program, and in addition to Boating Now, the Waterways funds round 4 has not had budget yet, and I will ask my colleague Ms Hong to give us some information on that. But we have been delivering a number of projects. I think 14 million has been delivered by MIDO, and you asked how many people are in MIDO. There actually are currently 40 people. There are 6 vacancies which we're holding at the moment. And the other question you did ask about Boating Now, there is 1 principal manager and 5 other staff who are in Boating Now. So just cover those questions off. In terms of funding for 4, earlier the Minister talked about going into deficit over a 5-year period. We have a lot of projects we wish to do but don't have the funding for, and if we put all those projects up which are unbudgeted plus also the expenditure we've got to date on a bigger portfolio, it will be true that in the next till 2025 there may be a case of us being in deficit by 17 million, as the Minister said. But if I ask my colleague, the CFO, to talk through what the current financial position is and where we are with Boating Now, the 4th round.
So we're not, Ms Wan, we're not going to satisfy that requirement that these round 4s be spent and claims be put by December 2024, are we? If we haven't even approved those grants, are we?
I can answer that. At this point in time, round 4 is not yet budgeted, and that's why it's been delayed. The new government has requested that we do a review of the Boating Now program. The review was completed recently, and a final report has a set of recommendations in it, and that report, I understand, will soon be shared with the Minister. But at this point in time, round 4 is unfunded at the moment.
Okay, so will the guidelines be, if round 4 is to be funded, will those guidelines be changed to extend that date from December 24 to something
I think
later?
that, you know, if funding is available, I think that's a common sense approach that we would, obviously, as you know, these things take time, as you quite rightly indicated, so therefore it would be, if funding is delayed and then we get the decision of the recommendations, then we would extend those deadlines.
Can I just go to disability access as well, but obviously more from a maritime perspective? I note that in 2023 there was supposed to be a maritime safety plan review. Maritime infrastructure plan review, and that was supposed to include an inclusion plan as well. I don't believe anything has happened with that regard, but I just draw your attention to a DIPA request raised by the Recreational Fishing Alliance on the 9th of January 2023, and they received a reply on the 7th of February. I'll just take you through it. They asked for all information available on every public boat ramp in New South Wales. They came back with not held. They asked for information relating to the advertisement of specifications of boat ramp facilities. You said you didn't have that. They asked for information relating to the engagement with disabled trailer boat owners. You said you don't have that either. They asked for any information relating to the representation of disabled trailer boat owners on committees, advisory groups, for Transport for New South Wales, other agencies handling boating and marine. You said you didn't have that either. They asked for policy and planning documents, any public available information relating to trailer boats and disabled people. That you didn't have any of that. Information relating to the process of engaging with the disabled community with regards to boat ramps. You didn't have any information on that. Information from the disabled community with regards to the lack of disabled access. You said you didn't have any information regarding that. And detail how disabled access is dealt with and managed within the New South Wales Boat Ramp Facility Guidelines. That was also not held. So I guess the question to whoever it's relevant to, perhaps Mr. Murray as the Secretary, how can you develop a maritime safety plan which includes an inclusion plan and a boat ramp facility guideline when you clearly don't have any data with regards to these matters? How can you develop an inclusion plan when you don't hold any data regarding disabled access and your policies regarding that? It seemed to be a bit difficult.
As I said a little bit earlier, I'm very happy to come back and answer your questions. I don't have that information in front of me at the moment, but agree that we need some further data to answer those, and also hope to put together a comprehensive position for you by the end of the session.
Okay, thank you. Can I just go to the Coffs Harbour boat ramp, because Mr. Collins, you raised it in earlier questioning.
Sure.
What's the total cost so far to deliver that boat ramp?
We'll have to take that on notice, but obviously it not only delivers a boat ramp, there are other facilities there as well which we share with the fishery and other parties, but it is certainly a vast improvement from the much neglected area of Coffs Harbour, and I understand, just to add to Mr. Murray's comments, that there is a meeting tomorrow, I believe, with the Australian Fishing Association. I think Dennis is attending tomorrow, and certainly Recreational Fishing Alliance meets every quarter as well. But I'm happy to take on notice the total costs of the Coffs Harbour facility. It's not just a boat ramp, and share that with you in due course.
Yeah, my understanding that you're at according to the website, you're at stage 2, which includes car parking facilities, but you're still trying to resolve the sand build-up issue, which I think is obviously
I think there's been quite a useful discussion with the experts in terms of the permanent sand removal. As you know, you're as knowledgeable as I am.
Latest news from September 2023 says there's a sand pump trial
yes. and
continuing. Is that the permanent
that-
solution?
That, as you know, quite often sand pumps of a permanent nature are very useful for dealing with the continual build-up of sand. And certainly I understand the latest discussion I had with Mr Hutchins only a couple of weeks ago was that they're exploring the possibility of this being a more permanent feature and are working with the local community into ensuring the minimum impact on boaters who need to access that area.
Okay, so perhaps on notice while you're taking some of the details, how much is that sand pump costing us on a monthly basis to run? And do you foresee that changing or being reduced if we go to a more permanent solution?
I think you're dead right. It's almost a given that if you're doing something on a temporary basis, it often costs more than if you provide capital funding.
What is it costing us now? So I've got 30 seconds. What is it costing
Yep,
us now?
I'll find that information for you,
it-
take that on notice, and certainly happy to share with that with any of the interested parties.
Thank you. I'll throw it back to the Chair.
Thank you. We'll go to the opposition again. Ms Ward.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you all. Ms Carroll, can I come back to you, if I may? Thank you. Just going back to the transition office, did Mr Gartrell ask for the transition office to be established?
He did.
And was it established?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and was Minister Haylen in the room, or was it discussed with her, to your knowledge?
I can't answer that definitively. What I can say is that the Secretary had a meeting with Mr Gartrell. I was not at that meeting, so I don't know who attended that meeting. I attended a meeting with the former Secretary and the Minister's Chief of Staff. The Minister certainly was not involved in that.
And that request was made by Mr Gartrell at that meeting?
I understand he may have made reference to that request being forthcoming to the former Secretary when he initially met with him. It was certainly raised directly at the meeting that I attended.
So it was, is it your understanding it was Mr Gartrell's idea?
I don't know.
Okay. Did he say in the meeting, to your knowledge, the Minister would like this established, or did he say we would like this, or how did he phrase it?
I can't recall the specifics of it. I am aware that he made reference to transition officers having been established in his previous experience.
In his previous experience as a staff member for a minister?
As a Chief of Staff previously.
Could you elaborate on what he said to give that context?
I remember he indicated to the Secretary that he had seen transition officers established previously. The Secretary noted at the time that he had some issues with that. He wasn't familiar with the concept. It was in that context.
Okay. And so in that context, he said, we would like you to take steps to establish a transition office.
Yes.
Or words to that effect.
As I said, it was raised, to my understanding, initially with the former Secretary at a separate meeting, but the discussion followed at the meeting that I was at.
Okay, and in the meeting, rather than me making up the words, why don't you tell the committee the words that were said to the best of your recollection?
It was a continuation of that initial discussion, and my recollection is that the Minister's Chief of Staff said to the former Secretary, we would like you to create an Executive Director role to head up that transition office, and then indicated that he would be providing the former Secretary with a name for that role.
Okay, and did that require a reorder of the public service or a cost to meet those requests?
We didn't have a transition office established at that point, so yes.
So yes, there would be costs incurred by that?
Well, I guess it really depended on whether or not you were reallocating staff to that, but we didn't have a transition office at the time.
Okay, so establishing a new transition office and the request to put someone into that role, an Executive Director role, and so then he asked to get a public servant appointed to that role, or who was that person?
That happened, that was raised subsequently. I should also clarify that he did make clear that it was only for, in his anticipation, a 6-month period to support the transition of the incoming government. The former secretary raised with the Minister's Chief of Staff that he had legal concerns with that request. There was some discussion around that, and the former secretary indicated that I would continue those conversations with the Minister's Chief of Staff to work through those legal issues.
But nonetheless, that was done. It was carried out.
As in, the conversations did take place. The legal advice was shared, and subsequently a request was made. I think the request was made from memory from the Minister's Deputy Chief of Staff to me
For a specific person
for
to
a specific
fulfil
person.
the role, the newly created role of Executive Director, Transition
Correct.
Office of the newly created Transition Office.
Correct.
That's accurate. So Mr Gartrell had no position or legal authority, neither did the Deputy. Why were those requests or orders carried out?
The Minister's Chief of Staff did indicate that he had authority to make that request of the Secretary. The Secretary received that request and considered it, and as I said, there were legal issues with the first request, so that was not progressed.
How did he indicate he had that legal authority?
I think he was having the conversation with the Secretary, and as the Minister indicated this morning, he was exercising the employee-related functions for the office at the time.
So he, as the Chief of Staff to the Minister, was exercising some form of authority to direct you to set up, or the Transport for New South Wales to set up, a new transition office and appoint a particular person to an Executive Director role. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of what authority he was exercising in doing that?
Point of order, Chair.
A point of order.
I want to take a point of order about this because we've heard in evidence earlier that there was legal advice requested, and I just think these questions are skirting.
It's not about the legal advice.
Extremely close to matters of legal professional privilege.
It's not at all.
And I just caution that these questions, I think, are putting the public servant in a position where they're trying to inveigle out of her the nature of that legal advice.
Chair,
Sure,
I'm not
thank you.
in any way
I
seeking
won't
legal advice.
Uphold the point of order, but it is a reminder, and of course
I'll move on.
the witness can also answer the question. She sees fit, take it on notice, or I think she's aware. Thanks, Ms. Ward.
Thank you for the diversion. So there was a cost associated with that, and we're unclear about the basis of the authority to order you to create that new office. Is that correct?
The Minister's Chief of Staff represented himself to have the authority to make that request of the former Secretary.
Thank you. And they indicated a person that they wanted to be placed in that role?
He indicated that he would provide the former Secretary with a name. That was not done to my knowledge.
The Executive Director role was in Transport, though. It wasn't in the Ministerial office. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, it was in Transport.
Correct. So it was a public service role. That's correct, isn't it?
Correct. That was a role that would be, as I indicated, it was foreshadowed, it would be established for about a 6-month period to support the transition, and it was a role that would be reporting to the Secretary.
Thank you. So it was a position within Transport for New South Wales, not a position within the Ministerial office. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct.
Thank you. And the GSC Act, to the best of your knowledge, says that is not permitted. That's correct, isn't it?
I am aware of the relevant provision of the GSC Act. Yes, that's my understanding of it.
So this would be a breach of the GSC Act. That's correct, isn't it?
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order has
Chair,
been taken.
I think the honourable member is now asking the public servant for a legal opinion.
Yeah, I think
and
that's
it's well out of
yes,
To the point of order.
I do.
I'm not asking to the point of order. The witness has indicated that she has an understanding of the Act. I'm only asking whether it is in compliance with her understanding of the Act. She's indicated she's aware of the section. I'm asking whether it complies with her understanding of the section of the Act.
I will uphold the point of order. You are asking a public servant who's not here to give her legal opinion, a legal opinion about whether something has been breached. And I'll ask the member to be very careful about the questions that she's asking and potentially go a slightly different course.
Okay, I'll rephrase. To the best of your understanding, Ms Carroll, a minister or their staff member can't direct a secretary in their employment function. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
And that is the GSE Act. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
So it's set out in the GSE Act that a minister or their staff cannot direct the secretary in their employment function.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Thank you. And to be crystal clear, the Chief of Staff ordered the public servants, in this case Transport for New South Wales, to create a public service position and then told you that he would provide a name to fill that position. That's correct.
The conversation was had with the former secretary. I was in the room at the time.
Thank you. And then the Deputy Chief of Staff, you've indicated today, told Transport for New South Wales who they would be appointing to that role. That's correct, isn't it?
They indicated to us a name that they would like considered for that role.
Sorry, could you say that again?
They provided us with a name, an executive director's name, that they would like considered for that role.
To be appointed to that public
That's
service role,
correct.
not a ministerial office role?
That's correct.
And is that in line with the GSE Act?
The question
Point of order, Chair.
Yeah,
I mean,
point
this
of
is
order.
again
All right, I'll withdraw that question.
asking the public servant to provide
Yeah.
an opinion.
Thank you, and the members
relation to
withdrawn.
legal
The members withdrawn the question.
Thank you.
Continue.
In your experience, has this occurred previously in your experience in this role? You're a well-experienced person as in your current role. Has this occurred to your knowledge previously?
Can you be more specific?
All right, I'll move on. It's a bit of a hypothetical. Have you considered referring this matter to ICAC?
The request was made to the former secretary. Legal advice was taken around that.
Given your concerns about a actual or potential breach of the Act, would you, just to clarify, have given consideration to referring this to ICAC?
The request was made to the former secretary. The former secretary asked for that legal advice to be given, and that was undertaken.
And public monies were expended in the carrying out of this request by the Ministerial Office. That's correct, isn't it?
Can you be more specific?
Well, this caused public expenditure to occur.
The role was filled by an existing transport officer.
Was that person identified by the Ministerial Office?
That was the executive director's name that I mentioned. Yep.
So there wasn't an open application process, there wasn't a recruitment process, our third of the day?
Yes, there was. So that was the name that was provided, and subsequently a recruitment process occurred to fill that role.
And did that person get the role?
They did.
So the person that they nominated got the role?
There was a recruitment process that led to that appointment.
So our third recruitment process of the day, in which a person was identified and put through that process and got the role, the person identified by the Ministerial Office. That's correct, isn't it?
The person that was requested by the Minister's Office was in that role for a period of time. I can't recall exactly how long, but a decision was taken to run a recruitment process when the acting secretary joined, and that recruitment process had a panel composed. It went through the ordinary recruitment processes to make that appointment.
Did that recruitment process commence after the name was identified and provided to you by the Ministerial Office?
Yes. That name led to the initial appointment, and then a recruitment process was subsequently
So a name was
undertaken.
identified, a person was put into a role, and then we retrofitted a recruitment process.
A recruitment process was subsequently determined to take place.
And after that, the result of that recruitment process was that that person got the job.
There was a panel that considered applications. Applications were open. There were a number of candidates that applied for that role.
But ultimately, the person that was successful after that recruitment process was the person that was identified by the Ministerial Office.
That is correct. The recruitment process went through a merits-based process to make that appointment.
And they were already in that role?
They were in that role initially.
So they essentially got reapproved?
They were appointed as a result of the recruitment process.
All right. So to be absolutely clear, this was not a role in the Ministerial office, but it was requested to be created and filled by the Ministerial office and at their direction. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct.
Thank you. And the Ministerial office directed you, or the acting secretary, to create the role and fill the role. That's correct, isn't it?
The request was made to the former secretary.
Former secretary.
Not
Okay.
the
Yeah,
case.
sorry, the former secretary. Quite right. Sorry, Mr. Collins. Okay. Thank you. Who approved the executive director appointment?
That was a matter that was ultimately determined by the former secretary.
So who signed off on it after the name was given originally?
Who signed off on it?
The appointment.
So the name was given. The secretary asked for inquiries to be made, and then it was a matter for the former secretary.
I will remind the witness at this point that you can take questions on notice if you're unsure in terms of the amount of questions that are being fired at you for detail.
Sure. Thank you.
I'm just trying to be very clear. I'm not trying to...
I know, just...
Yep. Mhm. Okay. And ultimately, I'm not asking for your legal opinion, just to be absolutely clear, but I'm asking for in your role and with your experience, whether you consider that there could be circumstances for an ICAC referral.
Well, the point of order, Chair.
Yeah, the point of order is something I would have made anyway. I think you've asked her to consider in terms of her opinion. So I think we know that we don't ask public servants their opinion.
All right. On what date was the order given?
The meeting took place in late March. The meeting that I attended with the former secretary took place in late March.
So late March. And what date was the position approved? So this was days after the election, essentially. Late March, the election is 25 March. It's pretty much straight after the election.
My understanding, as I said before, it was raised with the secretary at the initial meeting, the former secretary, at the initial meeting that he had. The direct request was made by the Minister's Chief of Staff at the meeting that both the former secretary and myself attended with the Minister's Chief of Staff.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. And when was the Executive Director appointed?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay, if you could, that would be helpful, and get back to us on that. But I'm assuming it wasn't months after, it was from memory, weeks after, days after?
It wasn't months after.
Okay, weeks after. So how long was the recruitment process run for?
I'd have to take that on notice.
From your recollection, was it
Do you want me
days, weeks?
Do you want me to answer that question?
No, I'm asking Ms. Carroll. I can come back to you if you like.
She did say she needed to take it on notice.
Oh, certainly, that's fine. Yep, but the actual process, weeks, days?
Point of order,
I can't recall. I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay, that's fine. Take it on notice. That's fine. Was it later than mid-April?
I'm sorry, I can't recall. I'd have to take that on notice.
Was that under you, Mr. Collins?
Yeah, thank you for the question. The job description, role description, was actually published on the 4th of April. That was during the former secretary's time, and was accepted as a role within Transport. I think just several days after I joined as acting secretary, it was agreed that we run a proper process for selecting a role in the transition office. We had the rail review coming up. We knew that there would be other reviews. We ran a process. I had colleagues on that panel.
I'm interested in the date, Mr.
We
Collins.
shortlisted, and the interviews, I think, were resumes were given to me. Let me just have a look at that date. On the 17th of April, that's 3 days after I started, and the interviews were towards the end of April. And to correct the record, we appointed 2 people. There were 2 successful candidates because we felt that we knew this The role of supporting both rail and other reviews would be more than one person.
Mr. Collins,
And
thank you.
therefore
I
that
appreciate that. I
happened-
just have 1 minute left. So
And
it's
3
very
people interviewed.
clear. Yep. Was it your understanding? So the date you've actually avoided, though, given a lot of other detail, but not said the detail on which the executive director was
It was
initially
probably
appointed.
about, I would say, a week to 10 days of
So 14
notification.
April?
The interviews took place on the 28th and the 1st of May.
The initial appointment.
The interviews took place.
The
and
initial appointment before the
The initial
recruitment.
appointment.
Yep.
Well, that was in the former secretary's.
Yep. And then there was a recruitment process, and then a couple of weeks, and then
Appointment
reappointed.
was made, I think, probably that first week. Interviews finished on the 1st of May, and therefore I believe I told the successful candidates shortly after that. So it would have
That
been
they
that
were
first week of
staying
May.
in the job.
Not staying in the job, that one was obviously continuing in their current role as the Executive Director of Transition, and
Thank
that
you.
another candidate would be available to do other work that we knew was going to come our way
Thank
with
you.
more reviews.
Mr. Collins, my final question. Did that candidate, to your knowledge, or Ms Carroll, to your knowledge, have any connections to the Labor Party?
I wasn't aware. I knew that candidate well from previous work. She'd done roles including Mr Wing's former role. She was a very experienced and long-serving
Yes, but any connections to your knowledge to the Labor Party?
I wasn't aware of any.
Ms Carroll?
Order.
Ms Carroll?
Ms Ward, we are moving on to opposition
Iron cover.
questions now. Sorry, crossbench. That is what it... do you want to go... Where are we up to? Oh,
Yeah, well, you haven't done for a
okay.
while, so what do you
Cool,
think?
cool. Thank you. I just want to talk about Opal cards and the where it's up to in terms of the potential of the to getting rid of the card altogether. I'm asking this because I've been contacted by people with disabilities, mobility issues who are concerned about the removal of the Opal card. I just wanted to see where that consideration is with the department's assessment of it.
Absolutely, and we're aware of that exact scenario in the early market testing that was done a few months ago. One of the stipulations is that the future Opal card will have to still provide a hard copy card for those users who would like it, notwithstanding that most product we would anticipate would move to an app or a near-field reader type scenario, but we will always need for those users a physical card.
Oh, that's great. I've written to the Minister about that quite a while ago, and there's the response at budget estimates. Good, thank you. Turning to air pollution targets and the role of Transport for New South Wales in the government's overall ambitions, even though they're not as ambitious as we would like, to reduce carbon pollution. Firstly, has Transport for New South Wales set air quality targets in relation to transport emissions, and what consultation has Transport for New South Wales had in relation to the Net Zero Commission that the government's wanting to establish? I don't know who to direct that question to.
I'm going to invite my colleague Ms Webb to come up to the table.
Okay, great.
Obviously, we have just in the last 2 weeks unveiled a nation-leading policy around our emissions reduction targets, with both Ms Webb and Ms Drover being the authors of those policies. So, thank you.
Thanks, Ms Webb.
I'm not aware that Transport for New South Wales has set air quality standards except in relation to our tunnels. And,
yes, I don't believe you have.
And the Minister for Roads has asked the Chief Scientist and Engineer to review the air quality emission standards data and literature regarding those tunnel emissions.
So is that that's just in relation to tunnel emissions that the Minister's requesting the Chief Scientist to examine? Okay.
Yes,
All right.
yes, that's correct.
What's the time frame on that? Do you know?
Sorry, I will clarify that. No, the terms of reference are broader than that. They do relate to traffic-related air pollution, and also a review of air quality monitoring data from operating motorway tunnels across the Greater Sydney network and the impact on air quality. And also looking at the effectiveness and costs of tunnel filtration. And they will look at some of the data from the existing tunnels. I'm not aware of when that review will be completed.
Okay, and is that public? That the terms of reference and everything that you've talked about, is that on the Chief Scientist's website, and has that been announced?
I'm not aware that it's been announced.
Okay. And then the discussion, I think the other question was around, has Transport for New South Wales been involved in any discussions within a broader government, whole of government perspective around the new Net Zero Commission and the role that Transport for New South Wales has in terms of reducing those emissions and setting emission reduction targets?
So in relation to air quality and carbon emissions, certainly my team within the Environment and Sustainability team and has met with the EPA and the Office of Environment and Climate Change. We are having discussions with them and will support the government, support their strategies in terms of reducing emissions and improving air quality.
Is the expectation, I assume, that there'll be a sector reduction target for the transport sector as part of the overall goal of net zero by 2050? Too late, but
yeah. So there is currently a government a government targets and transport's policy that we announced a couple of weeks ago fits it within that policy, but we also contemplate within our policy that it will need to be reviewed and those targets increased as if government policy changes.
As part of that Commission's work, potentially. Okay, thank you. And now I want to move on to another topic of bikes on buses. Now, at the Regional Transport hearing asked about bikes on trains in terms of being able to wheel them on and not have to box them up. There was a bikes on buses trial, I understand, and a trial of bikes on buses. This was in regional New South Wales, actually. Is this something that anybody can answer here about trying to get more buses to accommodate bikes?
Yeah, it is as everyone knows, if you're in a suburban bus service, as I was this morning, the last thing you want is a bike appearing, because it is a bit of a struggle. I know, for example, on rail, we now see hundreds of Deliveroo cyclists who jump on the rail system. We did try the trial in regional New South Wales. I think, like many countries around the world, if you ever go to New Zealand, you notice there's a rack on the front of most buses which take bicycles. It proved quite successful. The challenge for us is in those suburban areas. That's why I think we've been focusing more on active transport, providing facilities for people to cycle. But it's not something we're going to rule out completely. But at this stage, we wouldn't be extending it into outer metropolitan and suburban areas of
So, Mr.
cities.
Collins, thank you, that's useful. So potentially there's an option for a trial of the type of racks on the front of buses that you're saying are in place in other countries?
I mean, obviously I take advice from my safety colleague Sally Webb about construction and modification of vehicles, which are important, but certainly the regional trials were very successful.
Okay.
And we'd probably look to further regional trials taking place in the future.
Okay, all right, thank you. So moving from bikes to pets.
Right. My favourite subject.
We've got to satisfy everybody. No, is the department doing work on accommodating pets on public transport, as we know in Victoria, the ACT, many parts of Europe, other countries, it's very common practice. What work is being done to provide advice? Has the government commissioned advice, and what work's the department doing in this regard?
Chair, we are looking at it. Certainly, we are all aware of the recent publicity and the ongoing public debate around pets on transport. We have looked at the examples of corresponding international cities and how they've adopted similar processes. I think at the moment there is still an overriding concern as to how the impacts of our staff in the first instance, other passengers, and just the viability on the network of some of those elements. We haven't come to a conclusion around that, but certainly we have been looking at certainly the impacts on staff if they were required to manage that. I know some of the schemes that have run overseas, while it has allowed dogs in bags and similar elements like that, it's not been all smooth running for the operators.
I think most pets are probably more well behaved than some humans on buses and trains, wouldn't you agree? So have you been in discussions with the Minister about this?
The Minister has made some comments to the team around being open-minded about the future, but also being very mindful of the impact on our operations. Our first priority, certainly the discussion has been, is about getting more humans onto public transport and out of their cars, and that should be seen always as the priority for this consideration.
Thank you. I'll throw to Mr. Bernaziak now.
Chair, I'll resist the temptation about bringing my Shetland pony on the light rail. Can I just go to the Waterway Fund? In 2020, Minister Constance withdrew $205 million from that fund to do various projects. So just perhaps on notice, can you come back with the breakdown of what that was spent on? Some of the projects were listed were Bermuda Harbour and channel dredging, Brunswick Heads Boat Harbour upgrade, Crofts Harbour Marine Precinct, Crofts Harbour Regional Boat Ramp, which you already took on notice, Prouty Head Boat Harbour upgrade, Eden Safe Harbour, Greenwich Point Wharf upgrade, Double Bay Wharf, Darling Point Wharf upgrade, Manning River entrance, Narooma Wharf replacement, Port Macquarie breakwall, Swansea Channel dredging, Tuncurry boat maintenance facility, the demolition of marine land in Manly, and the Manly Wharf upgrade. Just perhaps on notice.
Take on notice.
Yeah. Happy to do that.
It needs to be answered now.
This is just a bit of mopping up.
Thank you for the detail. We'll summarise.
Can I just pick up on Ms. Fairman's questions around emissions? How many vehicles within the Transport for New South Wales fleet actually comply with the vehicle emission standards of Euro 5? Perhaps
in regards to, just for, I think it probably is on notice, but in regards to the transport fleet, do you mean the passenger fleet or the operational site fleet?
Oh, well, let's go both, because I imagine there are some sedans running around emblazoned with the logo.
We do, and we have different targets for both types of vehicles, so we'd be best to come back to you on notice on those targets.
Sure. I won't get them to have a stab. Ms. Webb, you were talking about some work around this in terms of electric vehicles, etc. As part of that work, what's been done to understand the financial impact on the general public if you as an agency go all electric? Obviously that's going to place an upward pressure on the cost of charging vehicles across the board. Just market forces will generally tell you that if you're prepared to pay a higher amount, that will force everyone to pay that higher amount. So I'm just wondering whether you've done any work in that space as to how much that would increase the cost of, or the overall average cost of people charging these electric vehicles for private use.
Thank you for the question. In relation to all of our investments, we need to undertake business cases and spend the money to ensure there's value for money for the amounts that we spend.
We have a number of renewable energy electricity contracts in place already and get very good value from those contracts. I will, however, defer to we may need to take on notice the details of those contracts as my colleagues here.
Yeah, I'm just interested in terms of whether you've done any work on what the upward pressure on prices will be for the average consumer that's using an electric vehicle for their private use, given that if you're going to transfer your fleet over to a whole...
I think we can take that on notice.
Yeah.
Treasury has done some whole of government work around that, and we are feeding into that process.
Yeah, thank you. Anything would be good. Just on cameras, obviously there's lots of different cameras floating around for various purposes. Are those images that have been taken from the various cameras, whether it's speed cameras, whether it's mobile phone cameras, just the general traffic safety cams, are they being fed into AI or machine learning programs, and for what purposes if they are?
No, there are strict operating protocols around the different cameras. I should state that they all have different purposes, be it our private motorway operators have different operating procedures around their cameras to the ones that we do. Then we obviously have the operational cameras on major intersections that feed into our traffic management.
So are those ones that feed into your traffic management system, are they being put through
we have
AI
some
programs for learning? Or
we have some
modelling?
systems like the SCAT smart traffic light systems, which I wouldn't classify as AI, but we certainly use the data and then operate an optimised network through those cameras.
And how long is that data held for?
I'd have to seek that information.
Sure.
Many of the cameras don't allow us to actually keep data.
Yeah, okay. Right, thank you. I think that is probably it for me, Chair. I think.
Okay.
Oh no, sorry, Mr. Wing. I don't want to leave you without having answered a question. As you're coming up, Mr. Wing, during the regional transport hearing, we heard from the Minister, and she referenced that you've been out and about in the countryside talking to taxi operators and rideshare operators, particularly around disabled taxis. I'm just perhaps with you to provide some detail as to where you've been, what you've heard. Happy for you to take some of this on notice if you'd like. And what's the current state of play with, I guess, the taxi industry in the regions and the disabled taxis?
Yes, thank you for that, and thank you for asking a question. I'm delighted to have a chance to speak to it. Yes, so I think I've been going around New South Wales, both regional and metro areas, talking about the changes to the taxi licensing regime, which began on the 1st of August. Generally, overall, the industry has bounced back. It's back to, the whole industry is back to pre-COVID levels now, which is good. I am concerned a little bit about the number of wheelchair taxis on the road. Those have not come back to the same level as was before the pandemic. I could get you some exact numbers here, but if I could give you some rough numbers. We had perhaps 950 or so wheelchair taxis back in 2019 registered and on the road across New South Wales, and we have a bit over 700 as of September.
What was the figure just prior to the legislation passing at the end of last year? Perhaps on notice.
I'll have to take that one on notice, yes. And I think we need to do some work around, the biggest impact is always in regional areas, because if you lose one taxi in the metro areas, there are actually a lot of other ones. If you lose one wheelchair taxi in a small town, it can well be the only wheelchair taxi. When we lose, and we have lost services, unfortunately, in some regional towns, Kiama and Queanbeyan are a couple of examples. We do things there, and I recognise we're short on time, so I won't go into details about what we do on a case-by-case basis. But I do think we need to do more work at a broader policy level to address the underlying reasons. The Minister has actually called a roundtable of stakeholders for later this month, which includes both representatives of disability groups, representatives of service providers, taxi companies and others to talk through the various policy options. And I think that's very good to actually have that discussion with people, because I think it's time, and we need to have some approach which will address some of the underlying reasons why wheelchair taxis have not come back to quite the same extent as other vehicles have.
Can you give any update on the level of unruly behaviour of operators, out there, that's been in the media, turning their meters off, being very selective about who they pick up, basically saying we'll charge what we like because Uber does. Can you give an update as to whether that's settled down? I know there was a bit of a crackdown. I'm just wondering whether you've got any data as to whether that's reduced.
Look, it was particularly bad before Christmas last year, and we did a lot of work around it. Both, we have people in uniforms on ranks. We have people doing plainclothes operations as well, so that drivers who, and I want to say, actually, can I just say that most drivers are good drivers doing the right thing. This is a subset of them. Yeah, we have people in plainclothes as well issuing fines. We've also worked very closely with the taxi industry, because the taxi companies need to control their drivers as well, and when they get complaints they need to actually deal with them, and whether that's dealing with refunds or taking disciplinary action. We've set up a hotline as well, and about 90% of the complaints that have come in through there have so far been actioned by the relevant taxi companies. So all of that continues to go on. We're certainly not seeing it at the level we were seeing it before Christmas last year, and I guess my desire is that we continue to keep pressing down on it so that we don't see a resurgence over summer.
Okay, thank you.
Just on that, can I just ask as a follow-up? There's supposed to be stickers in taxis, aren't there, about how to report those incidents? Are they being rolled out?
Stickers are being rolled out. We've sent out about 30,000 stickers across New South Wales, and following up on them to make sure that they are getting put in taxis by the service provider.
I'm yet to see them, so it'd be great to see them out there.
Is it a mandated requirement?
It is, as of recently, it's a mandated requirement.
Yeah. Okay, we'll divide the next round. So opposition's got 7 minutes or so.
Thank you. So I just want to follow up on that one. So Ms Carroll, I was asking you
3.5.
Thank you. Ms Carroll, the Executive Director position, is it your understanding that position, that Executive Director, had any previous or current connection to the Labor Party?
I don't have definitive information in that respect. It was raised to my attention, I couldn't say when, that the officer may have been an advisor in an office at one point in time. I was aware that the officer was a long-standing transport employee.
So you're not aware, or you're not able to clarify?
That's my response.
Your knowledge?
That's my response.
Okay. They were a Labor advisor?
That information was indicated to me that may have been some time ago, but I was advised that the officer was a long-standing transport employee.
Sure. So long-standing, at some point potentially, there may have been some notice that they had some Labor affiliation. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but that they had some Labor affiliation at some.
I think that indication was given to me at the time.
Point. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Murray. To you, you'd be aware of obligations under the GSC Act in your role now. Is it appropriate for the Ministerial Office to give directions on your employment decisions?
I'd have to seek, on the specific issue we're talking about, I'd have to seek further advice on to how this came about and the matters that were discussed at the time.
But under your understanding as the current Secretary of Transport for New South Wales,
yes,
responsible for the GSC Act,
you're
aware of your obligations. Yep. So if a Ministerial Office sought to exercise a direction to your Transport for New South Wales directors to employ someone, would that be appropriate?
I think I would do just as Ms Carroll has suggested, which is seek further advice on what is the request and what is the nature of how that would be undertaken.
If they were telling you that you had to employ someone, that's not appropriate, is it?
No.
Point of order, Chair.
Thank you.
Point of order has
Chair,
been taken.
I've been listening carefully to see where this is going, and conscious of your earlier ruling, I just think we're very quickly heading back to a position where the witness is being asked for a legal opinion on these matters.
I won't uphold the point of order as such, but it was a veering on asking for an opinion. If the member could continue in a slightly different method of questioning, that would be appreciated.
Right. Mr. Murray, you've indicated that you have an awareness of the GSC Act. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct. I'm
you have
aware of my
obligations under that.
obligations,
Yep.
correct.
So that's not in dispute. You understand those. That's the act by which government service employees are employed, retained, and obligations met, set out and met.
I'm aware of my obligations, absolutely.
All right. Is it your understanding that the Minister can give you directions regarding employment of public service employees in Transport for New South Wales?
The Minister cannot direct me on my obligations under the Act of the employer functions. That's correct.
That's
In
reasonably
terms of the
clear,
transport
particularly in
service.
relation to senior executives. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct.
Thank you. And that's clear from the Act, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, I'll just jump in with, I've got at least one more. I just wanted to know in terms of the, oh gosh, just doing it again. We do have 5 minutes.
Round 3.
We'll see, yeah. The airport station access fee have obviously been a tricky policy issue for some time, many years. Has any brief been prepared? Is any work being done internally to look at the benefits of removing that access fee? I understand the situation with the contractor and everything else, but the benefits particularly in relation to the fact that Sydney workers are charged the fee. It's often quite expensive. Sorry, Sydney airport workers. The congestion around Sydney Airport, the cost of that congestion. Has any work been done on that with the new government?
Certainly we had a look at the airport access fee in relation to the consideration of the fares that were announced only in the last month, the fare changes that have gone through. With the changes, the new fare for, say, Town Hall to the airport would be around about $20, $21, which for a single traveller is obviously very beneficial in comparison to a taxi or an Uber. And we also noted that in the last year, the patronage on that airport line has really come back very strongly. It's about 100% increase in 12 months in terms of people returning to the train to get to the airport. So that's certainly been monitored in the rollout of the new fares for this year. I'm not aware, Ms. Mayers, if there's any further work. We're not aware of any further work at this stage to look at the future of the airport access charge.
Okay, so there isn't anything that the department has done internally to look at the potential benefits of removing that in terms of congestion?
The current focus was on applying the 3.7% fare increase and also looking at the impetus around fairer Fridays to get more patronage on the network.
Thank you. It's just escaped my brain. I'll go to Mark Benazio. Is that important?
Perhaps you're probably to take this on notice, but in the budget included $20 million to investigate extending the Moral Drive down at Bulli. Can you just break down what that $20 million will get us in terms of investigation? It seems quite excessive for an investigation. And given I travel on that route daily, I'm just wondering, is that essentially proposing to extend Memorial Drive through Bulli and connecting up with Bulli Pass?
I don't have the information to hand, but perhaps we could cover this in the roads hearing on Thursday. If not, I'm happy to take it on notice.
Sure, if that's probably if that's the better place for it, I'm happy to.
Yep, we can do that.
There. All right, thank you.
Oh, great. Well, we can look forward to Thursday now.
Are you already?
5:13. But let's call it quits.
Chair. Excuse me, could I address one further supplementary?
Yes.
Ms. Ward, earlier on you asked me about references in the other inquiry about landing the Sydney Metro, which I'm not sure of the origination of that, but certainly I would just like to suggest that the original Sydney Metro, Peter would certainly kill me if I was out there trying to claim those sorts of claims through the process. The original Sydney Metro was announced in November 2009. I had left government by August 2008, so it would be a very strange claim to be making that I had been somehow involved in the execution of that contract.
Okay, that's not an invitation for a discussion about it. Thank you for putting that on notice. Now we have questions from government members.
Thank you. Mr. Collins, if I could ask you a question.
You can.
Thank you. I just felt like we didn't get complete clarity on the process of appointing the head of the transition office, and I think you were trying to explain the process. Can you just clarify about the advertising of the role and what happened subsequently?
Yes, I will try and make this clear. Shortly after I took up the position of acting secretary, I was aware that the transition role had been created and there was someone covering that role. We wanted to ensure that we had enough resources. I was very supportive of this role because it's certainly something I've been involved with in the past in assisting where there were, I think, 5 either ongoing or pending reviews at that time when I joined the acting secretary role. We discussed this with a number of people, including the Chief People Officer, and the best advice was we will advertise for this role. We'll do this internally. We will do a short process because it was important to move forward with that. There was already a job description from the 4th of April before I started. A shortlisting process took place using the HR functions or people and culture functions, and we carried out interviews, I believe, on the last week of April. And following the third interview on the 1st of May, 2 candidates were found suitable. In fact, all 3 candidates were of a high calibre. And shortly afterwards I advised the current incumbent that she was successful, but also advised the second person that we were needing to take up their time during this transition role.
So just to confirm, there was a recruitment process. There wasn't a direction for you to choose a particular person.
In fact, nobody directed me to do anything. I reviewed the role of transition office. It's in previous organisations, particularly when government changes. It's very useful to have extra resources when you're doing reviews. So I thought it was appropriate. Certainly it was producing very useful direct information for me as the acting secretary about those reviews. The rail review was in place. We had a number of other reviews. And as a secretary, acting secretary, I wanted to be ensured that I was informed straight away on that progress.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. That's very clear.
Mr. Murphy.
Yeah, I've just got some questions for Ms. Carroll. I was listening carefully to the questions that were asked by the Honourable Natalie Ward about this transitional office earlier, and I just thought some things may have been lost in the rapid fire questioning that was going on. So I just wanted you to make it clear for me, if you could just clarify, you were not present at the initial meeting.
That's correct.
Mr. Murphy, could you speak into your microphone?
I'll do that. So you were not present at the initial meeting to set this transitional office up, were you?
That's correct.
Right. So the evidence you were giving about these matters wasn't something that you saw or heard yourself. It was just your understanding relayed second hand to you about what had occurred. Is that right?
That's not correct. There was a first meeting with the former secretary, which I was not present at. My understanding is that the issues were raised at that time. I can't comment about the level of detail.
Yeah, so all of your evidence about that is just your understanding of what was relayed to you after the meeting?
That's correct, from the former secretary.
Right.
I attended the second meeting.
Right. Okay, thank you for that.
Here we go. That's all. Thank you. That's the end of today's hearing. I wanted to thank you all very much for coming. I know it can be a long day, particularly for those of you who don't get any or many questions. I apologise.
You try.
The Secretariat will be in touch for questions you took on notice or any supplementary questions. Thanks again for everything you do.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.